Chapter 3160. Tangsei had a bad feeling about this. Tangsei turned her head abruptly. This man was really the taxi driver. Wait, Asian? He's that person. Tangsei's entire body began to tremble. It's him. Tangsei shot up from her seat. Tangsei was like a frightened cat, constantly retreating. You recognize me? I thought you'd recognize me earlier, Chun Zhao said indifferently. Do all Asians look the same to you? Sir, I think there's a misunderstanding. Smiling, Chun Zhao looked at Tangsei. There's no misunderstanding. I know it's not. Tangsei quickly forced herself to calm down. Taking a deep breath, she said, Sir, this is definitely not a good place to fight, right? There was a hint of threat in Tangsei's tone. They were in the sky, inside a plane. Tangsei felt that she might not be able to beat Chun Zhao. However, he was still capable of perishing together with his enemy. That's why I didn't use my private plane, Chun Zhao said, smiling. Chun Zhao smiled. I was afraid that our conflict would ruin the private jet I just signed for. Looks like I made the right decision. Tangsei looked at Chun Zhao nervously. She was ready to fight at any time. I rented this plane. It's worth less than 100 million and it's insured. Even if it crashes, I'll only lose 3 days worth of income. So you can do whatever you want. Sir, it's not good for anyone to force me. I don't care if it's good or not. I only care if my mood is good or not. If my mood is good, that's the best thing for me. My mood is determined by the choices I make. For example, forcing my enemy to die will make me feel good. Chun Zhao stood up and walked toward Tangsei. So, as long as it can make me happy, it's worth it to spend some money. Chun Zhao grabbed in the air. The air pressure in the cabin suddenly shrank. Immediately, the rows of high-pressure glass windows on both sides shattered. The entire plane was shaking violently. Tangsei was tossed up and down by the chaotic airflow in the cabin. It was a painful feeling, losing control of one's body, manipulated by the airflow and gravity. Tangsei didn't have any autonomy. Is it very painful? Chun Zhao still stood where he was, no matter how the plane shook. Tangsei understood that mutual destruction was no threat to Chun Zhao. If Chun Zhao was really afraid, he wouldn't have destroyed the plane. With a wave of his hand, all the glass shards in the cabin flew toward Tangsei. In the blink of an eye, Tangsei was covered in wounds. The glass shard stabbed deep into Tangsei's body. At this moment, the cockpit door opened. Famutas hurried out and looked at the chaotic cabin. Chin, it's really you. The air pressure in the cabin is out of control. The plane can't continue. We have to think of a way. Chun Zhao casually tossed a parachute bag to Famutas. With a casual sweep, the cabin door was forcefully torn open. Go down first, Chun Zhao said. You might encounter some scary things down there, but don't panic. Famutas quickly put on his parachute and went to the hatch. Looking down, he could vaguely see a small island below. Then he looked back at Chun Zhao. What about you? I'll come down later. Okay. Famutas nodded. When she jumped out of the cabin, she saw that the plane behind her had already lost control and was falling down. The plane was rapidly descending. Tangsei tried to struggle to survive, but the result wasn't ideal. It was easy to struggle, but difficult to survive. On the other hand, Chun Zhao and Nanier, they were just waiting to watch the show. They didn't plan to protect themselves at all. I'll kill you. Tangsei pounced at Chun Zhao crazily. But the next moment, the plane shook violently. The air also shook. It shook Tangsei out of her original trajectory. Clearly, the plane had crashed into the ground. I'm dead. Tangsei was flung out of the cabin by the violent tremors and out of the range of the explosion. Tangsei rolled a few times on the ground. When he stood up again, he realized that he was covered in wounds. But he wasn't dead. Not dead? I'm not dead. Ha! I'm not dead. Tangsei was extremely excited. He actually didn't die. This was too surprising. He had personally experienced the crash. He actually didn't die. At the moment, Tangsei couldn't care about the wounds all over his body. He only felt the excitement and joy of surviving. But before he could finish his excitement, amidst the raging flames of the plane, two people walked out indistinctly. In that instant, all his excitement and joy disappeared. The smile on his face also disappeared. Not only did he not die, the two of them didn't die either. How is this possible? How is this possible? Why weren't they dead? He couldn't accept this. The crazy flames burned on the two, but they couldn't even burn their clothes. When they walked out of the flames, it was as if nothing had happened. Even the flames behind them were like an illusion. Chen Zhao looked at Tang Sei, who was about to die. Are you disappointed? Disappointed that we didn't die? Chen Zhao smiled at Tang Sei, or surprised that you didn't die either. Oh, you should start running now, Chen Zhao said. Hurry up and run. A terrifying monster pushed aside the nearby bushes. The monster's body was extremely tall. Even trees that were more than 10 meters tall were nothing more than short bushes in front of it. The monster's body stretched over the branches and pushed down the trees in front of it. Its head was split open. Mouth parts extended out, as if it was searching for something. This was also a type of otherworldly god. But it was an otherworldly god that Chen Zhao had never seen before. Tang Sei was so scared that he peed his pants. His legs were so weak that he couldn't move at all. The monster's aura was too terrifying. The closer it got, the more chaotic his thoughts became. It also didn't get close to Chen Zhao and Nanier. They were intelligent. They knew who they could and couldn't mess with. The last time Chen Zhao came, this mature god of otherworldlings was still a baby. But Chen Zhao's aura was too deep. It turned to face Tang Sei. Clearly, Tang Sei was an easy target. You still don't want to run? Or become its food? Tang Sei didn't know where he got the strength from. He suddenly stood up and ran. He didn't want to die here. He also didn't want to become the monster's food and excrement. Fortunately, although the otherworldly god was strong, it was shockingly slow. Chapter 3161. Danzer ran like crazy. Chen Zhao and Nanier didn't intend to chase him at all. Killing a person wasn't enough to vent his anger. Chen Zhao also felt that Danzer's actions were on the edge of what he wanted. He'd schemed against Chen Zhao behind his back, but he hadn't really harmed or threatened Chen Zhao. It just annoyed Chen Zhao a lot. Usually, this would make Chen Zhao unhappy. Chen Zhao would slap him to death. But Chen Zhao didn't hate him at all. Also, Chen Zhao felt that slapping him to death wasn't enough to vent his anger. So he sent him to Demon Island. After Fambius landed, he also encountered a few otherworldly gods. But when she was on the plane, Chen Zhao purposely left his scent on her. A human sense of smell couldn't detect it, but the otherworldly gods could. So, no matter if she encountered an otherworldly god or an otherworldly god, their reactions were surprisingly the same. They turned and ran. Run, run, run as far as they could. The otherworldly gods were intelligent enough to know that Famtis wasn't Chen Zhao. They couldn't tell what a human looked like. But most mature otherworldly gods had power close to or above the god level. So, they could basically tell who was strong and who was weak. They could tell at a glance how much weight Famtis had and how much meat he had on him. But just a hint of his scent, even if it was just a little scent, it was enough to make them feel uneasy. Just like how everyone knew that nuclear radiation was fatal, but they were still afraid of cell phone radiation. So, Famtis seemed to be in danger all the way. But in reality, it was extremely safe. There were a few demons and most otherworldly gods on the island. As long as they encountered Famtis, they wouldn't make a second choice. They would just turn and run. It wasn't until they encountered Chen Zhao that Famtis calmed down. Chen, what's going on here? There are monsters everywhere. I almost died here. It's okay. Those monsters don't hurt people. Help! Just then, Danzer ran past them with a monster chasing after him. The monster clearly wasn't a herbivore. It definitely wasn't playing hide-and-seek with Danzer. Famtis looked at Chen Zhao. Are you sure? Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed a terrifyingly ferocious-looking god of otherworldlings. Look, it's very obedient. Famtis wasn't an idiot. How could not tell? Being obedient and being afraid were two different concepts, okay? Nanier brought Chen Zhao and Famtis to a luxurious manor. There were all kinds of facilities here. Nanier, how did you build this manor? Just you, Powell, and the others? Boss, I enslave those otherworldly gods. As long as I have the materials, I can even build a palace. Chen Zhao was speechless. How dare you say that? I asked you to raise livestock here, but you order my cows and sheep around like construction workers. That's too much. Forget it. Seeing that this manor is quite comfortable, I'll let her off this time. Nanier, Powell, and the others all lived here. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities and equipment here. There was even a signal base station. Chun Zhao estimated that if he gave them another 100 people, they wouldn't be able to survive. They could even hold a gala. Chun Zhao didn't plan to stay for long. Since he was already here, he might as well stay for the night. Famtis didn't sleep well the whole night. Most importantly, the otherworldly gods outside were all crying and howling. It was so noisy that she didn't dare to close her eyes. But she was in a good state. At most, she couldn't sleep for a whole night. Danzer, on the other hand, was much worse. For a day and a night, he hid bitterly, avoiding those otherworldly gods. After coming into contact with the otherworldly gods, he also discovered some characteristics of the otherworldly gods. They had strong spiritual power, but their magic attacks were rather ordinary. Most of them were spiritual spells. Most of them were illusion spells. A small portion of them were black magic and curse magic. Most otherworldly gods didn't have vision or hearing. A small portion of them had vision and hearing, but their senses were weak. So, there were still ways to avoid these otherworldly gods. If it was a normal spiritualist with such strong spiritual power, it would be very difficult for Danzer to hide. It would be very difficult for Tang Se to hide from such a spiritualist. As long as he could avoid their spiritual power, he could basically avoid their senses and tracking. Danzer just happened to know how to avoid their spiritual power. And Danzer happened to know how to avoid their spiritual power. Hiding spiritual power was a very niche spell. Danzer had always thought that this spell he had learned was useless. But now, he was relying on this method to stay alive. Staying alive was even more painful than running for your life. There was nothing here except monsters. All kinds of monsters of all shapes and sizes. All kinds of creatures of all shapes and sizes. In any case, they were the kind that couldn't be messed with. Only it eats your share, not you eat its share. Danzer was tired and hungry, but there was almost nothing here that could be eaten. Plus, after the crash, he was covered in wounds. Suddenly, Danzer's feet sank, and half of his body sank into the ground. Then, Tang Se suddenly felt something wrapped around his lower body from the ground. Danzer was scared out of his wits. There had to be some monster below. Danzer didn't have time to struggle before he was dragged underground. The cave was simply too narrow, and Tang Se was practically dragged to the deepest part of the cave through friction. When he was dragged to the bottom floor, he saw a dozen strange-looking monsters. Danzer trembled in fear as he looked at the monsters surrounding him in horror. The spiritual power of these monsters was mixed together. Even the air was distorted by this chaotic spiritual power. Just then, a figure appeared in the crowd of monsters. It was a demon. Although he didn't recognize the god of outliers, he recognized demons. There is a huge difference between demons and god of outliers. Human, are you with a mad demon? Mad demon? Who is it? Tang Se was a little confused, and his face was full of question marks. The human who fell from the sky with you today. Are you talking about that man or that woman? That man is the mad demon. He's a demon. Danzer was shocked. No, he's a human, the demon said. Then why do you call him the mad demon? This used to be our Lord's territory, but that human killed our Lord and enslaved us. The demon recounted its bloody history. It was Danzer's first time seeing a demon cry. What are these things? Are they demons too? They're called the god of outliers. The demon shook its head. Anyway, they're on my side now. Human, since you're not the mad demon's partner, you should be his enemy, right? What about the ones outside? They're also the god of outliers. They're our partners too. No, they're enslaved. They're just cattle raised by the mad demon, the demon said. He views the god of outliers as food. He raises and slaughters them at will. Chapter 3162. Those otherworldly gods outside, them, they're raised by that person, and they're used as meat? That's right. The demon nodded. Danz felt a chill in his heart. The uneasy feeling grew in his heart. Who exactly had he offended? Those terrifying monsters. In the outside world, even one of them would definitely be a catastrophic existence, or even far beyond that. But here, groups of them were actually Chun Zhao's meat. Danz couldn't accept this. Dance placed his hopes on the devil and the group of unusual gods. So you want to work with the alien gods and overthrow that person's rule? Not enough. The demon shook his head. Even if we can control the alien gods outside, we can't defeat that man. So many alien gods, plus you and me, can't we? The demon glanced at Dance. Who do you think you're facing? The mad demon's power isn't something we can fight against. Then what do we do? First, strengthen and increase our power. Then we can challenge the mad demon. Increase my strength? How? Lure the alien gods outside into our trap, defeat them, and then devour them. Can the alien gods really be eaten? Are you sure I won't become like them? Dance had another question. Were you sure it was okay to discuss devouring them in front of the alien gods? The alien gods themselves are very powerful, but they're destined to be food for even more powerful beings. For you and me, they have unparalleled value. You'll understand their value in the future. Are you sure it's okay to talk about this in front of them? They eat more of their own kind than you can imagine, the demon said. Even young ones are their favorite. Then how much do we need to strengthen to defeat that person? According to my estimation, we can barely protect ourselves before him if we devour 10,000 alien gods. Are you kidding me? I never joke. There shouldn't be 10,000 otherworldly gods on the entire island, right? There are more otherworldly gods on Demon Island than you can imagine. Demon Island is also much bigger than what you see. There are also many otherworldly gods underground, and there is even a mother body. Even so, we can't possibly devour 10,000 otherworldly gods, can we? You don't have to do anything and go feed those otherworldly gods. But if you're willing to work hard, we still have hope. The devil's tone seemed firm, but Tang Se still felt sad. This was his final stubbornness. Stubborn my ass. Alpha was actually one of Chun Zhao's henchmen. He was leading the rebellion against Chun Zhao's otherworldly gods. Actually, it was all for Chun Zhao to nurture a higher level god of otherworldlings. The so-called resistance against Chun Zhao's violence was just a false goal and an excuse. As for his penetrating gaze and emotions, it was just because he had been acting for so long that he had become an actor. Nanier was his main person in charge. Saving Donzer was just a temporary mission he had received. The mission's main purpose was to make Donzer suffer. Alpha was very satisfied with his current job, position, and even his current status. As a demon, Alpha was able to be kept by the current boss after the previous boss retired. It was definitely not because of his loyalty. These words were enough to describe Alpha's personality and style. He was as timid as a mouse, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. After the previous boss retired, Alpha decisively switched sides and latched onto Chun Zhao's thigh. First, he betrayed the location of his hidden companions. Then he knelt down and licked Nanier's thigh. Although he was an actor, Alpha didn't dare to give Chun Zhao a bad nickname. As for whether devouring otherworldly gods could increase one's power, it could, but the effect was mediocre. The demon's improvement was more obvious. But there was a threshold. After reaching a certain level, it would be very difficult to rely on devouring otherworldly gods to increase one's power. The pets at Xin Zhao's house had already reached their limit. Boss, Alpha has already contacted the human. Yes, just report to me occasionally. You don't have to tell me every move. Xin Zhao looked at Famtis. Famtis, I'm going back to LA. Do you want to go? I realized that after overcoming the fear brought by those monsters, this place doesn't seem that bad. I plan to stay here for a few days. You don't have any plans to go far, right? Okay, you can stay here. When you want to go back, ask Nanier to arrange it. At 10 in the morning, the ship for Chun Zhao arrived. Actually, if Chun Zhao was alone, he wouldn't need a ship. This ship had been prepared for Famtis. Since he was already here, Chun Zhao didn't plan on letting the ship go for nothing. When Chun Zhao returned to LA, it was already the next day. In these 2 days, Chun Zhao had been paying attention to Schwick's situation. He had to admit that he was an experienced politician. When Chun Zhao didn't stab him in the back, Schwick quickly changed the unfavorable information on the internet. He was really good at this. He knew how to use the fact that the video had been modified to counterattack. There was still a series of voices online questioning whether Schwick was a traitor or not. But Schwick could return to the governor's position without any resistance. Even if there were people who doubted him, they couldn't use a modified video to make a governor step down. Chen Zhao didn't plan on contacting Schwick. Of course, Schwick wouldn't contact Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao flipped through the news on his phone. Suddenly, he saw a piece of news. It was a picture taken by a low-altitude weather satellite. A huge shadow was discovered in the deep sea of the Pacific Ocean. The shape of this giant shadow resembled that of a fish. But there was a cruise ship above the shadow. The cruise ship was only 1/5 of the shadow's length. But this news belonged to a third-rate online media. Most of the time, this kind of media was fake and exaggerated. Therefore, when most people saw this news, they either doubted or denied it. No one believed that the satellite photo was real. But Chen Zhao knew that the photo was real because the main character in the photo, the shadow, was Amon. Amon's body had grown quite a bit recently. Every time Amon's power grew, his body would change. The first time he kept growing. The second time he shrunk slightly. This was the third time, and he grew bigger again. This time, his growth speed was much faster than the previous times. Chapter 3163. Amon was more than 2,000 meters tall. He looked like a reef shadow under the water. Some people thought it was a fake photo in the comment section. There were also some who thought it was reef shadow. Only a small number of people would think that this picture was real. After all, theoretically, the gravity of the world couldn't support such a large creature. Once the creature's weight exceeded a certain threshold, the creature's muscle tissue would need to change to support its weight. At least, humans couldn't simulate and calculate the biological structure of such a large carbon-based creature. When Chen Zhao returned home, he suddenly received a call from West. "President, we received a mission." "Huh? Is it difficult?" Now, the supernatural organization received at least dozens of missions every day. Most of them could be taken care of by an outer member. Only a few needed core members. Furthermore, there were only a few missions that required the cooperation of a party every month. Until now, there hadn't been a mission that could make West ask for Chen Zhao's help. So, as soon as West spoke, Chen Zhao naturally thought that the mission was difficult. "President, you have a pet called Amon, right?" West asked after a moment of silence. West hadn't seen Amon himself, but he'd heard others talk about it. A few people in the supernatural organization had seen Amon before. West also knew that Chen Zhao kept a bunch of strange magical beasts at home. West was also curious about how big the so-called biggest pet in Chen Zhao's family was. "Yes, is it related to Amon?" Chen Zhao asked. "Is it because of the weather satellite photo?" "Yes, it's related to Amon," West answered. "It's also because of the weather satellite photo." "And then? What exactly is it?" "Someone wants to capture Amon." "Huh? Capture Amon?" "Yes, the super-rich Becky Lou Lisha, ranked 6th on the Forbes list," West said. West said she offered $100 million to hire the supernatural organization to find Amon. If they succeed, she will pay us $2 billion. Chen Zhao sucked in a cold breath. Becky Lou Lisha was too arrogant. $2 billion just to capture Amon? Does Becky Lou Lisha own a zoo? No. She seems to have been a paranormal and strange creature lover for a long time. She has a hobby of collecting strange creatures. $2 billion. Chen Zhao was also very tempted, even if the money was placed in the supernatural organization's account. However, he couldn't sacrifice Amon for $2 billion. West paused and said, "As long as we can find Amon, we can get $100 million. West was reminding Chen Zhao. Without Chen Zhao's permission, they couldn't even capture Amon. He couldn't really do it. However, if it was just a search, it should be possible. He only came to the supernatural organization? No, she even found quite a number of spiritualists who don't belong to any organization. It seems like they're determined to carry out this hunting mission." Chen Zhao frowned. This meant that even if the supernatural organization didn't accept this mission, Chen Zhao wouldn't be able to do it. There would still be others who would take it. Chen Zhao thought for a moment and said, "I'll personally participate in this mission." "Got it, President." West did not ask what Chen Zhao planned to do. Anyway, he couldn't change Chen Zhao's mind no matter what. $2 billion smells good. However, Sacrificing Amon was out of the question. However, with Amon's current size, it was almost impossible for him to completely avoid the attention of humans. After all, there were all sorts of satellites in the sky. Moreover, Amon would only grow larger day by day. Due to the influence of the spiritual qi in the world, his power kept increasing. Moreover, his growth rate was much faster than Chun Zhao's other pets. This was because he was huge, so he could breathe in and out more spiritual qi than other pets. And this process of growth continued for a long time. Chun Zhao didn't know what Amon's limit was. It was hard for a ship that was a few hundred meters long to not be detected by satellites. Moreover, this was a beast that was thousands of meters long. Amon wasn't the biggest headache for Chun Zhao. The real headache was Little Nine, the Hydra. The Hydra was said to have no limit. Moreover, Little Nine was already larger than Amon. Moreover, it didn't need to eat now. At least, it wasn't necessary. Little Nine hid in the deep sea every day. Every night, it would breathe clouds and absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Chun Zhao suspected that Little Nine would grow to the size of an island. If Little Nine continued to grow like this, it would be completely exposed one day. So, Chun Zhao planned to let Amon be exposed at the right time. Of course, it was according to Chun Zhao's plan. He wanted to expose Amon in a way that people could accept. Becky Liu Lisha's capture operation might be an opportunity. Becky Liu Lisha quickly replied to the supernatural organization. She accepted the people sent by the supernatural organization. However, this operation wasn't led by the supernatural organization. Becky Liu Lisha had invited many famous and powerful spiritualists in the world. They'd all been hired with a large sum of money. Many of them were more famous than the supernatural organization. So, the supernatural organization was just an extra in this hunting team, or rather, just to make up the numbers. Apart from Chun Zhao, the supernatural organization had also invited Gaia. Gaia treated this as a vacation and happily accepted Chun Zhao's invitation. When Chun Zhao and Gaia arrived at Becky Liu Lisha's manor, the first thing they saw was a T-Rex skeleton. Moreover, with their eyesight, they could tell that the Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was real. He had to admit that Becky Liu Lisha was really rich and overbearing. Under the guidance of the servant, the two of them entered the manor villa. Many people had already gathered in the hall. There were Asians, Caucasians, and black people. There were about 20 of them. That's a lot of people, Chun Zhao whispered. Do you think you're rich or Becky Liu Lisha is? Because Dash and Beer wasn't listed, Forbes couldn't find out how much money Chun Zhao had, so Chun Zhao wasn't on the list. However, Chun Zhao's wealth was definitely not lower than anyone on the Forbes list. Just then, a noble woman in formal attire appeared on the balcony of the second floor. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. I'm Becky Liu Lisha. Everyone looked up at Becky Liu Lisha. I'm glad that you accepted my invitation. You should know the purpose of this operation, right? Does anyone else need me to repeat it? Chapter 3164. Everyone here knew what was going on. Moreover, every single one of them was a spiritualist. Since they'd accepted this mission, they naturally had some understanding of it. Just then, a skinny black man stood out. Ms. Becky, I heard that you're interested in strange creatures. Yes. Becky Liu Lisha nodded. Sir, what can I do for you? A cloud of black smoke whizzed out of the man's shoulder. After it dissipated, a red-eyed raven appeared. How much is my raven worth? The man asked. What's so special about it? Blood-eyed raven, someone beside him said. It eats human souls. It's not valuable at all. Becky Liu Lisha shook her head. Why? The skinny black man asked, somewhat displeased. It doesn't look special at all. Everyone laughed. Some laughed at Becky Liu Lisha's short-sightedness, while others laughed at the man's miscalculation. Just then, the wide wall of the hall suddenly opened. An entire row of Becky Liu Lisha's collection appeared. There were magical bee skeletons, as well as creatures soaked in containers. Every item in the collection was in a strange shape. Chun Zhao and Gaia also realized that some are magical beasts they'd seen or recognized before. Some were big, some were small, some were low-level, and some were high-level. Chun Zhao even realized that there was a very weak demon in Becky Lou Leisha's collection. To be able to collect so many magical beast skeletons, it was clear that Becky Lou Leisha was connected to the spiritual world. Moreover, Becky Lou Leisha had a good appetite. As long as it was a strange magical beast, it would be in her collection list. Just then, a spiritualist stood out with a glass bottle in his hand. Inside the glass bottle was a very small magical beast. The magical beast's body emitted a faint light. "What about this little guy? Give me a price." The magical beast in the bottle looked weak. It lay at the bottom of the bottle. Chun Zhao realized that the weak magical beast in the bottle actually had a familiar aura. "This is an elemental apostle," the spiritualist said. "Apparently, if it can be trained, it can reach the level of an elemental lord one day." Elemental lord? He suddenly remembered that he'd once killed an elemental lord underground. "This little guy is an elemental lord? I'm not interested in its strength, but this little guy seems a bit interesting. How much are you going to sell it for?" Although Becky Lou Leisha was not a spiritualist, she was a rather successful businesswoman. She knew how to make a deal and could get what she wanted at the lowest price. 10 million, the spiritualist said. Originally, everyone thought that Becky Lou Leisha was the kind of person who was rich and unreasonable and threw money around. But Becky Lou Leisha shook her head. "It's not worth that much. Do you know that there's only one of it in the entire world? You definitely won't be able to find a second elemental apostle. I told you it's not worth that much." "Then how much do you want?" $100,000, Becky Lou Leisha said. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. $5 million, $5 million, it's yours." $100,000, Becky Lou Leisha still said in a flat tone. "For million. If you don't want it, then forget it," the spiritualist said. "Okay, looks like this deal is impossible," Becky Lou Leisha said, shrugging. "The price difference is so huge," Gaia said in a low voice. "It's basically impossible." Chun Zhao shook his head. "I bet this deal will definitely go through, and it'll be for $100,000. Frowning, Gaia looked at Becky Lou Leisha and the spiritualist. "Impossible. Trust me. Your business acumen isn't as good as your abilities," Gaia said mockingly. "I'm not a business genius, but I'm rich," Chun Zhao said. "What does this have to do with being rich? For example, if there are two people who take two artworks of the same value to a bank, and one is a beggar and the other is a rich man, do you think that the two of them will mortgage for the same price? The example you mentioned, is not valid here at all. You still don't understand," Chun Zhao said, chuckling. Becky Lou Leisha saw that the spiritualist was poor. To him, 10 million is a huge sum, and so is 100,000. Because they were all rich, they had similar thoughts. If Becky Lou Leisha had a competitor, he might ask the spiritualist to raise the price. But now, apart from Becky Lou Leisha, there's no other buyer. So at this time, he only has one choice. He can either accept 100,000 US dollars or get nothing at all. Do you think he will accept this deal? Indeed, just as Chun Zhao had guessed, the spiritualist compromised. Okay, $100,000. It's yours." Gaia stuffed $100 into Chun Zhao's hands. Becky Lou Leisha got the elemental apostle as she wished. "Okay, let's get back to business," Becky Lou Leisha said. Becky Lou Leisha said, "The mission this time is to find and capture the Pacific giant beast. If we find it, then everyone here can split the 100 million US dollars equally. Of course, if someone can provide exclusive information, then he can take the 100 million US dollars reward alone. What if we manage to capture the beast?" 2 billion, Becky Lou Leisha said. "I don't care what method you use. As long as you can capture it, the 2 billion will be yours. As for how you split it and how much effort you put in, it has nothing to do with me. Capture it alive. Dead is fine too, but I want to be whole. Do you understand what I mean? I want the giant Pacific beast intact. If you cause serious damage to the carcass, I'll deduct your fees based on the actual situation." "Ms. Becky, you've said so much, but there's no clear evidence to prove that the giant Pacific beast exists." "No, the giant Pacific beast really exists. I'm sure of that. I have some evidence in my hands. There are photos and videos, so there's no need to argue about whether it exists or not. Besides, I won't trick you guys into coming here for fun." Seeing that no one objected, Becky Lou Leisha continued, "But before we leave, I need to choose a leader among you, or rather a captain." Chapter 3165. When the 20 people heard Becky Lou Leisha's words, they all looked like they were going to fly. It was as if they were saying, "Yes, I'm the leader." None of them were weak. 2 or 3 of them were even as strong as Gaia. They were all experts that Becky Lou Leisha had found from all over the world. This showed Becky Lou Leisha's connections in the spiritual world. "Who's more proactive?" Becky Lou Leisha asked. "Who's confident enough to be the leader?" After a short silence, a middle-aged woman walked out. "If no one has any objections, I will be the team leader." The middle-aged woman's face was filled with confidence as she glanced at everyone present. "I have an objection." As soon as she spoke, someone objected. An Asian man walked out. He was bald and had a few scars on his head. "A monk?" Chen Zhao looked at the monk in surprise. However, the monk didn't use the Buddhist hand gestures. He said in half-baked English, "I thought that the strong should be respected, and not just anyone can jump out and lead everyone." The middle-aged woman was furious. "What did you say? You think I'm not qualified?" The monk stared at her as if she had guessed correctly. The others didn't say anything, but they all had the same expression. "So you're qualified?" "Probably more than you," the monk said indifferently. "They'll try and see if you're really qualified. Please wait. If you want to fight, go outside. Don't destroy my collection." "You can't afford it," Becky Lou Leisha said. The group didn't plan on arguing with their employer. They obediently went to the empty space outside the villa. The middle-aged woman looked at the monk. She waved her hands in the air and drew a magic array. Large numbers of blue vipers surged out of the array. Those blue nightmare vipers were not ordinary snakes. They were magical beasts and weren't strong individually. They were of the wind element, but they were poisonous. They moved very quickly and shot at the monk like beams of blue light. The monk stood in place without moving. The snakes didn't hold back and bit him directly. "Oomph." The middle-aged woman looked slightly proud. With his standard, he couldn't even block his probing attack, and yet he dared to stand out and provoke him. Just as the middle-aged woman was feeling pleased with herself, the monk suddenly said, "Have you finished your attack?" Everyone was taken aback as they looked at the monk who was covered in blue viper venomous snakes. It had to be said that at this moment, the monk looked like one of the comedic scenes in an anime. The middle-aged woman looked at the monk in shock. What was going on? Why didn't he show any signs of being poisoned? Could it be that he had some kind of magic that could neutralize the snake venom in such a short time? Or does he have an extremely strong resistance to poison? However, although the middle-aged woman was surprised, she did not panic. After all, this was just her probing attack. "Since snake venom isn't a threat to you, try this." The middle-aged woman switched to another spell, and the magic array in front of her changed again. A large number of wasps swarmed out of the magic array. The wasps swarmed toward the monk like a yellow cloud. As always, Tyrant stood still on the same spot. The wasps stabbed at the monk. Then, like rain, they fell one after another. "Chen, can you tell?" "Yes. That bald monk's body is very strong." Chen Zhao stared at the monk's spell. He also analyzed the characteristics of the spell. At Chen Zhao's level, it was no longer a problem for him to analyze the characteristics and structure of other people's spells on the spot. Was this a Buddhist spell? Chen Zhao did not know much about Buddhism, nor had he interacted with Buddhists. However, Buddhist spells were very recognizable. They were not external, but internal and intrinsic. In the past, he had heard that the Buddhists had the best enhancement spells. Now it seemed to be true. This monk did indeed possess a unique enhancement spell. "Since you've made your move, it's my turn." The monk looked at the middle-aged woman. Suddenly, the monk clenched his fists and punched at the middle-aged woman. King Kong demon subduing. Instantly, a golden fist flew toward the middle-aged woman. Shocked, the middle-aged woman hurriedly summoned a huge magical beast in front of her. The golden fist smashed into the body of the gigantic magical beast. The gigantic magical beast was sent flying. Even the middle-aged woman was sent flying. The monk turned around and looked at Becky Lou Leisha. "Ms. Becky, Looks like she admits defeat. In that case, I'll nominate you as the leader. Does anyone have any objections? Becky Lou Lisha did not use her power to appoint the monk. Instead, she nominated him. She was reminding the others to step forward if they wanted a challenge. A few of them were itching to give it a try and wanted to make a move. However, they were not confident, so they hesitated. Some people did not care, such as Chun Zhao. It did not matter who was the leader. At this time, Tyrant opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, I believe that there are many among you who are stronger than me, but this doesn't mean that you have to snatch the position of leader. The reason why I stood out is because I have more advantages in this mission." The monk's words were clearly double standards. When he had objected to the middle-aged woman earlier, it meant that the strong should be respected. When he objected to the middle-aged woman earlier, it meant that the strong should be respected. But now he said that it was because he was more suitable to be the leader, not because of strength. Why? Becky Lou Lisha asked. I have a mystique called Thousand Beast Link that allows me to communicate with all kinds of beasts. Regardless of whether they are flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, I can use this spell to communicate with the creatures in the sea. It will be more advantageous when I'm looking for the giant Pacific beasts. And after I find the giant Pacific beasts, I can use Thousand Beast Link to communicate with it. Maybe I can make it surrender without fighting. A living giant Pacific beast should be more valuable than a dead one. You're confident? Becky Lou Lisha's eyes brightened. The monk shook his head. I don't know how powerful it is, so I can't guarantee anything. Becky Lou Lisha thought for a moment and said, But what does this have to do with you being the leader? Can't you communicate with marine creatures if you're not the leader? Of course it's to better cooperate with me. It's fine if I'm not the leader, but if the leader disagrees with me when I'm communicating, wouldn't all my previous efforts be wasted? So, I think I'm more suitable to be the leader. I hope that everyone will listen to my orders during the mission. Chapter 3166. Becky Lou Lisha was clearly convinced by the monk. The group didn't argue anymore. After all, Becky Lou Lisha had already set the tone. They didn't want to go against her. The group stayed in Becky Lou Lisha's manor for the night. Chun Zhao didn't like spending the night in a stranger's house. He didn't like beds, but he also wasn't used to it. Becky Lou Lisha's manor wasn't smaller than Moon Villa or Mirror Lake Manor. However, it looked quite old. Many buildings and facilities were old. Of course, Chun Zhao wasn't so pampered that he had to stay in his own house. The next day, the group boarded the yacht that Becky Lou Lisha had prepared. However, Chun Zhao didn't expect Becky Lou Lisha to go out with them. Since yesterday, Chun Zhao and Gaia had been invisible. Even if it was the female Tyrannosaurus Gaia, she was tall and strong, but she was not so conspicuous in the crowd of all shapes and sizes. As for Chun Zhao, he didn't stand out at all. Therefore, almost no one noticed Chun Zhao and Gaia. Even if they did, no one paid attention to them. This time, they were on a modified fishing boat with a displacement of 6,000 tons. As for what it would look like, it would be changed to a warship. Apart from the displacement, it couldn't reach the level of a warship. It had Vulcan cannons, torpedoes, and missiles. There was also a small submarine and a helicopter. A day passed. Chun Zhao and Gaia drank beer and enjoyed the sea breeze on the second deck. Just then, the middle-aged woman who'd gone against the monk came over. Are you a couple? No, we're just friends. Gaia shook her head. She bent down and picked up a bottle of beer. Want one? Thanks. The middle-aged woman didn't reject. She took the beer and started drinking. I realize that you two have been hanging out since yesterday. I thought you were a couple. Because I don't know anyone else apart from him, Gaia said matter-of-factly. Of course I can only hang out with him. Aren't you going to try your luck? Look at them. Prophecy, divination, perception, anything that can be used has been used. If they're lucky, they'll earn 100 million USD. Don't you want to try it all? Chun Zhao and Gaia exchanged glances. Chun Zhao shrugged and said, We won't. We're spiritualists who prefer to fight. We don't know how to play around. Let's wait for them to find us and then fight. Gaia looked at the middle-aged woman. You're a summoner, right? You should have spells to find that giant beast, right? Aren't you going to try? The middle-aged woman shook her head. I'm about the same as you guys. I'm also inclined towards fighting. The middle-aged woman looked at the monk who was at the bow of the ship. The grudge between her and the monk had already been sown. He probably wouldn't let it go so easily. She had lost the battle yesterday. However, this did not mean that she was weaker than the monk. Yesterday's anticlimactic battle simply couldn't explain the difference in their strength. First of all, neither side used any killing moves. In fact, they didn't even use any heavy blows during the battle. As for Tyrant, he took advantage of the disparity in information between both parties. The middle-aged woman was first angered by him, so she made the first move. The monk also knew what she was up to. However, the middle-aged woman knew nothing about him. This was the biggest reason why she lost. However, the difference in strength was definitely not that huge. If they fought for real, it would probably take at least 1 or 2 hours before a winner could be decided. In the past 20 hours, the monk had been communicating with the creatures in the sea. Currently, he only confirmed the direction. He couldn't confirm the exact location and distance. The others also tried their own methods. The information they got wasn't even as good as the monk's. Your summoning spell is interesting, Chun Zhao asked curiously. What level can you summon with all your strength? Chun Zhao asked curiously, although this was a bit of the woman's trump card. The highest level of calamity, the middle-aged woman said. The magical beast you summon is from our world? Or from another world? I know a few schools of summoning magic. My major is otherworld summoning, which mainly summons magical beasts from other worlds. A small number of them are native beasts from Earth, and a small number are hell beasts. Then you should be able to gain our employer's favor. After all, your specialization suits her personal requirements. You think I'm here for money? Isn't that the case? Not really, the middle-aged woman said. Then what's your main goal? My major spell is called the Tire Pact. It's an equality spell. Summoning is a temporary contract. When I sense a suitable magical beast, my soul will resonate with the magical beast and communicate. If everything goes well, we can reach an agreement. Of course, this agreement isn't very binding. It's not a forced contract, just like a human's verbal agreement. However, most of the time, magical beasts won't go back on their word. Instead, the summoner often betrays the contract. I don't understand. What does the Tire Pact have to do with your goal this time? Chun Zhao asked. Do you want to use the Tire Pact to reach an agreement with the Pacific Beasts? Gaius seemed to have thought of something. Didn't they say that the Tire Pact is used to summon magical beasts from other worlds? Can the magical beasts in this world also use the Tire Pact? The Tire Pact's main function is to pass through the barriers of space. It doesn't mean that it can only be used on magical beasts from other worlds, the middle-aged woman said. The reason why I'm using the Tire Pact to summon magical beasts is because of the cost-effectiveness. The Tire Pact consumes a lot of magic power. It's too wasteful to use it to summon the native magical beasts of our world. Compared to the magical beasts from other worlds, our world's magical beasts are generally weak, low level, and have fewer breeds. That's why it's more cost-effective. In other words, you're planning to use the Tire Pact to sign a contract with the Pacific Beasts. I told you, this is an agreement, not a contract, the middle-aged woman emphasized. The middle-aged woman emphasized. Moreover, according to the weather satellite photo that has been released so far, the possibility of successfully reaching an agreement is too low. I don't even know how big this demonic beast is and how strong it is, so the success rate is very, very low. But you still have a glimmer of hope, right? Of course. If I can really summon such a beast, I won't have to fear anyone, even a country. Then you might have to hide on a small island in the Pacific Ocean for the rest of your life, because no country with a stable regime will allow you to exist. Moreover, the Pacific beasts can only fight in the deep sea. They can't provide any help on land or in shallow waters. Who said so? It's not a bad choice to smash people with it. Chapter 3167. Even Chun Zhao didn't know if she was just saying it out of anger. Summon him on to smash people? This idea was good. At least it was creative. Just as the three of them were chatting idly, the monk below suddenly shouted, "Found it! 200 kilometers to the left. The creatures in the ocean told me that there's a terrifying beast there." Everyone was very excited. Even Becky Lou Lisha in the cabin was alarmed. She hurried out of the cabin. I heard you found the giant beast? Becky Lou Leisha came to the monk and asked directly. Yes, I found it. The monk nodded. Great. Becky Lou Leisha was excited too. The ship moved forward at full speed, splitting the waves and riding the wind. Everyone's eyes and expressions were filled with eagerness. They were ready for a big battle. The middle-aged woman glanced at Chun, Zhao, and Gaia. You don't seem excited at all. There are so many giant beasts in the ocean, Chun Zhao said, unconcerned. Even a whale would be treated as a giant beast. So, it's hard to say if that bald head is the Pacific beast we're looking for. Plus, so what if we found it? Are you sure we're not here to give food to the beast? Gaia was also unconcerned. Then what are you here for? To watch the show? The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. She felt that Chun Zhao and Gaia had been very passive along the way. He treated himself as an outsider. Chun Zhao didn't know if the ship was equipped with rocket propellers. It was more than 200 kilometers, but they arrived in an hour. Anyway, Chun Zhao felt that the ship was flying. Stop, the monk shouted. It's nearby. The ocean-going ship stopped, but other than some waves on the surface of the sea, there was nothing unusual about the surrounding sea for the time being. Are you sure that the big guy is in this area? Becky Lou Leisha asked. I'm sure, the monk said with certainty. I communicated with the sea creatures nearby. They told me that the big guy has existed for a very, very long time. It's an extremely ancient existence. The others weren't too surprised by this answer. Such a huge creature couldn't have grown in a day. It must have existed for a very, very long time. Perhaps it was some kind of ancient prehistoric creature. Then how do we make it float? Becky Lou Leisha asked. She also knew very well that as long as the big guy hid at the bottom of the sea, no one could do anything to it. Although there were few people on the ship who were proficient in water magic or divine abilities. But in the end, they were not true water-type creatures. When fighting in the deep sea, the first thing they had to face was not the giant sea beasts, but the water pressure and lack of oxygen. Just then, a spiritualist with messy hair stood up. I can make that big guy float to the surface. If you can do it, this check is yours. Becky Lou Leisha was very generous at this time. You can give me the check in advance, the spiritualist said. Becky Larissa smiled and stuffed the check into the psychic's jacket pocket. The other spiritualists were a little jealous. However, this kind of work was too professional. Although they wanted to snatch the job, they did not have any professional skills. The spiritualist stood at the bow of the ship and raised his arms. His palms glowed with a strange multicolored light. The light was like a rainbow. It shot out from the spiritualist's palms and drew an arc in the air before landing on the sponge. After a few minutes, the sea began to churn. It's coming, the spiritualist reminded. Slowly, more and more fish began to jump from the surface. More and bigger. The entire ship was surrounded by those fish. They seemed to be attracted by something and kept jumping out of the sea. Some of the stronger fish even jumped onto the deck of the ship. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared below. Boom! A huge water column exploded less than 10 meters in front of the bow of the ocean-going ship. Along with the water pillar, a peerlessly terrifying figure also appeared. Everyone was shocked by the shocking appearance. So big. It was a black demon ray over 100 meters long. After it rushed out of the water, it flapped its wings and actually soared in the sky. Everyone was shocked. A 100-meter-long beast soared in the sky. It was hard not to look beautiful. Such a terrifying aura. God, this giant beast is a god beast. The middle-aged woman was also dumbfounded. She looked up at the black demon ray in the sky. Oh my God, is this the monster we're going to catch? Chun Zhao looked at the woman. Let's try your spell. What's it called again? Tire Holy Contract, right? The middle-aged woman didn't even want to try. Try my asterisk SS. It was impossible, okay? When she saw the photo of the weather satellite, she only felt that it was huge. Other than that, she didn't feel anything else. But when she actually faced it, she realized that it wasn't the same concept at all. This terrifying aura and pressure. If she dared to use the tire Holy Contract on this god beast, the spell would backfire at any moment. The tire Holy Contract resonated the summoner's spiritual power with the magical beasts. Only then could they form an alliance. But when facing such a ferocious magical beast, forming a contract would only result in the beast taking a few bites. And it would be a few bites of spiritual power. Seeing that the woman didn't move, Chun Zhao was a bit disappointed. He wanted to see what was so special about the tire holy contract. But the woman was scared. Chun Zhao lifted his head and looked at the black ray in the sky. He really didn't expect such a huge magical beast to be hiding in the sea. He didn't know how many terrifying magical beasts there were in the water all over the world. The black demon skate looked like a skate, but it was much bigger. Only its tail was different from a normal ray. It had a long, thin, and sharp stinger. Everyone's nerves were taut. They could feel the danger of the black ray in the sky. Suddenly, Gaia, who was standing beside Chun Zhao, felt a headache. His body swayed, and he almost lost his balance. Chun Zhao reached out to support her. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. My head just hurts." Just then, someone on the deck felt a headache too. Then a third, a fourth, a fifth. Even a middle-aged woman couldn't stand still. "Oh no, it's a spiritual attack." A spiritualist came to a realization. Connect our spiritual powers, or we'll all die. Connecting their spiritual powers meant that they knew what each other was thinking at the moment. But if they didn't, they would be attacked by the Black Ray. Chapter 3168. Becky Lou Leisha was panicking too. She watched as the spiritualists fell one by one in front of her. The remaining ones were barely hanging on. But looking at their bodies, they looked like they were on the verge of collapsing. She knew it was bad. In her panic, she suddenly saw Chun Zhao on the second deck, supporting Gaia with one hand. He didn't seem to be affected at all. Stunned, she looked at Chun Zhao, confused. Chun Zhao was looking up at the sky. The spike on the black demon ray's tail was actually a spiritual resonator. Chun Zhao hadn't heard of it before, but he knew how it worked in a moment. When it flew in the sky, its tail kept vibrating at a very high frequency. This spiritual resonance was similar to audio resonance. It made people confused. Of course, spiritual resonance was lethal, but not destructive. "You're Mr. Chun from the Supernatural Organization, right?" Becky Lou Leisha asked. Chun Zhao was stunned. He looked down at Becky Lou Leisha. Chun Zhao had always thought that he was invisible. He didn't expect Becky Lou Leisha to remember his background. "Mr. Chun, why aren't you affected?" "My magic system is special," Chun Zhao said calmly. "So I'm not affected. Then why am I fine?" "The big guy in the sky attacks with spiritual power. You can't even release your spiritual power, so of course it won't affect you. Plus, it doesn't matter if you're affected or not." "Then hurry up and think of something," Becky Lou Leisha shouted anxiously. Chun Zhao shook his head. "I can't fly." Gaia's head was about to explode, but she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "What do we do now?" Becky Lou Leisha turned to the monk and the others. The monk and the four spiritualists hadn't fallen yet, but they looked like they were struggling too. They looked like they were going to fall at any moment. "That big monk should have a solution," Chun Zhao said casually. The monk looked up at Chun Zhao. If they weren't facing a great enemy, he would want to fight Chun Zhao to the death. But he didn't have time to care about Chun Zhao now. The monk put his palms together and shouted, "Skunda subdues demons." Tyrant's entire body glowed with golden light as a towering radiance burst forth. In the next instant, Tyrant had already transformed into a 10-meter-tall Dharma idol. The Dharma idol unleashed a 10,000 Buddha seal at the black demonic skate in the sky. The black demonic ray screeched in pain and dove into the water, creating huge waves. Everyone came to their senses, although his head still hurt a little. However, the lethality of mental attacks was rather limited. As long as there was no mental damage, the victim would recover quickly. Everyone tensed up and prepared for the upcoming battle. Crash! The black demonic skate dashed out of the sea again and charged toward the ocean-going ship. "Fight! Fight!" Tyrant's Dharma form took the lead and leaped out, waving its fists and punching the lower jaw of the Black Devil Ray. Although the monk's Dharma form was only 10 zhang tall, it was still a far cry from the black demonic skate's 40 zhang tall. However, the monk's Dharma form was so powerful that it sent the Black Devil Ray flying backward with a single punch. At this moment, a light arrow pierced through the air. It hit the black demonic ray's abdomen. Another series of explosions followed. At the same time, chains appeared around the black demonic ray. Shwa! The chains wrapped around the black demonic ray. Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the black demonic ray. The middle-aged woman acted too. She summoned a dozen giant demon hounds that were more than 20 meters long. Compared to the black demonic ray, these giant demon hounds were like adults and babies. But in terms of ferocity, these giant demon hounds weren't any weaker than the black demonic ray. They leaped into the air, and the dozen demon hounds hung onto the black demonic ray's body. It's finally under control. The middle-aged woman heaved a long sigh of relief. Chun Zhao glanced at her and said, "That's a god-level magical beast." But didn't it already? Before the middle-aged woman could finish, the dozen demon hounds hanging onto the black demonic ray were suddenly sent flying. In the next instant, the chains that had been restraining it also shattered. Seeing that things weren't going well, the monk's Dharma form went up and received a series of punches. The black demonic ray's aura surged, and a terrifying pressure shattered the monk's Dharma form. The monk spat out a mouthful of blood. He was clearly injured. The others didn't feel good either. The black demonic ray was too powerful. Their previous attacks didn't hurt at all. Instead, it was completely enraged. A god-tier demonic beast was an existence that was close to the half-step Shanqing realm, or even higher. None of them had even reached the half-step Shanqing realm. They couldn't pose a threat to a god-level magical beast at all. Just then, Gaia attacked. Gaia transformed into her dragon form. Although Gaia was still in his dragon whelp form, Gaia's dragon whelp form had already reached 30 meters. Even though she was a baby dragon, she still had the dragon might. Gaia's dragon might couldn't threaten the black demonic ray, but at least she wouldn't be affected by the black demonic ray's power. Gaia's level was much lower than the black demonic ray's, but her speed was fast enough, and she was even more agile. She flew above the black demonic ray's head and grabbed onto its back with her 4 dragon claws. The black demonic ray's back was very slippery. Gaia had to dig her claws into its skin to lock onto it. Even so, Gaia couldn't hurt the black demonic ray at all. Gaia opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath at the black demonic ray's head. The black demonic ray felt pain again. It was a water magical beast after all. Gaia's dragon's breath was still quite lethal to it. The black demonic ray hurriedly dove into the sea. Gaia circled in the air. "Go! Leave this area immediately." Becky Lou Lisha called out. "Miss Lou Lisha, aren't we going to catch that beast?" "That's not my target," Becky Lou Lisha said. "Let's go." Everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, their target wasn't the black demonic ray. Gaia was still circling in the air on guard. The black demonic ray was being beaten up by everyone. Plus, Gaia was threatening it. It didn't come out anymore and hid in the sea. But everyone was depressed again. Did they find the wrong target? Then would they have fought for nothing? Gaia didn't return to the deck until the ship was dozens of kilometers away. She returned to her human form. Becky Lou Lisha came up and looked at Gaia in surprise. "Miss Gaia, you're so strong. What was that dragon transformation spell?" Chapter 3169. The dragon that Gaia had transformed into. It was a bit eye-catching, but none of the people present were weak. So, they didn't attract too much attention. Gaia had been able to chase away the black ray mostly because of her natural restraint. The black ray's pressure was ineffective against Gaia, but Gaia wouldn't fight it head-on. Her speed was also higher than the black ray. Plus, her dragon breath could damage the black ray. This made it seem like she was the best. In reality, it was mostly luck. Moreover, the black ray didn't plan to fight them to the death. Otherwise, the outcome would be hard to predict. Becky Lalisa was very friendly to Gaia. She pulled her over as if she wanted to have a long talk. Just then, Monk walked up to Chun Zhao. "You're also a member of our team. Why did you just watch and not do anything?" Facing Monk's question, Chun Zhao was indifferent. "I couldn't reach. Plus, I wasn't the only one who didn't do anything." Facing Chun Zhao, Monk felt an inexplicable anger. "What department are you in?" "Strengthening." Tyrant squinted his eyes. There was still doubt in his eyes. I don't want any hooligans in this team. Monk almost said Chen Zhao's name. Suddenly, Chen Zhao reached out and pinched Monk's forehead. Who are you calling a hooligan? Monk was shocked and furious. He didn't expect Chen Zhao to suddenly attack. He wanted to pull his head back, but Chen Zhao was too strong. He couldn't. Furious, he punched Chen Zhao's chest, but his fist almost broke. Chen Zhao didn't move at all. Who are you calling a hooligan? Let go, Monk yelled. Apologize, Chen Zhao said calmly. Sangarama's seal. Monk's palms glowed with golden light, and he slapped them toward Chen Zhao's chest. But Chen Zhao still didn't move. The strength of the hand that was pinching the monk's bald head increased by a few notches. Monk felt that his head might really explode. Are you just going to watch? Monk roared in anger. But the others didn't like Monk, even though he was the leader in name. But not everyone was convinced by him. Or rather, no one respected him. So, everyone watched Monk and Chen Zhao as if they were watching a show. No one came to dissuade him. Even Becky Lou Lisha was the same. Tyrant felt a splitting headache. Sir, we're on the same team. Are you going to kill me? Chen Zhao mentioned the monk. Yeah, if you can't even say sorry, you can go die. All right, sorry, I was wrong. The monk finally compromised. Suddenly, Chen Zhao pressed down hard. The monk fell to the ground, his head hitting the ground heavily. The metal deck of the ship rumbled under the impact. The monk was about to jump up when Chen Zhao suddenly stepped on the back of the monk's head. Remember, there are at least 10 people on this ship who can crush you to death. Before you lose your temper, you better think about whether you could defeat them or not. Stepping on the monk, Chen Zhao said, Do you really think you're the captain just because you got the title? Chen Zhao kicked the monk away. Tyrant was ashamed and indignant, but the surrounding people were looking at him with schadenfreude. At this moment, his authority on the ship was completely gone. However, this place wasn't like the land. Even if the monk wanted to retreat, there was no way for him to do so. So, he could only brace himself and stay. Just then, Becky Lou Lisha walked up to Chen Zhao. Mr. Chen, how about you be the captain? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't have the ability. Smiling, Chen Zhao rejected Becky Lou Lisha's suggestion. Becky Lou Lisha was also a bit angry. Chen Zhao had embarrassed the monk, and now he was blocking the hands-off manager. Wasn't this undermining him? Mr. Chen, everyone knows your ability. Being strong doesn't mean you have to be the captain. You don't just have to be strong. If that bald guy is the standard, at least 10 people on this ship can be the captain. Then why don't you pick one? Becky Lou Lisha asked. Chen Zhao was about to reject when he glanced at the middle-aged woman beside him. I think this lady is good. Becky Lou Lisha was a bit hesitant. After all, the middle-aged woman had been eliminated by the monk. She's a summoner, Chen Zhao said. She summons magical beasts. No one knows the habits of magical beasts better than her. Becky Lou Lisha looked at the middle-aged woman. Miss Familati, what do you think? If you don't object, I'm willing to be the captain. Then you'll be the captain, Becky Lou Lisha said. Becky Lou Lisha said, I also hope that the others can be a good match for Ms. Milati and not go against her. Becky Lou Lisha was also supporting Familati. She was the weakest in the group, but she had money. Most people obviously didn't come here for a vacation. They were here for her money. Everyone was waiting for her salary. As everyone's breadwinner, she had the absolute right to speak. Compared to the monk, everyone had a much better impression of Familati. There were also a few who were much stronger than Familati, but they had the same idea as Chen Zhao. They didn't even bother to fight for the captain position. To them, they wouldn't lose a cent of their commission even if they didn't become the captain. Ms. Becky, you said that the magical beast earlier wasn't the one you were looking for? Yes. Are you sure? The magical beast in the photo is more than 10 times bigger than a freighter, and the magical beast just now is only a little bigger than our ship, so I'm sure that it's not the magical beast I'm looking for. Everyone's expression changed. They were already exhausted from dealing with the previous magical beast. As for the bigger magical beasts that Becky Lou Lisha mentioned, could they really handle them? The size of a magical beast didn't necessarily represent its strength. But when the size of a magical beast reached a certain level, it would still determine its strength. especially when the size of the magical beast was as big as Becky Lou Leisha had described. It was so big that it was beyond their imagination. Did magical beasts of this size really exist? Even if it appeared before them, could they really deal with it? Don't worry, Becky Lou Leisha said. I have other preparations too. What preparations? Secrecy. Secrecy? You're afraid that we'll leak it? Also, even if we do we have to find a magical beast? Familati said unhappily. Becky Lou Leisha thought about it and realized that it made sense. Up there. Chapter 3170. Everyone looked at Becky Lou Leisha, confused. Above? What above? Satellites. Becky Lou Leisha said, smiling. Satellites? What about satellites? I know an organization. I'm familiar with their leader. He lent me a satellite. This satellite is a super weapon. You can think of it as a nuclear weapon that attacks from the sky. Everyone gasped. They might not understand high-tech weapons, but they could understand nuclear weapons. But nuclear weapons could still understand it. What organization is so strong? They actually have nuclear weapons. Chen Zhao was doubtful of Becky Lou Leisha's words. After all, with the 5 hooligans of the United Nations, would they allow others to have nuclear weapons? Huh. Becky Lou Leisha chuckled. She obviously knew what Chen Zhao meant. This organization only has 2 such satellite weapons, she said. Their orbits are both above the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. They don't enter the airspace of any sovereign country. Once they get within 300 kilometers of a sovereign country, the country has the right to shoot them down. Chen Zhao smiled. Even so, the organization's strength still left him dumbfounded. An organization with powerful weapons was beyond his understanding. But after hearing that Becky Lou Leisha planned to use the satellite weapons, Chen Zhao decided to change the plan. He didn't want Amon to show up. It was really dangerous. Even at Amon's current level, he probably couldn't handle a nuclear weapon. Plus, he didn't know what kind of attack it was. So, Chen Zhao didn't want Amon to take the risk. But with Becky Lou Leisha's guarantee, the mood of the people on the ship also relaxed. Chen Zhao sympathized with these naive kids. If they really had to use the satellite weapons, they would be the first to die. The lethality of this type of satellite weapon was certain. More importantly, they were mostly wide-range weapons. If they got hit at close range, the ship would be destroyed and the people would die. Chen Zhao didn't know what they were happy about. Chen Zhao glanced at them. It seemed like he had to change the plan. He had to have Amon show up in another way. As for finding Amon, what a joke. Amon was hiding on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. An ocean-going ship wouldn't be able to find Amon even after a year. Mr. Chun, thank you for speaking up for me during the day. Chen Zhao chuckled. I'm just being honest. Compared to that bald guy, I want you to be the captain more. I think you're more qualified. Familati also smiled. She knew that she couldn't be as carefree as Chen Zhao. Mr. Chun, you better be careful of Xianzhong. Xianzhong? Oh, you mean that bald guy? Chen Zhao froze for a moment and then immediately realized. Him? What's there to be careful about? I really don't think the guy would dare to do anything to me. I saw the tattoo on his neck. It's the symbol of the Shallow Water Bay Organization. Shallow Water Bay Organization? What organization was this? Is it a diving club? The Shallow Water Bay Organization is a very complicated supernatural organization. Their business scope is very wide. Bodyguards, assassins, exploration, grave robbing, kidnapping, and smuggling are all part of their business. Looks like I'm in big trouble. Chen Zhao scratched his head and said in distress. Familati looked at Chen Zhao. She couldn't tell why he was troubled. All right, looks like my worries were unnecessary. I still have to thank you for the reminder. Mr. Chun, what do you think about this operation? Nothing. So you don't have high hopes for this operation? Whatever you think. Chen Zhao finished the beer in his hand. I'm going to rest. Looking at Chen Zhao's back, Familati shook her head with a bitter smile. It was difficult to get anything out of this guy. She didn't know that Chen Zhao's idea was that he couldn't beat others in scheming, so he should keep his mouth shut. As long as he used his true thoughts to fool others, he could avoid other people's schemes. This was the method that Manet had taught him. It didn't matter if it worked or not. Anyway, Chen Zhao felt like he was an otherworldly master. Under the night sky, no one noticed Chun Zhao leave the cabin. Chun Zhao flew directly into the sky and kept flying higher. Chun Zhao wanted to see what the satellite weapon looked like. Chun Zhao flew until he was 200,000 meters in the sky and finally found the satellite weapon. It was Chun Zhao's first time seeing such a strange-looking satellite. Chun Zhao had seen many satellites, from low-altitude weather satellites to high-altitude signal satellites and spy satellites. Chun Zhao knew them all, but Chun Zhao really found this satellite strange. The 5 spheres were symmetrically divided into a circle and connected by metal. In the middle of the 5 spheres was an octahedron cone with 2 sharp ends. And on all 8 sides of the cone, there were cryptic red runes that were difficult to understand. It wasn't as high-tech as Chun Zhao thought. It was magic, or rather, a combination of technology and magic. The 5 orbs around it were also engraved with magic inscriptions. These runes were used to absorb cosmic rays. They were also stored in the magic device inside the spheres. When needed, the energy would be shot down through the octahedron cone. It was surprisingly interesting. Chun Zhao wondered if he should take the satellite home to study. After a long while, he gave up on the idea. Moreover, he had done something to this satellite. Only then did he leave, satisfied. When Chun Zhao landed on the deck, he thought that no one noticed him. But Farmalati stood on the deck and waited for Chun Zhao to land. Hey, what a coincidence. You don't look like you can't reach the enemy. Your flying solves most problems. Even if I can fly, it doesn't mean I'll jump onto a monster's head to fight. I think that's no different from asking for death. How did you find me? I thought my tracks were hidden enough. I placed some small magical beasts in the water and in the sky. They don't have much combat power, but they're very good at warning and hiding. Really? How come I didn't notice them at all? Chun Zhao was surprised. The magical beasts Farmalati mentioned were too hidden. He actually didn't notice them at all. It was fine if he didn't know before. Now he knew, but he still couldn't sense them. They can't be microbes, right? They're not microbes, but they're much smaller than what the naked eye can see. Chun Zhao was speechless. Farmalati was completely different from the summoning spiritualist Chun Zhao thought. After all, Chun Zhao didn't think microbes were part of the summoning list. Chapter 3171. If you spread these microorganisms out, it should be easy to find our target, right? It's not as simple as you make it out to be. It's already very difficult for me to spread them around our ship. Beyond 300 meters, these microorganisms will go out of control. They will either be blown away by the sea breeze or be poisoned to death in the sea. Chun Zhao pursed his lips. It seemed that he'd overestimated Farmalati's spell. The waves on the sea didn't stop. They seemed to be getting more and more violent in the past 2 days. Meanwhile, the ships searched aimlessly on the sea. Chun Zhao estimated that Becky Lu Lisha would return in disappointment soon. In the past few days, Xianzheng had been hiding in the cabin and wouldn't come out. Chun Zhao didn't know if he was scheming to take revenge on Chun Zhao, or if he was really too ashamed to face anyone. According to the Weather Center, the entire Pacific Ocean seemed to be in chaos these days. No, it started from a man-made storm that Chun Zhao had created. Chun Zhao's actions seemed to have broken some sort of balance in the Pacific Ocean. It could also be a trigger. Now that the spiritual tide was here, everything from living things to the natural environment was changing. Therefore, any changes were normal. That direction, there's an extremely huge magical beast there, Farmalati said, pointing southeast. Are you sure? Becky Lu Lisha looked at Farmalati suspiciously. You've pointed wrong a few times in the past few days. Ms. Becky, we don't know the exact size or appearance of the magical beast you're looking for. The only thing we know is that it's very big, Farmalati said calmly. Farmalati said calmly. That's why I can only look for it based on this characteristic. No one knows how many giant magical beasts are hiding under the sea. Becky Lu Lisha also knew that Farmalati was telling the truth. She could only suppress her impatience. Sorry, I misspoke. Becky Lu Lisha also knew that there was no good solution now. Even if the big guy she was looking for was unbelievably huge. Compared to the entire ocean, it was still insignificant. They were no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, they didn't have any coordinates. It was easy to imagine the efficiency of searching aimlessly like this. In the past few days, Familati had used her secret technique to find a few giant water-type magical beasts. But none of them were what they were looking for. To be honest, if he hadn't come out this time, Chun Zhao didn't know that there were so many terrifying things hidden under the surface of the Pacific Ocean. Even Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee that Amon was the biggest creature in the world. Perhaps there are even larger creatures lurking beneath the surface. Just then, a crew member ran over. Other than the spiritualists, some of the crew members were ordinary people. They were all Becky Lalice's men. Many of them were experts with combat strength. Although they couldn't be compared as spiritualists, they could be considered super warriors among ordinary people. "Boss, I'm afraid we can't go that way." "Why not?" Becky Lu Lisha asked with a frown. "A hot cyclone is forming 400 kilometers away in that direction. It is estimated that it will grow into a superstorm in the next 3 hours. The wind is estimated to exceed 300 kilometers per hour. Even if our ship gets close, it will be very dangerous. Ignore the storm, keep going." Becky Lu Lisha waved her hand. Chen Zhao was not far away. He really didn't know what Becky Lu Lisha was thinking. He was clearly a weakling, yet he still dared to risk his life and charge into the storm. On the ship, even a few powerful spiritualists didn't dare to be so reckless. If the ship really capsized, the first to die would definitely be Becky Lu Lisha. Of course, there were still many real men on the ship. They didn't care about the superstorm at all. After the ship traveled 200 kilometers, the sky was already dark. In the distance, a huge black pillar pierced through the sky. Even a spiritualist would gasp in amazement at such a scene. Wave after wave crashed against the ocean-going ship. The closer they got, the more the ship shook. At the moment, the ship was no different from a small boat. Apart from the general direction, the people on the ship couldn't resist this kind of natural disaster. Chen Zhao didn't mind it getting bigger. He even added something to the waves. After the storm, Becky Lu Lisha would probably feel despair and return home. "This doesn't make sense. Why is there such a huge wave?" the crew members exclaimed. They were facing a wave that was more than 30 meters tall. The overwhelming pressure made everyone feel like they were suffocating. The huge wave crashed over and the bow of the ship sank into the sea. It took a few seconds before it looked up again. "Damn it. Get ready, another wave is coming." There seemed to be something in the wave. Through the light emitted by the ocean-going ship, there was a huge thing hidden in the huge waves, faintly discernible. His eyes widened. He realized that there really was a magical beast in the wave. It was also shockingly huge. It wasn't any smaller than Amon. The beast's aura was so powerful that it made people's scalps go numb. It was even more powerful than Amon. It was a king of magical beasts. No, even among the few that Chen Zhao knew. Only the Dragon Emperor could reach this level. Becky Lu Lisha held onto the railing tightly against the strong wind and rain. Right now, Becky Lu Lisha was very excited. She yelled, "Found it, found it! Leviathan! I finally found it!" Leviathan? Demon king of hell? King of jealousy? No, wasn't she looking for Amon? Plus, this wasn't a demon's aura. Plus, if this big guy was really the king of jealousy, it could send everyone on the ship to heaven in minutes. Both the crew and the spiritualists on the ship felt their scalps go numb. The monster hiding in the wave had an aura that surpassed all the magical beasts they'd encountered before. Boom! The huge beast charged out of the wave, and the wave collapsed. The huge beast's body flew across the sky above the ship. Everyone's mouths were wide open in disbelief. Apart from the excited Becky Lu Lisha, everyone else felt their scalps go numb. It was unimaginably huge. Chen Zhao also felt suffocated. Of all the non-human beasts that Chen Zhao had fought before, only the king of winged serpents was bigger and stronger. The king of winged serpents was probably the king of winged serpents. However, the king of winged serpents was strengthened by the power of the world. However, the giant beast in front of him had completely relied on its own strength. This giant beast, called Leviathan by Becky Lu Lisha, was a super whale. Its huge mouth seemed to be able to swallow the world. Chen Zhao thought of a name, Kuan-Peng. Chapter 3172. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was a real rock, but this huge mouth was more than enough to swallow the entire ship. The beast leaped up, and its huge mouth enveloped the ship. Chen Zhao looked at Becky Lu Lisha. Was this crazy woman scared out of her wits? She was still excited, even when facing the beast. She wasn't scared at all. She didn't plan to activate the satellite weapon either. Chen Zhao's muscles tightened, ready to attack at any moment. Just then, Gaia suddenly pressed down on Chen Zhao's wrist. Chen Zhao looked at Gaia in shock. Gaia shook her head. Wait, the situation is a bit strange. Chen Zhao frowned. He didn't understand the current situation. Just as he was hesitating, the beast's huge mouth enveloped them. The next moment, a beam of light appeared before everyone. A petrel appeared before the ship. The petrel was tiny, but its body shone with light. The next moment, the ship that should have been in the beast's mouth seemed like nothing had happened. Everyone was at a loss. What had happened? Where is the beast? Where did it go? The petrel was very eye-catching. No matter how the storm attacked, it still flew forward. Just then, someone exclaimed. At this moment, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone looked in the direction the person pointed. Everyone looked in the direction the man was pointing. Or rather, a sunken ship. The sunken ship had its tail up and was covered in rust. The sunken ship had its tail pointing up and was covered in rust. But when they thought about it again, it wasn't right. This was the depths of the Pacific Ocean. The average depth was more than 500 meters. Even if an aircraft carrier was facing down, its boat wouldn't be able to rise out of the water. Even if the aircraft carrier was facing downward, its boat would not be able to rise out of the water. But as the ship continued forward, they discovered more sunken ships. However, as the ocean-going ship continued to move forward, they discovered more sunken ships. But as the ship continued forward, they discovered more sunken ships. However, after being eroded by the sea and time, those wooden shipwrecks had long since decayed. The ship had to slow down. The wind and waves seemed to have lessened. When the ship passed by, everyone on the ship felt a chill down their spines. They were all used to seeing strange powers and gods, and they themselves were inconceivable existences. But now, they felt that everything here was strange. It was like a graveyard for sunken ships. There were all kinds of ships. What was even more incredible was that there was a heavily damaged passenger plane in front of them. Judging from a model of the passenger plane, it should be from the 60s or 70s. Everyone's emotions were complicated. There was curiosity and fear. But only Becky Lu Lisha looked excited. Follow it. Don't slow down. Keep up with that petrel. Becky Lu Lisha ignored her surroundings. Everyone frowned at Becky Lu Lisha. Clearly, she had something that she hadn't told everyone. Moreover, her objective this time was not to capture the giant Pacific beast. Ms. Becky, can you explain the current situation? Familati looked at Becky Lu Lisha in dissatisfaction. Becky Lu Lisha glanced at Familati, showing some dissatisfaction on her face. As far as she was concerned, Familati and the others had been hired by her. In that case, he should listen to her completely instead of questioning her at this time. I don't need to explain to you, Becky Lu Lisha said arrogantly. You just need to follow my orders. Ms. Becky, you have to understand that the mission you told us beforehand is different from the actual mission. We have the right to refuse any of your orders. Why do you think I paid you so much? Becky Lu Lisha said coldly. It includes any problems you have to face, including deceiving you. You should be glad that you met such a generous employer like me. That's why you can get such a generous reward. Everyone felt uncomfortable with Becky Lu Lisha's words. But how many people could resist the charm of money? So what are we here for? To eliminate all enemies that try to stop me, Becky Lu Lisha said matter-of-factly. She didn't just mean external enemies, but internal enemies as well. Why do you have to lie to us? Can't you just tell us? No, Becky Lu Lisha replied firmly. So, your so-called plan to catch the Pacific giant beast was a lie? If you can really capture the giant Pacific beast, let alone 2 billion, I'm willing to pay even 20 billion. Familati and the others were speechless. Indeed, that thing was so huge that it made people's hair stand on end. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out how to capture that thing. Where exactly is this place? You don't even know where this is, Becky Lou Leisha said calmly. You just need to remember your job. Becky Lou Leisha's attitude made everyone very unhappy. But even though they were unhappy, no one jumped out to oppose her. There's an island. There's an island in front, a crew member exclaimed. Everyone looked forward. Indeed, in the wind and rain, they could vaguely see a huge shadow. Everyone looked at Becky Lou Leisha, hoping to get some information from her. Unfortunately, Becky Lou Leisha didn't plan to share any information at all. She only looked forward with bright eyes. Go to that island. But at this moment, the ocean-going ship suddenly shook. Everyone's expression didn't look too good, because it felt like the bottom of the ship had hit something. Boss, we hit a reef. There's a hole in the bottom of the ship. This was clearly bad news that couldn't get any worse. Put down the life raft. We'll go there on the life raft. Chen Zhao, who'd been watching from the side, frowned. He could feel that there were many creatures of various sizes hiding in the surrounding sunken ships. They were probably the culprits behind most of the sunken ships. Their ocean-going ship was big enough now. It could at least defend against most creatures. At least, those things would take a long time to sink the ship. But if everyone sat on the life raft, the priority would be reversed. In that case, the roles would be reversed, and it would be easy for those creatures to overturn the life raft. When everyone fell into the water, their advantage would be completely gone. But Becky Lou Leisha definitely wouldn't listen. Becky Lou Leisha was a very forceful person. Plus, Chen Zhao didn't plan on persuading her either. He was also very curious about the island ahead. If he wanted to know the answer, the island in that direction was the only answer. Chapter 3173. Just then, the petrel circled back to the front of the boat. Everyone watched in bewilderment, only to see Hai Yan's body turn and transform into a spirit body. It wasn't strange if it was a transformed spirit. Spirit bodies were incorporeal, and shape-shifting magic was not a profound spell for them. However, the spirit body that this petrel transformed into was actually 80% similar to Becky Lou Leisha. Everyone couldn't help but look at Becky Lou Leisha and then at the spirit. They kept comparing the two. Everyone was dazed. So Becky Lou Leisha wasn't a normal person. Or rather, she wasn't a real normal person. Then what's going on? Gaia asked in a low voice. Twin spirits, Chen Zhao said. What's that? Never heard of it. One soul and one body. That's what most people know, Chen Zhao said. But there's still a small chance that one body will give birth to two souls. The two come from the same source, but there's still a difference. For example, Becky Lou Leisha. She's just a normal person. As for the other soul, it's obvious that she's trained in magic. Chen Zhao could also feel that the spirit that looked similar to Becky Lou Leisha wasn't weak. Twin spirits were rare, but they weren't the only ones in the spiritual world. Everyone with some knowledge naturally guessed the relationship between Becky Lou Leisha and the spirit body. Becky Lou Leisha didn't plan on introducing her sister either. She urged the crew to prepare the kayaks quickly. There were plenty of kayaks on the boat. Everyone was arranged to form groups of 3. They headed toward the stormy island. As for the wind and waves on the sea, although the wind was strong and the waves were strong, most of the people were cultivators and had the ability to protect themselves. Only a few crew members were left on the boat. None of the spiritualists were left. They all followed Becky Lou Leisha to the island. Chen Zhao, Familati, and Becky Lou Leisha boarded a kayak. To be honest, the kayaks couldn't give people a sense of security in the stormy seas. Becky Lou Leisha was the most uncomfortable. At least Chen Zhao and Familati had enough power. But Becky Lou Leisha only had one twin spirit. If the twin spirits possessed Becky Lou Leisha, they would be able to unleash their full power. But now, the twins had turned into petrol and were standing on Becky Lou Leisha's shoulder. Right now, Becky Lou Leisha was just a normal person. She chose to share a kayak with Chen Zhao and Familati because Familati was the captain and her magical beast had great protection abilities. As for Chen Zhao, it was because her twin spirits couldn't see through him. Based on her understanding, Those that she couldn't see through were basically all very powerful. At least her guess that Chun Zhao was powerful was correct. Something's coming. Everyone be on guard. Familotti's strength might not be considered outstanding in the team. However, her senses were probably second to Chun Zhao's. Therefore, as soon as there was movement in the water, she immediately noticed it. Becky Lurisa, Chun Zhao, and Familotti's kayaks were in the middle of the other kayaks. Therefore, the surrounding kayaks were the first to be attacked by the underwater creatures. The first to attack was a group of sea wolves. Sea wolves were a group of sea wolves with wolf heads and fish bodies. They were more than a meter tall. They also moved in groups like wolves in the forest or grasslands. Individually, they weren't strong, but team battles were never measured by individual strength. Coupled with their ferocious nature, most land creatures would become their food when they entered the water. They also had powerful reproductive abilities. A sea wolf could lay tens of thousands of eggs, and the survival rate of the larvae was much higher than regular fish. Logically speaking, these characteristics could allow them to dominate the oceans of the world. However, they had a characteristic that prevented them from reproducing en masse. This was because they didn't like regular sea creatures. They only ate creatures with magic power and only attacked creatures with magic power. There were many magical beasts in the sea, but most of them were very powerful. Sea wolves couldn't afford to offend them at all. Among some sea magical beasts, they were just a dish on someone else's menu. But now, they were just the appetizer of the team. Their ferocious side didn't help them in the hands of the spiritualists in the team. Almost everyone had their own abilities. The weaker ones were more than enough to protect themselves. The stronger ones, or those with specialized restraining methods, could easily kill hundreds of sea wolves. At first, Familotti was very vigilant. After all, her current duty was to protect Becky Lou Leisha. But after a while, she realized that her focus was a complete waste of time, because there were no sea wolves approaching their kayak at all. But it wasn't because the people on the raft were watertight. After all, they could defend in the sea, but not in the water. The real reason why they were unscathed was that there were no sea wolves approaching them at all. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around them, and none of the sea wolves were able to enter this barrier. Familotti looked at Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, how did you make those sea wolves escape from our raft?" "This is a small trick." Chun Zhao didn't deny what he'd done. Familotti smiled. She did not think that this kind of ability would be so simple. Whether it was deterrence or magic, it was impressive enough to make the enemy unable to resist. "Mr. Chun, you should be the strongest in the team," Becky Lou Leisha said. "Ms. Becky, you overestimate me." "My twin wouldn't lie to me," Becky Lou Leisha said with certainty. "Neither you nor your twin know much about the spiritual world," Chun Zhao said with a shrug. Chun Zhao shrugged. "She probably can't even tell how strong I am." Fight, on the other hand, thinks that I'm the strongest because he can't. What's wrong with that? I can't tell because I'm good at disguising myself. It doesn't mean that I'm the strongest. You can easily defeat Xianzheng, but the others can't. Isn't that enough to prove your strength? I was able to defeat Xianzheng easily because our natures are similar. We are both enhancers. This leads to our battle style being very simple. Whoever is stronger and has better resistance will have the absolute chance of winning. Although you said that, I believe that your strength is still the strongest. Chapter 3174. The kayak Chun Zhao was on was calm. The kayaks that the others were on were having a hard time. The sea wolves were just the appetizer. Behind them, seaweed emerged from the sea surface. The seaweed was like a living creature wrapping around the kayak. It also swept toward the spiritualists. The seaweed also had suckers like octopus tentacles. It would stick to human skin if it touched it, making it hard to peel off. It could also inject powerful paralyzing toxins. Even two of the spiritualists had fallen for their tricks. Right now, they were lying on the kayak, unable to move. However, the seaweed wasn't much of a threat to most spiritualists. With everyone working together, they still made it through the seaweed's attack zone. But the next wave was 3 dragon crocodiles emerging from the sea. After a hard fight, the spiritualists finally killed 1 dragon crocodile. The 2 dragon crocodiles escaped. Only then did the group reach the island's coastline. But as soon as they reached the island, countless short humanoid creatures charged out of the forest. With sharp howls, they pounced at the group. Chen Zhao had heard of these things before. They were about the same size as underlings. They were called violent gnomes. Their habits were similar to underlings. They were both short and social creatures. However, they were completely different from underlings. The violent gnomes held wooden spikes or spears. Some carried wooden swords and shields. Although there were many tyrannical gnomes in groups, there were still many of them. But individually, they were too weak. Also, they were much easier to deal with than the sea wolves. So, the group easily killed almost half of the gnomes. The rest of the tyrannical gnomes scattered in confusion. Do a head count and treat the injured, Familati said. We'll rest here. Although no one was heavily injured, many had minor injuries that would affect their next move. Some people searched the bodies of the gnomes to see if there were any valuable loot. Unfortunately, the gnomes were so poor that they didn't leave anything valuable. After a short rest and recuperation, everyone had recovered their strength. They all looked at Becky Lulisha, waiting for her next order. Don't be in a hurry to leave. Rest here for a night and enter the island in the morning, Lulisha said. Everyone was a little surprised. In their impression, Becky Lulisha was a very impatient and aggressive woman. She actually gave the order to rest on the spot instead of entering the forest overnight. Of course, regarding this order of hers, everyone was very happy to accept it. After all, a few hours of intense mental tension and battles had already drained most of them of their energy. The ordinary crew members helped to set up the tents or prepare some food. Many people were able to relax and rest. Even Chen Zhao didn't like walking in a cold and wet environment in the wind and rain. Also, the island they were on was filled with some kind of divine power. Even Chen Zhao's senses couldn't probe too deeply, although it was not an easy journey. However, Becky Lulisha was a super rich person, so the things she prepared were of high quality. From tents to food, there was even a chef in charge of cooking among the crew. However, even if they wanted to rest, they might not be able to. Late at night, there were still things constantly harassing them. Fortunately, the attacks were not fierce, and the night watchmen could still deal with them. Everyone rested until morning and finally recovered a lot of energy. After a simple wash in the morning, everyone gathered and started moving. Even though it was already past 9 in the morning, the sky was still dark. The wind and rain didn't stop at all. Logically speaking, it was rare for a storm to last for such a long time on the sea. Because the air currents and ocean currents were very fluid, most of the wind and rain would be very strong, but they would only last for a short time. Chen Zhao was somewhat disappointed. Rushing in the rain wasn't a good choice. When they walked into the forest, many people in the team felt that there was something around them, including Chen Zhao. He also felt something around them, but he couldn't find what it was exactly. There was definitely something. After all, anyone who could sense it would have strong senses. It was more like intuition than perception. Chen Zhao found it unbelievable. What could escape his senses? He flipped it over and over again, carefully sensing it. But he still couldn't find what was following them. Suddenly, Chen Zhao's eyes widened. He thought a possibility. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Be careful! Be careful! These trees are alive. They're alive. They can move." As expected, Chen Zhao thought. That was what he guessed. It was almost impossible to hide from his senses, unless these things were actually within his sensing range. They were just things that he'd overlooked. Apart from the plants, there was nothing else around them. The spiritualist's cry confirmed Chen Zhao's guess. Just then, the ground started shaking. Everyone couldn't stand steadily. A not-so-tall tree in front of them suddenly rose from the ground. Only then did they realize that it was only a small sapling sticking out of the ground. At least compared to its entire body, the 10-meter-tall tree was only a small bean sprout. Everyone raised their heads and stared at the towering tree in disbelief. So big, so tall, everyone was ready for battle. The tree before them bent down. There were clear facial features on the top of the tree. While everyone was observing it, it was also observing them. Humans, there is an unimaginable horror ahead. Stop! This is the greatest mercy you can give yourself. Everyone stared at the tree in shock. It didn't show any hostility. Even Chun Zhao was surprised. He'd thought that this would be an unavoidable battle. But this giant tree didn't have any hostility or murderous intent. Perhaps Chun Zhao couldn't tell good from evil, but he could tell if it was hostile. Just then, Becky Lu Lisha walked up and said, "What if we must go forward? You'll stop us?" "My responsibility isn't to stop you. I'm just using my own emotions as the standard. I was once a little sapling planted by a human. Although that human only occupied a very small part of my life, it was the happiest time of my life. He taught me many things, such as kindness. I hope that you won't go to your deaths." Chapter 31:75. Chun Zhao looked at the tree spirit. "Then what's your job? Don't let the thing inside come out." "What's inside?" "Snake," the tree spirit said. Everyone looked at Chun Zhao with disdain. Clearly, they thought they had a comprehensive understanding of snakes and felt that they were experienced. "Sir, please move," Becky Lu Lisha said coolly. Lu Lisha said indifferently, "If you don't intend to forcefully stop us." The giant tree's dryad made way for its huge body, and all the plants along the way avoided it, directly forming a broad path. Everyone was dazed. Did he convince the tree's spirit so easily? They thought that even if they didn't attack, they'd have to drag it out for half a day. But that's it. You're not going to persuade it anymore. Everyone couldn't get used to such a direct result. Everyone walked past with doubtful gazes. At the same time, they were also somewhat vigilant. They were worried that it was a trap or some scheme. But there was nothing. When Chun Zhao passed by the tree spirit, he stopped. "Who do you work for?" Chun Zhao asked the tree spirit. "I work for a god, but I haven't received payment in a long time. If I want you to sell yourself, what price do I have to pay? You definitely don't have what I want. How about this?" Chun Zhao took out a bottle. It was filled with green liquid. The giant tree's dryad stretched out a thin branch and wrapped the green bottle around its branch. "Happy to serve you, my master." Everyone was stunned. They looked at Chun Zhao in surprise, and then at the tree spirit. No way. How could he get the tree spirit's loyalty so easily? It couldn't be a lie, right? At that moment, the giant tree's dryad pulled open its main trunk and revealed a tree hole. A green light flickered in the tree hole. The tree spirit dug around in its chest and took out a ball of green light. It gave Chun Zhao. "My master, please accept my life essence. This is the highest loyalty I can offer." Chun Zhao put away the tree spirit's life essence. Becky Lu Lisha looked at Chun Zhao in shock. "That works too." She was also tempted. She looked at the tree spirit. "Sir, do you accept a different boss? I can give you more benefits. Whatever he offered, I'll give you double." "Sorry, madam. Betrayal is not allowed." Chun Zhao chuckled at Becky Lu Lisha, who had lost. Becky Lu Lisha was somewhat unwilling. She looked at Chun Zhao again. "Give him to me. Name the price." "Sorry, you can't afford it." Lu Lisha could feel the malice and mockery in Chun Zhao's smile. It was as if he was mocking her for overestimating herself. Becky Lu Lisha turned around and left unhappily. Chuckling, Chun Zhao looked at Becky Lu Lisha's back. "Wait for me here," he said to the dryad. Chun Zhao really liked the giant treant. He had a close relative in his family, Forest Shepherd Eugenus. These plant-type supernatural creatures all had one thing in common, and that was peace. Even Eugenus from hell, even though he was Samuel's direct subordinate, Eugenus wasn't evil at all. "Master, it's very dangerous ahead." "I know." Smiling, Chun Zhao turned around and waved. Everyone in the team was clearly distancing themselves from him. From afar, Famarati gave Chun Zhao a look. She didn't say it, but Chun Zhao could roughly understand what she meant. Of course, Gaia was also being ostracized. Smiling bitterly, Gaia walked with Chun Zhao. "You ruined my chance to earn some extra money. Don't worry. Soon, you'll have a chance to earn extra money." "Why?" "Because I've roughly guessed where this is." "Where's this?" "The legendary Treasure Island, the place where the Pirate King plundered his entire life's treasures." Gaia's eyes brightened. "You mean the Pirate King's treasures are here?" "I don't know if they're treasures, but I know it's very dangerous here." Just then, Chun Zhao suddenly noticed a strange rock by the side of the road. Rather than a rock, It was more like a stone statue's head. Chun Zhao walked to the side and picked up the statue. It was a very delicately carved stone head. Chun Zhao tossed it in his hand. It was a bit heavy. Judging from the stump of the neck, it seemed to have been chopped off by a sharp weapon. However, the sharp weapon did not have enough strength, nor was it sharp enough. It only went less than an inch into the neck, but because of the force, the entire neck was shattered. Why did you pick this up? Is it a statue of a famous historical figure? Or is it very valuable? No, I think it's worthless. Is it a magic tool? Not really. Then why did you pick it up? Because it was originally a living human. Human? You mean a human who was petrified? Probably. Petrification probably doesn't last long, especially after the victim dies. The body will also turn back into flesh and blood. Looking at this head, it's at least 100 years old. What if it's the legendary Medusa? You're saying that the original owner of this head was petrified because he faced Medusa? If the information I have is true, the dangerous existence on this island is Medusa. Just then, the others also noticed some stone statues by the side of the road. These stone statues were very strange. They didn't look like ordinary art. They looked more like the expression of a panicked person. Most of them were like that. Chun Zhao and Gaia also found many stone statues by the side of the road, which confirmed their guess. Suddenly, there was a scream. Chun Zhao saw a spiritualist covering his neck. His neck had been pierced by a stone spear. Chun Zhao looked over and saw a group of violent gnomes in the forest. However, they were different from the gnomes that had attacked them last night. A portion of these tyrannical gnomes had petrified. Some only had small parts, such as their hands and feet, but some had extremely large areas of petrification. However, some tyrannical gnomes had a very large petrification area, almost more than 80% of their body surface area. They were also much stronger than the ones that had attacked them last night. They were more agile, ferocious, and dangerous. The gnomes from last night were like half-grown monkeys. But the weakest of the petrified gnomes attacking them now had the destructive power of an adult baboon. The gnomes swam in the grass or jumped on the treetops. In the blink of an eye, someone was injured again. Almost everyone in the team had missed the power of the petrified gnomes. Only then did they realize that the gnomes attacking them this time were completely different from the ones last night. Chapter 3176. The battle was intense. To be honest, the gnomes weren't that strong, but they didn't have no advantages at all. Their numbers were their biggest advantage. Secondly, they weren't afraid of death and were savage by nature. They were willing to pay any price, even if it was just to bite a spiritualist or stab an enemy with a stone spear. There was another important point. These stone tyrant gnomes had very high magic resistance. Low-level spells couldn't work on that all. The spiritualists here were all high-level. They had a bunch of mid-level and advanced spells. But using mid-level and advanced spells to kill the gnomes was impossible. It was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. It was purely a waste of mana. One or two would be fine, but the problem was that there were countless tyrannical stone gnomes. Even the high-level spiritualists couldn't maintain such a high mana output. So, casualties started appearing. Even Becky Lou Lisha couldn't guarantee her own safety. Only Chun Zhao and Gaia watched the show. Or rather, they were ostracized. They weren't attacked at all. Come and help. Becky Lou Lisha had no choice but to ask for help. But her attitude wasn't so peaceful. Sorry, I think we've been kicked out of the team. Are you ordering us or asking us? Chun Zhao smiled at Becky Lou Lisha. Do you think you can stay out of this? Becky Lou Lisha yelled, gritting her teeth. Chun Zhao shrugged with a smile. He took out a can of beer and handed it to Gaia. Want one? Gaia took the can. Snacks? Ms. Becky, you should think about your own situation first. You don't have to worry about our safety. Becky Lou Lisha was furious. Her pride wouldn't allow her to lower her head to Chun Zhao. Do your best, and I'll pay you more. Becky Lou Lisha said hatefully. Money was often the best thing to stimulate a human's potential. As expected, Becky Lou Lisha's words ignited everyone's fighting spirit. The spiritualists didn't hold back anymore. They all used their best skills. The situation, which was originally at a slight disadvantage, was instantly reversed. After fighting for half an hour, everyone used up 70% to 80% of their mana. They finally chased the gnomes away. Fortunately, the gnomes weren't really unafraid of death. Otherwise, they would really suffer. However, Becky Lou Lisha obviously could not accept this result. She stared furiously at Chun Zhao and Gaia. Capture them for me. Lu Lisha was furious at the moment. Although they had just gone through a huge battle, her side still had the absolute advantage. They had the advantage in numbers. Therefore, she was not worried about any accidents at all. But an accident really did happen. A spiritualist in his 70s stood up. "Sorry, I'm not your fighter," the spiritualist said. "I reject your request." Chun Zhao remembered that this spiritualist was called Old Ankh. But along the way, Chun Zhao didn't interact with this Old Ankh at all. The two of them were basically strangers. But Chun Zhao did not expect Old Ankh to speak up for him now. Chun Zhao looked at Old Ankh in surprise. Old Ankh looked at Chun Zhao from afar and nodded slightly. "This old man knows me?" Becky Lou Lisha and most people didn't expect this. There was actually someone here who was openly disagreeing with her. Who else disagrees with me? Becky Lou Lisha could no longer contain her anger. Everyone could even feel that Becky Lou Lisha was going to kick Old Ankh out of the team. Normally, no one would choose to continue disagreeing with Becky Lou Lisha. But two more people came out. One was Familati, and the other was also a passerby. They didn't talk to Chun Zhao at all. However, they were together with Old Ankh. "Miss Becky, I think you're really mistaken," Familati said calmly. "We accepted your employment, but that doesn't mean we're your fighters." Becky Lou Lisha's face was green with anger. She really didn't expect so many people to disagree with her and the team. Moreover, this kind of dissenting behavior had already threatened her authority in the team. "Anyone else?" Becky Lou Lisha asked in a low voice. The others didn't want to disagree with Becky Lou Lisha, but they didn't want to fight either. Becky Lou Lisha was like an enraged lioness. She looked at Chun Zhao with fury in her eyes. "Let's go." Becky Lou Lisha finally suppressed her anger. She chose to compromise and endure for now. The others were surprised that the aggressive Becky Lou Lisha would choose to endure and retreat. The three people who disagreed with Becky Lou Lisha walked up to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao looked at Old Ankh and another spiritualist. Narrowing his eyes, Chun Zhao said, "Old Ankh, you recognize me?" The other spiritualist also looked at Old Ankh with a confused expression. He'd made this choice because he was familiar with Old Ankh. Just now, Old Ankh had secretly sent him a message, telling him to believe in his choice. But why would Old Ankh make this choice? Even he didn't know. So, he also wanted an answer. Old Ankh lowered his head and said, "I just came back from the 100 Ku Islands a month ago. I'm also one of the participants in the World Supernatural Competition, although I didn't get a good ranking." Chun Zhao realized that Old Ankh had probably seen him in the 100 Ku Islands. Familati was even more surprised. If Old Ankh could participate in the World Supernatural Competition, he should be one of the top ones. So why did he choose to go against Becky Lou Lisha? For justice? Stop joking. Old Ankh wasn't like that. Familati knew Old Ankh. Old Ankh was a greedy old man with no bottom line. Why would someone like him stand up against Becky Lou Lisha in that situation? Unless there were benefits, or he knew Chun Zhao and felt that working with Becky Lou Lisha against Chun Zhao wouldn't give him an advantage. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't make such a choice. "I see." Chun Zhao nodded and didn't continue asking. Old Ankh's companion and Familati were even more confused. Was it because Chun Zhao was also a participant? Moreover, he was one of those contestants who ranked very well. So Old Ankh knew Chun Zhao and knew that he was strong? That was possible. If you're kicked out of the team by that rich lady, you won't be able to get your reward. Don't you think it's a pity? Old Ankh chuckled. "Get my reward? Then I have to be alive to get it." Others might not know, but he knew how terrifying Chun Zhao was. It wasn't worth risking his life for that bit of reward. Chapter 3177. Ankh had seen the chaos in the Baiku Islands. In that chaos, he and a few other contestants had fought against a magical beast with great difficulty. In that battle, two contestants who were much stronger than him had died tragically in the mouth of the magical beast. If there were no accidents, he and the other contestants would have become ghosts in the mouth of the magical beast. Just as they were in despair, Chun Zhao appeared. No, he didn't appear. He just passed by. It was just a glimpse, but it left a deep impression on Ankh. The existence that he and the other contestants felt despair was just trash that Chun Zhao could casually toss away. It only took a second. Chun Zhao casually attacked, and a magical beast turned into a pile of mud. That battle had left a deep impression on him. Of course, the one that left the deepest impression was still Chun Zhao's casual attack. On the first day, Ankh had recognized Chun Zhao. He had wanted to get close to Chun Zhao, but considering that Chun Zhao had hidden his identity and strength, he definitely didn't want others to know. If he were to expose himself rashly, who knew if Chun Zhao would take it out on him? So, Ankh had been pretending not to know Chun Zhao these few days. He didn't even pay attention to Chun Zhao, let alone communicate. On the side, Ankh's friend, Robert, was confused. Mr. Chun, I really want the reward, but I want my life even more. Very smart choice. What about now? Do you want to continue? Or leave? Leave how? Chun Zhao could tear open a spatial crack, but he hadn't recorded the spatial coordinates of this place yet. He needed some time. This wasn't Earth. It was another world. After all, if Treasure Island was on Earth, it wouldn't have remained mysterious for hundreds of years. After all, humans had already conquered the polar regions. No matter how mysterious Treasure Island was, it couldn't remain hidden forever. Then stay here for now, Chun Zhao said. I'll leave after I figure out the secrets of this place. Before that, you guys can act on your own. Familati didn't know Chun Zhao's identity, so he immediately said after hearing Chun Zhao's words, Mr. Chun, didn't you see the situation just now? This island is full of danger. It's better for us to team up. It's better for everyone. I suggest that you rest here, Chun Zhao said. This is the best and safest choice. Familati hesitated. He looked at Chun Zhao. What about you? I'm not afraid of death. Familati stared at Chun Zhao, speechlessly. Mr. Chun, do you know where this is? If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary Treasure Island. Familati, old Ankh, and Robert were stunned. In the next instant, the expressions in their eyes changed. Treasure Island. The legendary Treasure Island. Huh. Greed is very dangerous. Chun Zhao chuckled at the three. Mr. Chun, are you stopping us from exploring this island? Why should I stop you? I'm only telling you about the danger and giving you my advice. As for whether you accept it or not, that's your business. If you find the treasure, that's your own ability. Of course, I'll also use my own methods to find the treasure. No one could turn a blind eye to the treasures on the island. Even Chun Zhao couldn't do it, even though Chun Zhao already had enough money. But he was still very curious about the treasure on the island. It seemed that the legendary treasure really had endless charm. Mr. Chun, you knew from the start that Ms. Becky's target was the island? No, I found out after coming here. I've been searching for the island for a while now, so I have some information about it. I just couldn't find the way. I didn't expect Becky Lou Lisha to have a way to enter the island. Chun Zhao glanced at the three. Oh, right. This island isn't the real treasure island. I heard that there are a total of 7 islands. We're only on the first one. If we want to go to the next island, we need to find the key on this island first. Everyone's eyes hardened, and they looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. Logically, Chun Zhao shouldn't reveal such secret information. Keeping the secret alone would definitely give him the greatest benefits. But Chun Zhao chose to say it in front of everyone. They didn't understand Chun Zhao's intentions. Don't think too much. If you're really interested in exploring all 7 islands, the chances will be higher with more people. If it's just comparing strength, I don't think we need to be afraid of our competitors. But this isn't a game that only looks at strength. In other words, if any one of us gets the key to the next island, we have to share it. Of course. Do you want to keep the treasure for yourself? Or do you want to go back? Find Ms. Becky? Old Ankh thought for a moment and said, I agree, but I need a guarantee. If we really find the treasure, we can get our share and we won't be killed by you. Familati and Robert both looked at old Ankh in shock. Was the old man so afraid of this man? I'm already standing on Treasure Island. If I want to keep it for myself, I can kill all of you right now and won't leave any competitors. I can completely decipher it by myself. If you and Ms. Becky are still alive, it means that I'm playing according to the rules that everyone agrees on. Of course, the others won't break the rules. Smiling, Chun Zhao said, as for the rest, no one can provide an absolute guarantee. Even if you sign a magic contract with me now, it's just a piece of paper to me. Any curse is meaningless to me. Old Ankh thought about it. It seemed to make sense. Chun Zhao was so powerful. He wanted to use a magic contract to restrict Chun Zhao. That was a pipe dream. Even the most vicious magic contract would devour the violator. But if Chun Zhao had this magic contract, no one knew who would eat who. I accept your explanation, Old Ankh said calmly. Then let's talk about the distribution of the treasure, Chun Zhao said. You can each get 1/10. The rest is mine. Robert was displeased. This distribution isn't reasonable. I can guarantee that you'll be absolutely safe within my sight and senses, Chun Zhao said. If you can give up on this guarantee, then you can get 1/5. If any of you give up on this guarantee and are confident that you can find the final treasure without my protection, I can give you 1/5 of the treasure. Okay, Robert, is your life more important or money? Old Ankh interrupted him. Chapter 3178. Robert was almost pulled away by Old Ankh. Old Ankh, what's wrong with you? What right did he have to let the other party monopolize 6%? We only get 1% each. This isn't fair. I can't accept it. What if we can't beat him, even if we work together? Old Ankh asked, looking at Robert. Then we'll work together with Becky Lou Leisha and the others. What if we can't beat him, even if we work together with Becky Lou Leisha and the others? He's that strong? Old Ankh nodded seriously. Robert's eyes flashed. Even so, he won't want both sides to suffer, right? Both sides suffer? What if he can easily kill all of us with one hand? We won't even have a chance to fight back. Not even the slightest chance. Is he also a participant in the World Supernatural Competition? No, he's the judge, Old Ankh said. Old Ankh said. In the chaotic battle of the demonic beasts in the 100 Treasury Archipelago, he easily killed a terrifying demonic beast in an instant. Before that, I and a few other spiritualists who were not weak almost wiped out that demonic beast. Robert stopped talking. He hadn't participated in the World Supernatural Competition before, but his social circle wasn't small. He naturally knew the standards of the World Supernatural Competition. Those who could become the judges of the World Supernatural Competition, all of them were among the top in the world of supernatural beings. So, Robert understood Old Ankh's concern. If Chun Zhao wanted to kill them all, he could do it in a matter of minutes. There was no need to doubt. Zhang Tianyi would understand after thinking about it. Both openly and secretly, Zhang Tianyi had saved the world no less than 5 times. Chun Zhao, who was also at the top, would not be weak either. Boss, there's a cave ahead. Then go in and take a look, Becky Lou Leisha said, dissatisfied. Then come back and report. Ever since Chun Zhao and the others' betrayal, she'd been in a bad mood. No matter who it was an extremely bad attitude. However, the person who came back to report had a troubled expression. Becky Lou Leisha frowned. If you have something to say, just say it. I don't dare to go in. What did you find? There are many stone statues outside the cave. And then? I suspect that they were originally living creatures, but they were petrified and turned into statues. Petrification? Was there no way to resist? Your magic power is so strong that even if you're petrified, you should be able to use your magic power to resolve it. There was more than one type of petrification magic. At least Becky Lou Leisha knew of 3 to 4 types. Most petrification spells could be broken. Some petrification spells created a layer of rock on the skin of the caster. This kind of petrification magic was the most basic magic and also the easiest to break. This layer of rock could be completely destroyed by physical means. There is also a more advanced petrification spell that petrified flesh and blood. And this petrification magic was directly used on the body. Therefore, one's own magic resistance and the strength of one's magic power determined the effectiveness of petrification. If he didn't have enough mana, the petrification spell would continue to spread until he was completely petrified. If he had enough mana, he could easily dispel the petrification magic. The spiritualist still had a troubled and worried look on his face. I realized that a few of the statues are spiritualists. One of them might be the French court magician Neo Randall, who disappeared 200 years ago. The spiritualist was worried that if his guess was correct, then if even Master Neo Randall couldn't resist the petrification spell, how could he resist it? There were also many spiritualists here. Judging from the clothes on the statues, they were clearly from the same group as Neo Randall. They must have been petrified at the same time. He really couldn't imagine who could petrify so many spiritualists, including Neo Randall, so easily. So, Becky Lou Leisha asked him to enter the cave alone. To him, this was no different from suicide. Becky Lou Leisha was even more dissatisfied. She felt that apart from the few traitors, the rest were all useless. This made her even more dissatisfied with Chun Zhao. Becky Lou Leisha stared at the spiritualist with a dark expression. What are you trying to say? There's something very terrifying on this island with a powerful petrification spell. Are you scared? Becky Lou Leisha asked. Shouldn't I be scared? Why do you think I'm paying you such a high price? The spiritualist sneered. Boss, taking a risk and risking your life are two different things. Plus, you cheated us beforehand, so stop emphasizing your high pay. Becky Lou Leisha was about to explode in anger. After a few breaths, she forcefully suppressed her anger. Which direction is the cave you mentioned? That way. Tell the others to go there immediately. It was noon. Everyone was resting and preparing lunch. But because of Becky Lou Leisha's mood, their lunch break was cut short. Everyone knew what was going on, but no one dared to provoke Becky Lou Leisha. They brought food and ate along the way. However, the team did not walk for long before they saw a scene that made them lose their appetite. Dozens of stone statues appeared before them, all vivid and lifelike. These stone statues were all panic-stricken and panic-stricken. Most were running away. A few were facing the front. Perhaps they were preparing to fight, or they couldn't react fast enough to escape. And the direction they were facing was the gloomy cave in front of them. Becky Lou Leisha glanced at them. Most of them looked worried or fearful. Clearly, they all knew that these statues were living people who had been petrified. There was a huge difference between petrified statues and real ones. They were all spiritualists, so it wasn't hard to notice the difference. Becky Lou Leisha knew that it would be too dangerous to let people enter the cave. Let's not talk about whether or not anyone would be willing. Even if someone was willing, it would be easy to lose manpower. Becky Lou Leisha really needed people now, so she didn't want to waste them here. She still had to avoid the necessary risks. Who can use long-range attacks and powerful spells to blast into the cave? Becky Lou Leisha felt that even if they had to fight, they shouldn't do it in the dark and narrow cave. It was safer to fight in the open space outside the cave. And before that, they could also make some preparations and arrangements in advance. Chapter 3179. 3 spiritualists stood out. They were all good at long-range attacks. One was an elementalist, one was a lightning wielder, and the last was a mad warrior. The first two were easy to understand. Elementalists were more common, while lightning wielder was a spiritualist that controlled lightning. They also had their own magic system, similar to elementalists. The mad warriors were special. They had the opposite system of reinforcement. The power of reinforcement came from the body. Most of them didn't have much magic power. Even Chun Zhao, who was unparalleled in the world in terms of level, wasn't the most outstanding among all the top spiritualists. The mad warriors were different. They all had enormous magic power. At least, they had much more magic power than spiritualists of other systems of the same level. However, the mad warriors couldn't learn most magic systems, so they created their own. That was to use a huge amount of mana to directly create mana bombs and release them in various forms to cause extremely terrifying damage. The others set up traps outside the cave. 10 minutes later, they were done. The 3 spiritualists in charge of attacking were also in position. Begin. Under Becky Lou Leisha's command, the 3 spiritualists immediately used their best spells, aiming at the cave and releasing colorful magical radiances. The dark cave was also illuminated by the magic radiance. In the flashing light, everyone could vaguely see a huge silhouette. The three didn't stop attacking. Instead, it became more violent. Under the intense attacks, the huge silhouette didn't move at all. Suddenly, in the flashing light, the huge silhouette opened its eyes. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Everyone tensed up. There's something. It's coming out. Whoosh! The huge thing in the cave rushed out with a roar. So fast, so big, everyone's pupils constricted. They were just about to make a move, but in the next instant, an aura that was like the roar of mountains and the roar of a tsunami followed. The aura was almost tangible. First, it came from the three spiritualists in front. They were sent flying by the aura. It was as if they'd run into a truck. The people beside them were slightly better. Yes, just a little better. They weren't sent flying, but they almost couldn't stand against the level 24 wind. Some people even hugged the trees beside them so that they wouldn't be blown away. As for the traps they'd set up earlier, it seemed meaningless at this moment. That was because that huge thing had no intention of stopping to fight with them. Instead, he charged headfirst into the forest. What they thought was an unusual battle had ended with the escape of the giant creature. Everyone was dumbfounded. What had happened? Where am I? What am I doing? Old Ankh and Robert were currently fighting a group of tyrannical gnomes. It was different from the group of petrified, tyrannical gnomes he met in the morning. This group of tyrannical gnomes was just an ordinary race, and their numbers were not large. And it wasn't the tyrannical gnomes that attacked them. Instead, they attacked the tyrannical gnome. This group of tyrannical gnomes was much weaker, and they were not as fearless as before. Without that fierceness, the tyrannical gnome was much less of a threat. Furthermore, this was their habitat. Old Ankh and Robert skillfully lit up their thatched huts and nests. Create as much chaos as possible. Don't think this behavior is cruel. In fact, the two of them had also discovered the skeletons of many people in the habitat of the tyrannical gnomes. It was easy to imagine what they had experienced when they were alive. When two humanoid races met, most of the time, it would start with a massacre. Either they killed each other or they killed each other. Ignoring humans, the tyrannical gnomes also had a certain level of intelligence. Although they were bloodthirsty, this was actually the law of survival in nature. It was impossible to judge them by human standards. Of course, they would not use human standards to judge others. The most effective way was to return a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. This method was very barbaric, but it was also very effective. As long as this group of tyrannical gnomes failed to organize an effective counterattack, then Old Ankh and Robert could kill and plunder without any scruples. Of course, they did not come here out of boredom to destroy and plunder. They discovered that the tyrannical gnome's habitat had a bloodstained rock. It was a rare and priceless magic raw material. That was why he wanted to take the money for himself. Just as the two sides were in a heated battle, another large wave of tyrannical gnomes charged at them. Old Ankh, why are there so many of them? They don't seem to be the same race. Old Ankh said. Strange. Are they trying to take advantage of the situation? Old Ankh and Robert looked at the large wave of tyrannical gnomes charging at them. They don't look like they're here to take advantage of the situation. They look like they're running for their lives. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past them, bringing with it sand and dust. They saw something rapidly approaching them from behind the group of tyrannical gnomes. And that thing was extremely fast, causing the ground to tremble. I hope my guess is wrong. I don't think it's the time to verify it. Should we run as well? Let's run. The two abandoned the battlefield, turned around, and ran in the opposite direction. And that thing was still approaching them at an even faster speed. At the same time, they could already sense a terrifying aura. It was an aura that made one's hair stand on end. The two shuddered. How terrifying! What is this thing? Suddenly, that thing accelerated, and a huge half-human, half-snake creature rushed out of the churning dust. It was a woman, half-human, half-snake. Her upper body was naked, and her lower body was like a python. Of course, this woman's facial features weren't beautiful. It could even be said to be ferocious and ugly. There were countless snakes coiling around her head. She wasn't crawling on the ground, but flying close to the ground at a low altitude. Medusa. That thing is Medusa? They thought that Medusa should be about the same size as them. But this half-human, half-snake monster in front of them was a giant creature that was more than 50 meters long. Medusa didn't pay attention to the two of them and flew over their heads. But this didn't mean that they were safe. This was because they realized that everything in the area behind them was being petrified. The two of them sucked in a breath of cold air and ran forward with all their might. If they were touched by the dust, they would probably be petrified as well. At that moment, there was a loud sound in front of them. The loud sound resounded throughout the entire island. Then, they saw Medusa return. No, it should be said that she flew back. Chapter 3180. Medusa's huge body crashed down in front of them. However, her head was already gone. Her huge body lay motionless on ground. Only her tail seemed to have some life left. It wriggled a few times. Their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. What happened? What had defeated this legendary monster in an instant? Just then, Chun Zhao and Gaia walked in from the forest. When he saw Ankh and Robert, Chun Zhao was a bit surprised, but he didn't say anything. When Ankh and Robert saw Chun Zhao and Gaia, they had too many questions to ask. Mr. Chun, wait. We'll talk after I'm done. Chun Zhao walked to Medusa's corpse. The dark lava seeped into it. Ankh and Robert watched Chun Zhao's actions. After the dark magma seeped into the Medusa's corpse, golden blood began to be squeezed out of the corpse. Chun Zhao took out a container and stored the golden blood. Done. Chun Zhao put away the container. Looks like this guy was a god in the past too, but not pure. Chun Zhao glanced at Robert and Ankh. The rest is yours. I took the god blood, but she still has many good things on her. If you're not afraid of trouble, you can take all her flesh and blood. Robert and Ankh looked at Medusa's corpse and then at Chun Zhao. Was Chun Zhao the one who killed the legendary monster? It seemed like it. However, in just an instant, Medusa was beaten to death. Wasn't this efficiency a little too fast? Their hearts pounded, but old Ankh had seen Chun Zhao fight before. He was shocked, but not unable to accept it. However, the target was a legendary existence after all. The most famous monster in Olympian mythology, Medusa. Also, Medusa's aura when she appeared was indeed extraordinary. It was obvious that she wasn't weak, but it ended so hastily. They really didn't expect this. They couldn't accept it. But they looked at the huge Medusa's corpse. They didn't have the hobby of collecting corpses. It's not easy to find the corpse of a fallen god, Gaia reminded them. She didn't need it. If she did, she could get something better from Chun Zhao. However, it did not mean that she did not know the value of this corpse. Even though Chun Zhao had already taken the most precious god's blood, deities, Robert, and old Ankh exchanged looks. Medusa is considered a god. Mr. Chun, is Medusa a god? Yes, but he's a fallen god. Chun Zhao had learned about the divisions of deities from Ares. Medusa belonged to the category of fallen deities. Depravity was not a change in mentality. Instead, it was the change in power. Medusa had a divine soul, a divine kingdom, and divine power, but she did not have divinity. Divinity was something used to understand one's own power. For example, Blood Mary of the 23rd generation had no divinity. However, it wasn't that she couldn't have it. It was because she was a newborn young god. Divinity needed to grow slowly. As she understood and mastered her own power, she would gradually gain divinity. Medusa's divinity was taken away, which made it impossible for her to use her divine power. However, in order to use her power, she used another method to control her divine power. This was flesh sacrifice. She used other people's flesh to activate her divine power. However, this kind of sacrifice would twist and mutate her divine power. No one knew what kind of power it would turn into. This was also why Medusa had such a powerful petrifying ability. This wasn't an ordinary petrifying spell. It was a new power she obtained after twisting her divine power. This was the so-called fallen deity. Medusa was the youngest of the three Gorgon sisters. She was called the goddess of domination. Chen Zhao did not know what Medusa's original divine right was. However, after depravity, her divine right was twisted and she became petrified. Robert, an old Ankh, did not know what a fallen deity was. However, anything with the word deity wouldn't be ordinary. The corpse of a deity, it was definitely priceless. But how should he deal with such a huge corpse? Also, what was valuable and what wasn't? After obtaining the god's blood, Chen Zhao turned and left. Robert did not dare to underestimate Chen Zhao anymore. After all, a legendary monster like this could be killed in a second before Chen Zhao. Now, he completely believed old Ankh's words. If he wanted to, he could really kill everyone. Where did that monster go? Don't care where she went. Let's go in now, Becky Lou Lisha urged. Becky Lou Lisha urged. Move faster. We have to leave before that monster comes back. Becky Lou Lisha knew that this place was dangerous. That half-human, half-snake monster was especially terrifying. If they really fought against that monster, even if they were well prepared, they would still suffer heavy losses. It was even possible that the entire army would be wiped out. Everyone knew that time was tight, so they hurried into the cave. The cave was quite deep. It was about a few hundred meters into the mountain. They did not encounter any danger along the way. However, there were countless snake corpses. There were large and small snakes. There were no wounds on the corpses. It looked like he had died suddenly and in an extremely short period of time. Judging from the snake corpses, they seemed to have died not long ago. No one could tell how the snakes had died. They could only give up for now. In the dark environment, their nerves tightened even more. There's light up ahead, someone shouted. Becky Lou Lisha also saw a faint red light in front of them. Everyone sped up and saw a stone platform in the depths of the dark cave. There was a glowing red pearl on the platform. Found it. Becky Lou Lisha sped up even more. She could not suppress the joy on her face. It seemed that her goal was this red pearl. Boss, what is this? Becky Lou Lisha did not answer their questions. She hurried to the red pearl. Eagerly, she reached out her hands and grabbed the football-sized red pearl. Becky Lou Lisha's twin sister's magic began to seep into the red pearl. The red pearl's light became even more demonic. No one knew what Becky Lou Lisha wanted to do, but Becky Lou Lisha didn't say anything. They could only wait at the side. Just then, someone said, Boss, if you need this pearl, you can take it away. It's not safe here. Chapter 3181. Take him away. Becky Lou Lisha looked back at everyone. This thing isn't something you can take away just because you want to. You can come and try. Naturally, the crowd did not believe it, so they all came up to try. However, be it brute force or magic, he couldn't move the red pearl at all. The red pearl seemed to be stuck to the stone table. They couldn't even destroy it. Boss, what is this thing? Magic tools? I don't know what it is either, Becky Lou Lisha said, but it can control the entire island. Everyone was bewildered. Controlling the entire island? If he could control the entire island, it would be a divine artifact through and through. Becky Lalisa had a smile on her face. Of course, she knew what everyone was thinking. But now, she was the first person to master the red orb. It was impossible for anyone else to gain control of the island. If he wanted to regain control of the island, he would have to kill her. However, most of these people obeyed her. Moreover, everyone's hearts were not united, which gave her absolute authority. Back then, when she was looking for these people, she had deliberately put together such a team. It was to prevent them from getting to know each other and then joining forces to exclude him. The others tried secretly, but just as Becky Lalisa had planned, they got nothing. Boss, to what extent can you control it? If I have enough mana, the entire island will be like my limbs. If I have enough mana, the life and death of any creature on the island will be in my hands. Of course, even now, as long as it's in front of me, I have the ability to decide its life and death. Becky Lou Lisha looked at everyone, and everyone shuddered. Becky Lou Lisha's words were obviously a warning to them. Do not have any disloyalty to her. Becky Lou Lisha knew very well that money alone was not enough to make these spiritualists work for her wholeheartedly. She needed a bigger guarantee until she gained control of the island. Her authority had never been enough. There were too many troublemakers in the team, except for Chun Zhao's few who had left the team. There were also quite a few troublemakers. Along the way, there had been many people who had talked back to her. Now, there should be no one who will object to my next move. Everyone looked at Becky Lou Lisha. They had a premonition of what Becky Larissa was going to do. Boss, do you have a plan? Get rid of those traitors. Becky Lou Lisha answered matter-of-factly. Boss, I think we should first. Suddenly, dozens of stone spikes shot out of the cave wall without warning, directly piercing the person who spoke. Everyone's expression changed. They did not expect that the first thing Becky Lou Lisha did after gaining control of the island was to kill one of her companions. Regardless of whether their relationship with this person was good or bad, they all felt sorry for him. I don't want this team to have a second voice. Becky Lou Lisha said indifferently. Xianzheng, is there a problem with you regaining your leader status? No, boss. Your decision is very wise. Moreover, I think traitors should be eliminated. Of course, the big baldy Xianzheng was very happy. He had never planned on letting them go, but he didn't want to offend Becky Lou Lisha, whether it was during this operation or after it ended. Therefore, he had been restraining himself for the past 2 days. Becky Lou Lisha's identity was rather special. She was a rich person. Even his organization, Shallow Water Bay, was not willing to start a war with rich people. But it was different now. Becky Lou Lisha was on his side. But it was different now. Becky Lou Lisha was on the same side as him. She had a good reason and opportunity to take revenge. The others were more or less dissatisfied, but they still chose to remain silent. They were still very wary of Becky Lou Lisha's current power. That mysterious attack came without any prelude or warning. She could easily kill a rather strong spiritualist. This kind of method was very frightening. Looks like no one has any objections. Let's go. Right now, everyone was very depressed. But due to Becky Lou Lisha's pressure, no one said anything. Boss, do you know where those people are? Xianzheng asked. No, Becky Lou Lisha said confidently. But my sensing range is already very large. As long as they are within 3 kilometers of me, they can't escape my sensing range. What about the half-human, half-snake monster from before? I can't sense its location either. It should be very far away. Don't worry. Even if it comes back now, I have a way to deal with it. Boss, this island is so big. Even if your sensing range is large, it won't be easy to find a few people. Do you think my power is limited to this? Becky Lou Lisha glanced at Xianzheng. Xianzheng's eyes flashed as he stared at Becky Lou Lisha. I'll show you true power. Becky Lou Lisha closed her eyes and magic spread from her body. Not long after, a large number of petrified tyrannical gnomes ran out of the forest. Everyone thought that a new round of battle was about to begin. But Becky Lou Lisha stopped everyone's attacks. Stop. They're not enemies now, Becky Lou Lisha said. As Becky Lou Lisha spoke, she turned to look at the petrified, tyrannical gnomes. Go find other humans besides us. Report to me when you find them. No one had expected Becky Lou Lisha to be able to control these violent, petrified midgets. With these gnomes, it would be much easier for them to find people. Although this island was large, there were many tyrannical stone gnomes. As long as they split up, it would be very easy for them to find a few people. Soon, they came back to report that they had found Chun Zhao and the others. They're in that direction. Let's go, Becky Lou Lisha said. Boss, what exactly is that red pearl? You don't need to know, Becky Lou Lisha said calmly, but there was still a hint of vigilance in her tone. Boss, that red pearl should have a limit of 1 person's control, right? Why do you ask? Becky Lou Lisha frowned and looked at Xianzheng. Boss, I'm guessing that before you, the red pearl was controlled by a half-human, half-snake monster. The prerequisite for changing control is death. Chapter 3182. What are you trying to say? Becky Lou Lisha was even more displeased. Boss, that half-man, half-snake monster should be the one who controlled the red pearl before you. Now that he is dead, it is your turn to control it. Boss, do you understand what I mean now? Xianzheng said with a smile. Becky Lou Leisha frowned. That half-man, half-snake monster doesn't look weak. Those people were able to finish it off in such a short time. Seems like I've underestimated them. Boss, why don't we discuss this further? No need. Their abilities are unexpected, but won't change the outcome. Becky Lou Leisha rejected Xian Zhang's suggestion decisively. Becky Lou Leisha brought the group to Qinzhao. Qinzhao's group was having dinner. They were surprised to see Becky Lou Leisha's group. Everyone was shocked and looked at Becky Lou Leisha in confusion. Ms. Becky, what's the matter? Familati asked. Nothing, Lou Leisha said seriously. I suddenly feel that betrayal is unforgivable, so I've decided to publicly execute you. Qinzhao's group's expressions turned strange. Publicly execute them? Everyone looked at Qinzhao. Clearly, he had the most say. Qinzhao stood up. Very special power. Seems like you've gained a lot. Becky Lou Leisha raised her hand. The ground around them started shaking. Stone pillars rose up behind Qinzhao's group to form a stone wall, as if to block their way. Now you have nowhere to run. You'll face despair. Becky Lou Leisha glanced at Qinzhao's group proudly. Becky Lou Leisha saw the surprise in Qinzhao's eyes. But she wasn't too afraid. She was slightly disappointed, but it didn't matter. The calmer he was now, the more terrified he'd be after witnessing her power. He wasn't afraid now because he hadn't recognized his own power yet. Becky Lou Leisha's group, on the other hand, felt uneasy because Becky Lou Leisha's strength was unexpectedly strong, even a little abnormal. This already made them feel very threatened. Becky Lou Leisha had killed one of her subordinates earlier, but it had been a sneak attack. However, at that time, it was mostly a sneak attack, so most people felt that if it were them, they would not have been so easily ambushed. But at this moment, they felt extremely uneasy, especially Becky Lou Leisha's personality. It was fine when she was weak. Right now, she was already very powerful and could even be said to be terrifying. Their relationship was no longer that of a superior and a subordinate, or that of an employee and an employer. Becky Lou Leisha completely treated herself as a queen. No voices of doubt were allowed to exist. Qinzhao looked at Becky Lou Leisha calmly. Becky Lalisa's power was very strange. It was a little like the inner world, but also a little like the outer world. Anyway, Qinzhao couldn't tell what Becky Lou Leisha's new power was. Also, the origin of her power was unknown. This reminded him of Sacred Michael's power, the true man who split his power into 5 parts. But it didn't matter where Becky Lou Leisha's power came from. With her current strength, it would be good if she could use 30% of it. But she didn't know it. But it was no wonder. She didn't even know what power she'd obtained. So how could she understand Qinzhao? Becky Lou Leisha clenched her fist. The surrounding soil and rocks started gathering toward a point. In a dozen seconds, a huge stone ball with a diameter of almost 30 meters had formed in the air. Everyone stared at the huge stone ball and sighed in admiration. Becky Lou Leisha was proud of her results, but she wasn't very satisfied. She was still working harder to create a bigger and more spectacular stone ball. After her tireless efforts, the stone ball in the sky had already reached 40 meters. I'll give you one chance, Becky Lou Leisha threatened, looking at Qinzhao. Give me that tree spirit. Qinzhao smiled, but didn't say anything. Becky Lou Leisha understood from Qinzhao's smile. It was a mocking smile. You asked for it. Becky Lou Leisha let go of her control of the stone ball. The stone ball fell from dozens of meters in the air. Familati and the others covered their heads in fear. They didn't dare to look up. But when the stone ball fell more than 10 meters, it suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the stone ball in astonishment. Qinzhao was still looking at Becky Lou Leisha with a smile. Sorry to disappoint you. If that's all you can do, it'll be hard for you to make me yield. You need to work harder. Becky Lou Leisha stared at Qinzhao in shock. How is that possible? She could create and control the stone ball because she now had the power of the entire island. Under normal circumstances, no one could move the 100-ton stone ball, let alone make it float in the air. However, Qinzhao had used some unknown method to be able to hover in the air, just like him. Of course, she could still see the difference. After all, she could make the stone ball float dozens of meters in the air. But Chun Zhao could only make it float more than 10 meters in the air. This also increased her confidence. Becky Lulisha felt that Chun Zhao was indeed powerful, but it wasn't enough to fight against her. You like playing with this thing? Then I'll let you play. The surrounding soil rose into the air again and gathered on the stone ball. Now, Becky Lulisha didn't need to split her power to control the stone ball, so she could fill it with soil without restraint. Theoretically, she could even increase the weight of the stone ball infinitely. She wanted to see when Chun Zhao would collapse. Then he would be smashed in a meat paste by the overloaded stone ball. Becky Lulisha was imagining the scene. She felt that Chun Zhao must be having a hard time. Becky Lulisha stared at Chun Zhao seriously, capturing all the changes in his expression. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Chun Zhao didn't look like he was having a hard time at all. He was definitely pretending. He wanted to trick her. Now that the stone ball's weight had doubled, it was impossible for him to not feel anything. He was forcing himself. Becky Lulisha worked even harder at increasing the weight of the stone ball. The diameter of the stone ball increased from 40 to 50, then from 50 to 60. Becky Lulisha looked relaxed. The power came from the island anyway. She was just a porter, so she didn't feel any pressure. She also believed that Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to last long. Chapter 3183. The stone ball grew larger and larger. Becky Lulisha's expression changed from initial pride to confusion. And now, he couldn't believe it. The stone ball's diameter was already more than 100 meters, and its weight had increased by more than 10 times. But the ball was still as steady as a mountain, floating above Chun Zhao's head. If that's all, I'm afraid your wish to eliminate me, the traitor, will fail. Chun Zhao smiled at Becky Lulisha. Becky Lulisha's expression grew even worse. Chun Zhao suddenly raised his hand. Becky Lulisha jumped in fright. She thought that Chun Zhao was going to attack. Her subordinates behind her also looked at Chun Zhao nervously. But just then, the stone ball suddenly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, it flew out of sight. Before they could heave a sigh of relief, Chun Zhao said, "This stone ball will be affected by gravity at an altitude of 3 million meters and start accelerating. When it lands, it will reach Mach 10 per second. Do you know what that means?" Everyone's expression changed. They weren't physicists and couldn't calculate the value of the acceleration. But they were certain that if the stone ball landed on the island, they would die for sure. Perhaps the entire island would be destroyed. You have about 10 minutes to escape. Chun Zhao looked at Becky Lulisha. "Ms. Becky, do you think eliminating me is more important? Or is escaping more important?" Becky Lulisha was panicking inside, but she still looked calm on the surface. "You can't scare me." Becky Lulisha looked at Chun Zhao calmly, trying to find some doubt on his face. "I don't know what method you used to make the stone ball disappear, but there's no way you could throw it 3,000 kilometers into the sky. They can't calculate it, but I know how much power is needed to throw it 3,000 kilometers. If you have that much power, you don't need to play tricks like this. You can kill us all directly." Becky Lurisha paused, then added, "And most importantly, according to what you said, throwing the stone ball to a height of 3,000 kilometers and then dropping it down vertically, although the power is terrifying, you won't be able to escape. I don't think you will commit suicide, so there's only one possibility. What you did just now was just a smokescreen." Hearing Becky Lulisha's words, her men all heaved a sigh of relief. It made sense. If Chun Zhao could really throw the stone ball 3,000 kilometers into the sky, his power would be unbelievably great. If he was really that powerful, all of them combined wouldn't be enough to kill him. Chun Zhao didn't even need to waste time. He could kill them all by himself. Thus, they were certain that Chun Zhao was bluffing. However, Gaia and the others were looking at Becky Lulisha with a strange gaze. They knew that Chun Zhao really had that kind of power. Suddenly, Becky Lulisha's confident expression froze. She received a warning from the island. Danger. Something was going to fall on the island. Extreme danger. Becky Lulisha raised her head and vaguely saw a dark red of light dragging a tail across the sky, heading straight for the island they were on. At first, it was still very small, but it was very conspicuous. other than Becky Lou Leisha, the others slowly noticed the falling meteorite. At this moment, everyone's expression changed drastically. Chun Zhao wasn't joking. There was a hint of a smile on Chun Zhao's face. Becky Lou Leisha gritted her teeth. Let's go. With that, Becky Lou Leisha turned around and left without any reluctance. Chun Zhao didn't stop them either. Chun, why didn't you stop them? They must have found the path to the next island or the key. If we want to go there, we need to follow them. Everyone understood. No wonder Chun Zhao hadn't done anything when Becky Lou Leisha provoked him. After leaving with the others, Becky Lou Leisha hurried to the coast. Boss, what should we do now? If that stone ball falls, we'll all die. Shut up. Becky Lou Leisha's expression was cold. Only the traitors will die. Becky Lou Leisha closed her eyes, but she still walked forward. Everyone exchanged glances. Seeing Becky Lou Leisha's strange way of traveling, they were all confused. Shoo, she's using a special spell to find something. There were still people who noticed the reason why Becky Lou Leisha closed her eyes and hurried along. Everyone hurried and followed Becky Lou Leisha closely. Suddenly, Becky Lou Leisha opened her eyes. There was a hole in the ground before them. Becky Lou Leisha stood before the hole. It wasn't very big. It was less than 3 meters in diameter, but it was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. Without hesitation, Becky Lou Leisha stepped forward. With one step, she stepped into the air and fell into the hole. Everyone looked at each other, hesitating. Xianzheng thought for a moment and then stepped into the hole. After some hesitation, everyone finally chose to go in. The moment they fell into the hole, they realized that there was light around them. The flowing light wrapped around their bodies and completely enveloped them. They felt that their movements were completely controlled by the light. Apart from the light, they couldn't see anything else. The scene was as beautiful as a painting. It was as if they were standing in a sky full of stars. But this scene didn't last for long. They felt a huge tearing force, as if the light was going to tear their bodies apart. Thankfully, they cast a magic shield on themselves before jumping down. The tearing force was strong, but they could still resist it. Then there was the illusion of being upside down and moving backwards and forwards. Under this environment and perception, everyone lost their sense of direction. Time also became blurry. After an unknown amount of time, everyone suddenly felt suffocated. When they opened their eyes again, they realized that they were really suffocating, because they were actually underwater. They flopped to the surface. Thankfully, the water wasn't deep. It was less than 10 meters deep. Everyone floated to the surface and gasped for air. After getting enough oxygen, they finally had the energy to observe their surroundings. They were at a huge lake surrounded by a forest. The lake was like a huge jewel embedded in the forest. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. There were a few unknown animals playing and drinking by the lake. Everyone didn't care about their fatigue. They either swam to the shore or used magic to quickly leave the center of the lake. Chapter 3184. When they reached the shore, they realized that more than half of the people were gone. Becky Lou Leisha's expression was dark. Do the people who jumped into the tunnel after you know what happened? Didn't the missing people follow? No, they did. AI Chili was before me. I remember, and so was Luke. Then why are there so many people? There had been more than 20 people, but now, at least 10 were gone. Becky Lou Leisha didn't understand, and the others obviously didn't either. At the same time, a dozen kilometers away, a woman stood up with difficulty. AI Chili's foot was broken. She fell from the sky. Chen Zhao also fell with her. Right now, AI Chili's face was filled with fear. After all, she knew that she definitely couldn't beat Chen Zhao. But Chen Zhao wasn't interested in AI Chili at all. As soon as he landed, he began to observe his surroundings. His little heaven and earth was completely suppressed. This was something that had never happened before. His little heaven and earth had actually been suppressed to a diameter of 10 meters. Chen Zhao tried to spread it out, but every time it spread, an even stronger force would counterattack. Chen Zhao was curious. Where did the force come from, and what form did it exist? It could actually suppress his small world. Then, he checked his internal world. It wasn't affected. It was still operating normally. This should be the second stop of Treasure Island. But Gaia, Familati, Old Ink, and Robert were all missing. They jumped into the tunnel with him, but there seemed to be a fork in the tunnel. As a result, they were separated the moment they came out. Chun Zhao tried to fly, but the moment he did, another huge force smashed into him, smashing him to the ground again. It wasn't impossible to fly. He just had to withstand the force. Chun Zhao could do it, but the situation was unclear. He didn't want to waste his energy. Chun Zhao glanced at AI Chili, who was looking at him in fear. Seeing that Chun Zhao's attention was on her, the hair on her lower body stood on end. "Are you scared of me?" Chun Zhao asked calmly. AI Chili didn't reply, but she was screaming crazily in her heart. "Isn't this obvious? I'm facing a monster like you, and we're enemies. It would be strange if you wasn't afraid. I've never killed a single person. Why are you afraid of me?" AI Chili didn't agree with him. Not having killed and being able to kill were two different things. Any creature would be afraid of an existence that could kill them. Everything in human society was built on a sense of security. This was the customary safety contract, which was also the law, once the law loses its binding force. For example, at this moment, after losing the restraints of the law, AI killing naturally felt fear, because humans don't believe in moral restraint. Chun Zhao could easily kill her without anyone noticing. "All right, where's your companion? I mean, where did Becky and Lulisha go?" Chun Zhao asked. "I don't know. I didn't arrive much earlier than you. You arrived a few minutes after I landed." "Forget it." Chun Zhao shook his head. "Then good luck." Chun Zhao planned to leave, even though he knew that AI Chili's foot was broken and couldn't move easily. However, him staying here would only make her more uneasy. So, he decided to leave. Anyway, she wasn't an ordinary person. Even if she couldn't move freely, she could still walk. She should be able to move. But after a few steps, Chun Zhao stopped. Countless small monsters had appeared on the surrounding cliffs, as well as the road in front, behind, left, and right. They weren't big, only the size of a basketball, but there were countless of them. Their bodies were round, with short limbs and a small tail. Their spherical bodies had a large mouth. They didn't have eyes, noses, or ears, only mouths. AI Chili stood up with difficulty. Her face was pale. Obviously, it was impossible for her to deal with these unknown monsters by herself. Whoosh, whoosh. The sounds made by these little monsters were very strange. But they didn't have ears, so Chun Zhao didn't know how they communicated. More and more monsters made the same sound. Then they started rolling toward Chun Zhao and AI Kirilenko. Their short little legs looked rather redundant. When they moved, they mostly relied on their round bodies to roll. Moreover, once they started rolling, so did a whole group of them. AI Chili was the first to lose control. She shook her arms, revealing a pair of red and blue energy swords. The small monsters rushed in front of Aikili, who also brandished her two swords. These little monsters were like melons and fruits, easily chopped and chopped by AI Chili. When they were cut open, their bodies didn't spurt out blood and flesh. Instead, they disintegrated like gravel. AI Chili's attacks were very efficient. In the blink of an eye, dozens of monsters were killed. But facing the endless monsters, AI Chili's performance was insignificant. Her performance seemed insignificant. Soon, a small monster broke through Aikili's defense and bit her arm. Tears streamed down AI Chili's face from the pain. She tore off the monster and smashed it away. However, in that short period of time, even more monsters broke through her line of defense. The attack power of these small monsters was relatively weak, but there were too many of them. Chun Zhao waved his hand and many black balls appeared around him. But he immediately realized that the quality of the black balls was far from what they'd been in the past. Creating the black balls relied on the small world to absorb the surrounding matter. But now, the small world had been compressed to less than 10 meters in diameter. This meant that the small world could only absorb pitifully little matter. Moreover, the number of small black balls had also decreased sharply. Creating dozens of small black balls at once was already the limit. Compared to the past, which could easily create tens of thousands, it was thousands of times worse. There was also a weakness, which was the distance the black balls could control. In the past, as long as it was within the small world, the black balls could control the direction at will. But now, Chun Zhao could casually throw the black balls out of the small world. He couldn't control them at will anymore. Of course, even though the quantity, quality, and distance were much worse, it was still more than enough to deal with these monsters. Dozens of black balls shot out and exploded a second time. Thousands of monsters were turned to dust. At the same time, he helped AI Chili out. Chun Zhao glanced at AI Chili. If you don't want to die, you better get closer. AI Chili didn't want to come into contact with Chun Zhao, but now she had to temporarily rely on Chun Zhao. Chapter 3185. AI Chili saw that she'd only managed to kill 100 or so monsters despite being covered in wounds. But Chun Zhao had casually killed thousands of monsters. She couldn't accept the difference. But what else could she do? Chun Zhao had the power. Plus, she had to accept his protection. Chun Zhao strolled over to AI Chili. Can you walk by yourself? AI Chili's ankle had been broken, but she could endure the pain and walk around. Yes, as long as you don't go too fast, AI Chili said. Then follow me. Chun Zhao waved his hand again, and thousands of small monsters were destroyed. However, these thousands of monsters were nothing compared to the total number of monsters in the world. At first, AI Chili was worried that Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to keep going. With Chun Zhao's method, he could easily use ultimate moves. It was indeed a shocking sight, and its lethality was also very great. In a short while, he'd killed almost 100,000 monsters. But AI Chili stopped worrying after a while. Because Chun Zhao used ultimate moves too easily, he released them as he walked. A few, dozens, hundreds of ultimate moves. It was as if they were free. The ground had completely changed along the way. She felt that Chun Zhao was hiding a fully armed army on him, and one that had unlimited ammo too. But she didn't know if it was just her imagination. AI Chili kept feeling that there were more and more monsters around. This made her doubt whether these little monsters could be killed all at once. Mr. Chun, why don't we change our route? The number of these monsters hasn't decreased at all since we started walking down this path. Why should it decrease? I purposely chose this path. Huh? Why? Because there are more monsters here. You? AI Chili was speechless. She really didn't understand what Chun Zhao was trying to do. Why do you have to find the direction with more monsters? I want to see where they come from, Chun Zhao said honestly. Chun Zhao was suspicious of the monsters' origins. They shouldn't be normal life forms. At least, not the life forms Chun Zhao knew. Chun Zhao and AI Chili walked for almost an hour. The monsters around them could no longer be described with numbers. It was impossible to count them, and the small monsters could only be described as a tide. That's right, it was a tide. The small monsters were piled up together, and there was no space on the ground at all. Their movements were completely linked. If one of them moved, all of them would move. AI Chili was pale with fright. These small monsters were individually very weak. But when a number reached such a level, it was impossible. All individual flaws and weaknesses become insignificant. Their numbers would make up for everything. Chun Zhao formed a dark red neutron star. Although the power of the dark red neutron star was not as strong as it was in its normal state. However, it was still extremely lethal to these small monsters. Bang! AI Chili was thrown to the ground by the shockwave. As for the small monsters that were like a tidal wave, they were all dead or injured. When AI Kelly looked again, all that was left on the ground was a large pit of lava that had yet to cool down. The ground at the center of the explosion had already melted. With a calm expression, Chun Zhao said, "Keep going." However, it did not take long before more small monsters gathered over. Aikili was close to despair. Anyone would be helpless in such a situation. AI Kelly looked at Chun Zhao, but Chun Zhao was still indifferent. Another dark red neutron star exploded in the center of the small monsters. It had the same effect. Hundreds of thousands of small monsters were wiped out by the explosion. AI Kelly had gone from shock to numbness. The big move at the beginning seemed to be just a normal attack. This was probably the real big move. But Chun Zhao could actually use it twice in a row. AI Kelly thought. But not long after, Chun Zhao used it for the third and fourth time. Suddenly, A thought popped up in AI Kelly's head. This kind of attack couldn't be one of his normal attacks, right? Chun Zhao did not stop to answer AI Kelly's question. They came to a huge canyon. AI Kelly opened her mouth and stared ahead in shock. She was not shocked by the huge canyon. Instead, she was shocked by the piles of small monsters in the canyon. The canyon was about 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. It was filled with small monsters. 10 million? It was probably 10 times more. There were too many. Large numbers of small monsters surged out of the canyon. There was no way the ecology of this island could support so many small monsters. So, Chun Zhao was even more certain of his guess. They were not normal creatures. Chun Zhao clenched his fists. AI Kelly felt her scalp go numb. Was Chun Zhao planning to attack the dense crowd of small monsters directly? Would it cause a chain reaction? If so many small monsters surged over, even Chun Zhao would not be able to handle it, right? But Chun Zhao clearly did not have AI Kelly's worries. Mr. Chun, don't you think we should think about it carefully? So many small monsters. It's too dangerous. No, you're the only one in danger, Chun Zhao said calmly. AI Kelly opened her mouth, unable to speak for a long time. Forget it. Let this Astra's shoal die. AI Kelly knew that she could not persuade Chun Zhao. AI Kelly saw that Chun Zhao's body was dyed black. It was filled with an ominous and disturbing color. The next moment, Chun Zhao swung his fists. Countless fist shadows flew toward the canyon. In that instant, the earth shook and the sky cracked. Each fist shadow was filled with boundless destructive power. Each fist landing on the pile of small monsters was like hitting tofu pudding. The small monsters were sent flying everywhere. The walls on both sides of the canyon were smashed into pieces. AI Kelly opened her mouth wide, her expression completely frozen. She stared at Chun Zhao, dumbfounded. Was he even human? Chun Zhao was still expressionless, but the number of small monsters in the canyon was beyond his imagination. After the fist shadows landed on the pile of small monsters, they passed through hundreds of meters, but they still did not reach the end. The entire canyon was probably more than 10 kilometers long. If the entire canyon was completely filled with little monsters, there would probably be more than 10 billion little monsters here. Even Chun Zhao was shocked by this shocking number. Of course, the number of small monsters was shocking, but they were individually determined. No matter how many of them there were, they could not threaten Chun Zhao. Punch after punch, Chun Zhao killed who knew how many small monsters. But there was no obvious decrease in the number of small monsters in the canyon. Chun Zhao stopped punching. Instead, he used dark lava to pour into the canyon. The dark lava transformed into countless blades, madly killing the small monsters. But even the dark magma couldn't effectively kill these little monsters. AI Kelly had long been stunned by Chun Zhao's terrifying destructive power. Chapter 3186. Chun Zhao was a monster through and through. She vaguely understood why old Ank and Robert had chosen to stand on Chun Zhao's side. They definitely knew about Chun Zhao's background. That was why they were so determined to stand on Chun Zhao's side. If Becky Lou Lisha had led them into a conflict with Chun Zhao, if Chun Zhao was really determined to eliminate them, in that case, it was very likely that they would be completely annihilated. There was no second possibility, but she was also confused. Chun Zhao had the ability to easily eliminate all of them. Why didn't he do that? Don't talk about morals or laws. Not many people who would come with Becky Lou Lisha would follow the law. Chun Zhao seemed to be annoyed by this meaningless battle. If the small world could operate freely, Chun Zhao directly used a dark red neutron star at full power. In the blink of an eye, he could clear all the small monsters in the canyon in front of him, and he could even flatten the entire canyon. But Chun Zhao's small world was completely suppressed. Many moves attached to the small world were weakened. For example, the dark red neutron star and normal neutron star. Chun Zhao used the 5th level of the primordial regression technique. The moment Chun Zhao used his full power, the small world was also released. The strange suppressive power also disintegrated. Shock flashed in Aikili's eyes. Chun Zhao suddenly felt her hair stand on end. It was almost an instinctive feeling. She felt like she was sitting on a pile of bombs. This was a very bad feeling. Chun Zhao raised his arm and pointed his palm in the direction of the canyon. The next moment, a terrifying suction force appeared in the sky above the canyon. Rocks, dust, air, and monsters were all torn apart by the terrifying suction force. Aikili couldn't even stand steadily. She was almost pulled into the air by the suction force. Chun Zhao grabbed Aikili with one hand. Only then did Aikili stand still. She looked above the canyon. The matter that was gathered to a point by the suction force didn't get bigger and bigger. It seemed like no matter how many things gathered, there was only one point. More and more matter was sucked in. The monsters piled up in the canyon below were sucked into the air like a flood, merging into that point. The canyon that had been full of monsters was shrinking at a visible rate. Moreover, the canyon was getting bigger and bigger, and a lot of rocks were being sucked away. Finally, a stone platform appeared in the canyon. On the stone platform was a basketball-sized emerald pearl, just like the red orb hidden in the depths of the Medusa's cave on the first island. At this moment, a figure flashed past. Becky Lou Lisha appeared out of nowhere and dashed towards the emerald orb. At the same time, he shouted, "Stop him!" AI Chili's expression was a little strange. Block Chun Zhao, Becky Lou Lisha's men? Those people could also tell that Chun Zhao was very strong. If they fought with Chun Zhao, it would be difficult for them to win, even if they all attacked together. So, he was only a few meters away from Chun Zhao, blocking his way. Becky Lou Lisha held the emerald pearl tightly in her hands. AI Chili glanced at Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao didn't seem to plan on stopping Becky Lou Lisha from gaining control of the island. Becky Lou Lisha was very nervous. She had followed that feeling all the way here. Coincidentally, Chun Zhao was present. She was afraid that Chun Zhao would also try to snatch control of the emerald pearl from her. She originally thought that no one would be faster than her. The little monsters along the way did not attack her at all. Perhaps it was because she had the aura of the first island. She also felt that the aura of these little monsters was very familiar. Becky Lou Lisha looked behind her. His subordinates didn't attack Chun Zhao. No, more accurately, Chun Zhao didn't fight with her subordinates. He just stood there and looked at her with a strange expression. He doesn't know what he's doing. In other words, he was confident that even if he gained control of the island, he would not be able to do so. Even I can't defeat him? Well, in theory, that was indeed the case. Becky Lou Lisha glared at Clay, then retracted her attention and focused on sending her mana into the emerald pearl. AI Chili was helpless. It seemed that she had become a member of Chun Zhao's faction. She knew that it didn't matter if she betrayed Becky Larissa or not. With her narrow-minded personality, she would definitely not tolerate him. What Becky Lou Lisha worried about for a long time did not happen. Chun Zhao didn't stop her from taking control of the island. After Becky Lou Lisha gained control of the island, she didn't know what to do. She found that her strength had increased. This made her eager to give it a try. He wanted to challenge Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao could guess Becky Larissa's intentions. He just glanced at Becky Lou Lisha casually. "If you attack me again, you will die." Becky Lou Lisha's expression was cold. She finally calmed down, even though she felt that she had become stronger. But he still wasn't confident he could defeat Chun Zhao. Thus, he temporarily suppressed his hatred and waited for the right time to take revenge. "Let's go." Becky Larissa left with her men. AI Chili glanced at Becky Lou Lisha and the others who were leaving. She could clearly feel that Becky Lou Lisha had become stronger again. If she could feel it, there was no reason Chun Zhao couldn't. Why did you let her obtain control over the emerald pearl? You should understand. You made her stronger, and with Becky Lou Lisha's personality, she won't resolve the grudge between you and her. As long as she becomes strong enough, she will take revenge on you. Of course I know. Chun Zhao shrugged. Then why did you? I need a guide to the next stop. She's a good choice. Even if you need a guide, you don't need to choose your enemy, right? AI Chili was even more confused. There was no reason Chun Zhao didn't know such a simple logic. Even if you choose me to control it, it's better than her. At least I won't take revenge on you. Huh, do you think that thing's good? Do you think it will give you great power out of nowhere? The world is fair. When you gain something, you'll also lose something. Even if I lose something, it'll be worth it for such great power. What if it's your self-awareness? AI Chili was shocked. What? Self-awareness? The power she received isn't a gift. It's just a loan. If she gathers all the power, it'll be the moment she loses herself. Chapter 3187. AI Chili frowned. She felt that Chun Zhao was planning something too. She was even more terrified now, more so than before. She knew the difference between her and Chun Zhao very well. Chun Zhao's plan was definitely not something she could participate in. She had no choice but to follow Chun Zhao now. If anything went wrong, she would die for sure. Chun Zhao put away the normalizing technique. The pressure came from all directions again. The small world was compressed and shrunk again. Just then, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. Chun Zhao looked up. It was Gaia in her dragon form. Old Ankh, Robert, and Famarati were on Gaia's back. It seemed that they had to hide in the sky to avoid the small monsters. Gaia, how did you find us? Chun Zhao asked. Logically speaking, if a small world was being suppressed, their senses would be greatly restricted too. Of course, you made such a big commotion here. Even a blind person can see what's going on here. Gaia rolled her eyes. Oh, you can fly? Gaia looked at Chun Zhao with a strange expression. I can fly in my dragon form. What's so strange about that? She even suspected that Chun Zhao was an imposter. How could he ask such a stupid question? Chun Zhao scratched his head. The suppression couldn't just be directed at him, right? You guys aren't being suppressed by the island, are you? Gaia looked back at the others. Do you feel suppressed? Not at all. All three of them gave the same answer. Chun Zhao looked at AI Chili. Do you feel suppressed? No. AI Chili also answered the same. Strange. Then why am I the only one being suppressed? AI Chili was speechless. Is this your strength after being suppressed? It feels like you're going to explode soon. Chun Zhao was depressed, not because he was being suppressed, but because he was being targeted. Being targeted for no reason, no one would be happy about it. If everyone was suffering, Chun Zhao would feel much better. But now, Chun Zhao was the only one suffering. He felt that it was unfair. What's that? Gaia pointed at the emerald pearl in the center of the valley. At this time, the small monsters began to appear again. They had already gathered on the canyon floor. In less than an hour, the small monsters would once again fill the entire canyon. Chun Zhao started again, clearing out the small monsters that he had just accumulated. That thing is controlling this island. I don't know what it is exactly. Chun Zhao walked up to check the emerald pearl. Can you tell what it's made of? Crystal? It doesn't seem like it. The echo is crisper, and it seems to be very hard. Gaia knocked hard on the emerald pearl, but was not damaged at all. Old crystal? It's also not. Everyone touched it and knocked it, but they couldn't figure out what this emerald pearl was made of. Chun Zhao reached out and squeezed hard. Cracks instantly appeared on the emerald pearl. Everyone stared at Chun Zhao in shock. It's indeed very hard, Chun Zhao said honestly. Everyone was speechless. How could you say such a thing after crushing it? They had no idea how much strength Chun Zhao had used to crack the emerald pearl. In terms of strength, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it could split mountains and split seas. Budweiser at this moment, the cracks actually healed up. Not long after, the crack disappeared. It can actually repair itself. Chun Zhao was somewhat surprised. He felt that the moment it repaired itself, the emerald pearl was filled with thick life energy. This emerald pearl was definitely not a living thing. Life force was something that only living beings possessed. Setting aside the composition of this emerald pearl, where did the life energy come from? Chun Zhao held the emerald pearl with both hands, wanting to pull it off the stone platform. However, the combination of the pearl and the stone platform was stronger than he had imagined. Chun Zhao increased his strength. The pearl and the stone platform still did not move at all. Clearly, Chun Zhao would not admit defeat so easily. He increased his strength again. Slowly, the ground began to shake more and more violently. Chun Zhao increased his strength again. Just then, everyone was forced back by Chun Zhao's aura. Chun Zhao's body emitted a heavy pressure. Everyone found it difficult to even breathe. The ground under Chun Zhao's feet cracked. Chun Zhao's strength was still increasing. The surrounding canyon walls seemed to be torn apart by some power. This power was still wreaking havoc on the entire island. The ground was torn apart, and the entire island was in a state of turmoil. It seemed like it could sink at any moment. Everyone was a bit frightened. Chun Zhao's battle with the Emerald Pearl continued. The island was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. At the same time, Becky Lou, Leisha, and the others at the edge of the island also noticed the drastic changes. Especially Becky Lou Leisha, she felt it the most. Originally, she had just obtained the power of the small island and was feeling a little high-spirited. But at this moment, the power that was originally supporting her suddenly weakened. She could clearly feel that the island was under some kind of attack. It was Chun Zhao. It had to be him. Becky Lou Leisha immediately blamed Chun Zhao for what had happened on the island. However, her guess was not wrong. The violent shaking grew stronger. Right now, everyone felt like they were bugs in a bottle that was being shaken by a huge hand. Chun, stop. Ugh, Gaia shrieked. You'll kill us all. The cracked ground was already spewing out scorching lava. Chun Zhao looked back at everyone. Right now, Gaia and the others were all lying on the ground in pain. The surrounding terrain had completely changed. The canyon had disappeared, and the broken ground was filled with boiling magma. Chun Zhao finally gave up on the idea of taking the pearl away, unless he risked everyone else's lives. Chun Zhao could clearly feel that the bottom of the pearl was connected to something. When he tried to lift the emerald pearl, a huge force appeared below the emerald pearl. It kept pouring out the pearl to fight against Chun Zhao. That force was connected to the entire island. Chun Zhao was fighting against the pearl, but in reality, he was fighting against the entire island. Mr. Chun, there's an underground tunnel. I Keely discovered a crack in the ground. Chun Zhao thought for a moment and still entered the tunnel. The others followed. There were broken walls everywhere in the tunnel. Many places had completely collapsed. However, Chun Zhao opened a path with brute force. Everything in his way, be it rocks or earth, was destroyed. Chapter 3188. Not long after, a huge heart appeared in front of everyone. The huge heart was wrapped in a layer of rock, but it was still beating vigorously. Everyone stared in awe at the gigantic heart in front of them. It was probably more than 500 meters in diameter, and it hung in the air. What did a heart with a diameter of 500 meters mean? It was about the length of 5 soccer fields. It wasn't a heart at all. It was more like a mountain. Every heartbeat was like a clap of thunder. What kind of heart is this? Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge heart. Here, Chun Zhao felt even more suppressed. He even felt like he couldn't move. The huge heart was resisting him. They both knew each other's existence and strength. Of course, this heart alone was clearly not enough to stop Chun Zhao. Ignoring the giant heart's resistance, Chun Zhao strode forward firmly and forcefully. He walked toward the huge heart. Suddenly, the surroundings changed. The original cave had disappeared and turned into a vast plain. Chun Zhao grabbed a handful of grass and rubbed it. He rubbed it hard. It's real, not an illusion? Or could it be that the illusions could even deceive his own senses? The others also stared at the scene in shock. They were also wondering if it was real or an illusion. If it was an illusion, how did they get here? Teleportation? It wasn't teleportation. At least Chun Zhao knew what teleportation felt like. Plus, he didn't think that it could teleport him to a strange place like this. Chun Zhao tossed out a small black ball. The black ball didn't explode until it flew more than 10 kilometers away. Strange, this really wasn't the cave. The cave with the huge heart was big, but it was only a few hundred meters in diameter. Where exactly is this? Gaia asked. Chun Zhao looked into the distance. There was a cloud of dust on the horizon of the plain. Something seemed to be sweeping toward them. Little monster? Everyone looked at the thing that had rolled out. They could see it clearly now. But when that thing came closer and closer, they realized that the little monster wasn't small. The closer they got, the bigger the monster became. Apart from the same appearance, it was tens of thousands of times bigger. There was also a shocking amount of it, although it didn't fill up the entire canyon like when they were in the canyon. However, at this moment, these little monsters were spread across the entire horizon of the plain. It was as if it wanted to cover the entire vast plain. They still charged fearlessly toward Chun Zhao's group. Everyone looked worried and looked at Chun Zhao at the same time. Chun Zhao stood at the very front, unmoving. However, Chun Zhao's gaze wasn't on the incoming horde of monsters. Chun Zhao kept looking up, down, left, and right, as if he was searching for something. Suddenly, he turned around. No one understood why Chun Zhao would turn around now. The enemy was right in front. You're not thinking of escaping, are you? Chun Zhao lifted his arm and pointed at the crowd. Scale literature, move aside. The crowd didn't understand Chun Zhao's intentions, but they still listened to him and made way. A small black ball shot out in their direction. Pop! The little black ball flew hundreds of meters away. The entire world shattered like a mirror. After the broken module fell, everyone found that the environment had changed back to the original cave. But when they looked again, there was only a stone shell left of the giant heart. The heart itself was gone. What was going on? It ran away. Chun Zhao shrugged, a bit disappointed and helpless. That place just now, was that an illusion? No, that's a real place, Chun Zhao said. An alternate world? We were teleported to an alternate world? It's not really an alternate world. Chun Zhao didn't say much. They wouldn't understand, even if he explained. That wasn't an alternate world. After all, even if someone could really teleport them to an alternate world, it was impossible that they didn't notice it at all. That wasn't teleportation at all. It was covering. Someone had used a world to cover the original world. There was only one possibility to do this, covering the real world with an inner world. It was just like how Chun Zhao could release his inner world. That was a type of release. However, that existence's inner world was completely different from Chun Zhao's. Chun Zhao's inner world was a world of flames. That existence's inner world was a vast plain. But that existence's inner world wasn't complete. Half of it was an inner world that could be passed off as real, while the other half was an illusion. In other words, the one behind them was actually fake. After the existence's inner world covered them, everyone doubted whether that world was real. Even Chun Zhao was the same. So, at the start, everyone used their own methods to test it. Later on, Chun Zhao found a loophole. All the movements in that world appeared in front of them. The direction of the monsters, the direction of the wind, the direction of the light, and the density of the spiritual chi were all in that direction. Behind them, there were no changes at all. It felt almost the same as when they were in the cave. Chun Zhao started to doubt it, which was why he tested it a second time. As expected, Chun Zhao found that the world they were in was half real and half fake. However, that existence didn't want to defeat Chun Zhao. His main goal was to stall for time and let himself, or rather, let his heart escape. He had to admit that he succeeded. He only managed to stall for a short while. In less than 10 minutes, the heart escaped. Don't ask how the heart escaped. A heart that was hundreds of meters long was already in existence that defied common sense. So, it was even more unsurprising that the heart could escape on its own. Chun Zhao was somewhat disappointed. His carelessness had let the heart escape. However, before the first confrontation, who would have thought that a heart could have so many tricks up its sleeve? Chun Zhao had thought that a mere heart was like meat on the chopping board. Even if it had unimaginable power, it couldn't even be crushed with one hand. But in the end, he was humiliated in front of everyone and the heart escaped. Just then, the empty shell of the heart suddenly changed shape and turned into a giant rock beast. Boom! One strike. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The giant rock beast was formed from the shallow power left behind by the heart. Whether it was to the heart or to Chun Zhao, it was too small and insignificant. It didn't even have the right to stall for time. Everyone was dazed. When they saw Chun Zhao defeat the giant rock beast with one strike, they found it hard to accept, but it was reasonable. They'd hoped for an earth-shattering battle, but it didn't happen. Chapter 3189. When everyone returned to the ground, they suddenly saw a huge shadow on the surface of the sea amidst the storm. It's the third island. Chun Zhao's vision was the best. He could see the island in the storm at first glance. Doesn't the third island need a special path? Chen Zhao shrugged. Even if I reveal my location, I need a special path. I can't fly now. Even if Gaia transforms in her dragon form, she can't pass through the stormy sea. I can do it, Gaia said stubbornly. She had her own stubbornness. Chen Zhao shrugged. His senses were suppressed to the limit, but he could still sense the violent aura in the sea ahead. It wasn't a normal storm. It was like the entire world was filled with all kinds of magic. A normal person would be torn to pieces if they went near the edge. Even spiritualists couldn't go in. Moreover, the distance between the third island and the second island was very large. One could vaguely see the third island. In reality, the two were thousands of kilometers apart. With Gaia's power, she couldn't even cross 1/10 of the distance. Only Chun Zhao could force his way through the stormy sea. But in that environment, even he couldn't protect the others. Gaia didn't know the situation. If she did, she wouldn't have lied. Let's go find a guide. The guide Qin Zhao was talking about was naturally Becky Lu Lisha. Mr. Chun, did you do something to Becky Lu Lisha? Chun Zhao rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? Actually, at the first island, Chun Zhao had secretly thrown a small puddle of dark lava on Becky Lu Lisha. So, Chun Zhao basically knew Becky Lu Lisha's movements. As long as Chun Zhao sensed the puddle of dark lava, then Chun Zhao would know Becky Lu Lisha's route on the island. Becky Lu Lisha basically couldn't sense the existence of the dark lava. But even if she did, she couldn't do anything about it. Once you touch that thing, you'd be stuck to it. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Following the path of the dark lava, Chun Zhao found the transportation point to the third stop. They entered the passage and came to the third stop. This time, they weren't forcefully separated. When everyone arrived at the third island, they habitually began to inspect their surroundings. Unlike the first two islands, the environment of the third island was extremely harsh. The sun in the sky was very low, and there were two of them. That was definitely not the sun in the conventional sense. They were two huge fireballs. As a result, the temperature on the island is very high. However, what was surprising was that the island was still covered in plants despite the high temperature. However, the plants that grew on this island were all red in color. Whether it was the trees or the flowers and plants, almost all of them had red skin. The moment Chun Zhao picked up a bunch of flowers, he felt the terrifying energy in them. They exploded in his hands. Chun Zhao's actions were like pulling the fuse of dynamite. All the plants within a 10-meter radius began to explode. This turn of events startled everyone. They hurriedly used their own defensive methods. Boom, boom, boom. Fortunately, everyone reacted in time. Chun Zhao also extended a helping hand and protected everyone. Therefore, no one was injured. However, after knowing that these plants would explode when they were hurt, everyone's mood was not so good. This almost made it difficult for them to move. After all, in an area filled with plants, stepping on a plant could cause all the surrounding plants to explode. Moreover, these plants were terrifyingly powerful, and there were many of them. Moving around here was like walking on a battlefield filled with landmines. Who knew when a large firework would come? Chun Zhao was also helpless. He could only take one step at a time. You guys stand here first. I'll go and clear a safe path. He couldn't help it. Chun Zhao felt an even stronger suppression on the island. Of course, his small world had already been suppressed to 10 meters. No matter how strong the suppression was, it wouldn't make Chun Zhao's small world smaller. After all, no one in this world could take away Chun Zhao's small world. Chun Zhao went forward and detonated the nearby plants first. The others kept their distance and only went forward after the explosions were over. If it was a normal person, they would probably be smashed into pieces after walking a few meters. This environment was almost unsolvable for normal people. These plants seemed to belong to the dragon blood family, Gaia said. Chun Zhao turned around and looked at Gaia. Do you recognize these plants? Dragon blood is a very general term. It doesn't refer to a single plant. Usually, it refers to a plant that has the blood of a dragon or fire elemental magical beast stained with it. The plant absorbs the blood and then grows abnormally, Gaia said. But dragon blood plants need a very harsh environment to grow. They usually only grow near volcanoes because they need to absorb large amounts of fire elemental energy. Are these magic materials? Chen Zhao asked. These plants can't be harvested, right? They'll explode if they're harvested. It's not that they can't be harvested. They absorb large amounts of fire elemental energy, so the plants contain large amounts of fire elemental energy. Under normal circumstances, as long as the balance of the fire elemental energy is broken, there will be a violent explosion. But at night, the plants' bodies will start to shrink and stabilize. Under these circumstances, there won't be an explosion. Chen Zhao suddenly thought of an idea. Dark lava spread out and covered the plants in front of him. Chen Zhao created a large shadowy area. Under the shadow, the branches and leaves of the plants started to shrink, just like Starbeck. Chen Zhao carefully picked up a small red plant with dark lava. As expected, there was no explosion. Chun, after harvesting, don't let these plants see the light. Keep them in a dark place. These weren't problems. Chun Zhao started harvesting the plants along the way with dark lava. A moment later, he'd harvested thousands of plants. Are these plants valuable? There has always been a shortage of Dracaena plants on the market. These flowers and plants are sold by the kilogram, and each kilogram can be sold for about 10,000 US dollars. If it's those medium-sized trees, each one is estimated to be about 200,000 US dollars. There are also some large plants that are very expensive. There have been several records of them being sold for millions of US dollars. Before Chen Zhao, the dragon blood plants that covered the entire mountain were probably a huge source of income. Chen Zhao didn't waste any. He spread dark lava even more. After harvesting them, he stored them in dark lava. Chapter 3190. Everyone was drooling with envy. But apart from drooling, they couldn't snatch it or ask Chen Zhao for a share. What a joke. How could they ask Chen Zhao for a share? Not to mention their abilities, they couldn't even block one of Chen Zhao's ultimate moves even if they combined forces. When Chen Zhao was collecting the dragon blood plants, they didn't even put in any effort. How could they ask Chen Zhao for a share? At the same time, on the other side of the island, Becky Lu Lisha frowned. Those guys are following us again. Xianzheng, are you sure you erased all traces before we entered the tunnel? I'm sure. I used a dust concealment spell to erase our auras for at least 30 minutes. No one can follow us. But why can they still follow us less than 10 minutes after we entered the third island? Becky Lu Lisha asked, dissatisfied. Unless they did something to one of us, Xianzheng said. Otherwise, I can't think of any other possibility. Becky Lu Lisha's expression darkened. She felt that Xianzheng's guess was probably correct. This was the only possibility that Chen Zhao and the others could keep up with their movements. Everyone, check yourselves, Becky Lu Lisha urged. See if anyone was enchanted. Everyone started checking themselves. But no matter how they checked, they didn't find any traces of being enchanted. They were all experts in this field, so they were naturally extra careful. Very few people could be enchanted without anyone noticing. You didn't find it? Everyone shook their heads. Boss, do you think it's possible that you... To everyone, Becky Lu Lisha was the most likely. Because she was the mediocre twin, her knowledge of magic was far inferior to the others. So, if someone chose to cast a tracking spell on one of them, Becky Lu Lisha was undoubtedly the most suitable. I've already checked myself. I didn't find any traces. Xianzheng didn't continue suspecting that Becky Lu Lisha had been enchanted. Instead, he changed his train of thought. Maybe it's not magic, but some kind of tracking object? Becky Lu Lisha suddenly fell in a deep thought. After a while, she pulled open her sleeve. Look, what's this? There was a small patch of black under Becky Lu Lisha's wrist. This is a birthmark? Becky Lu Lisha shook her head. It was on the first island. I was holding onto a tree, and my wrist was scratched by the bark. That's how the black spot appeared. I thought I was poisoned, and even asked Corella to take a look. He said it wasn't poisoned, but a bruise. Xianjing looked for a long time, but could not find anything suspicious. After thinking for a while, he said, how about we cut the skin and see if we can squeeze out the extravasated blood? Sure. Becky Lu Lisha nodded and agreed to Xianjing's suggestion. You do it yourself. Compared to the dissension in the team, Lu Lisha trusted Xian more because he had a grudge against Chun Zhao and the others. Xianzheng used a knife to cut open the skin on Becky Lu Lisha's wrist and was about to squeeze out the blood. Suddenly, the black, extravasated blood flowed upward without warning. It was as if it had life and consciousness. 000 literature. Becky Lu Lisha and Xianzheng's expressions changed. Xianzheng reacted quickly and immediately grabbed the joints of Becky Lu Lisha's arm. He wanted to stop the black substance from moving upward. However, the black substance gradually dissipated and the black spot could no longer be seen on the skin. Just then, Becky Lu Lisha's expression became even more panicked. I can feel it flowing into my body through the blood vessels in my arm. Damn. Think of something. Xianzheng's expression was serious. I'll try to use an essence spell to get rid of that thing. Xianzheng cast a Buddhist bright light seal on Becky Lu Lisha. Becky Lu Lisha felt as if her body was burning. The thing had weakened a lot, but it was not completely removed. It was also very cunning. It was swimming toward Becky Lu Lisha's heart. The next moment, Becky Lu Lisha clearly felt her heart twitch. The thing was actually stuck to her heart. How is it? Damn, it's on my heart now. Keep using that spell and get rid of it. Xianzheng's expression darkened. Becky Lu Lisha panicked. What's wrong? Why aren't you doing it? The Grand Light Seal has a certain lethality to the human body's abdomen. It would be fine if it was in other places or blood vessels, but if it's in the heart, if I continue to use the Grand Light Seal, it will cause certain damage to your heart. Becky Lu Lisha gritted her teeth and looked at Xianzheng. Is there no other way? Boss, if you can control your power well, you can try using your own power to protect your heart. Then I can freely cast the spell. How do I do that? Form a membrane with magic and stick it to the heart. This is more complicated and detailed. But this method was clearly too complicated for Becky Lu Lisha. Becky Lu Lisha had power that far surpassed others. But her control of power was like a primary school student. 1 + 1 might not be a problem for her. However, a complex equation would be too difficult for her. Is there no other way? The active substance isn't strong. Boss, you can try shaking it to death and erasing its activity. Becky Lu Lisha tried using Xianzheng's method again, but the result was still not satisfactory. Xianzheng's methods could be easily done by others, but she couldn't do it in a short time. It must be that asterisk shoal. Becky Lu Lisha trembled in anger. This kind of behavior was simply the greatest humiliation to her. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Chun Zhao clearly had the power to kill her and everyone else, but he was playing with her like a cat playing with a mouse. At the same time, she secretly complained that Xianzheng and his other subordinates were all useless. None of them were Chun Zhao's match. They couldn't even break his little tricks. Although a few of them looked normal, they were gloating in their hearts. Becky Lu Lisha's domineering behavior displeased them. They were happy to see Becky Lu Lisha suffer, but they couldn't help her at all. Becky Lu Lisha obviously knew what they were thinking. At the moment, she was also considering how to get rid of the disloyal ones. Chapter 3191. In the past, Becky Lu Lisha had thought that the betrayal of her subordinates only meant that the leader wasn't capable enough. But when Becky Lu Lisha realized that her subordinates were all traitors, she had a mental breakdown. Especially after Chun Zhao. The traitor rubbed her a few times. Now, she just wanted to kill all the traitors around her. After all, she had one Chun Zhao. She didn't want a second one. One Chun Zhao had already left a serious psychological shadow in her heart. If another one appeared, she would probably explode on the spot. But before that, she needed these traitors to do her a small favor. This was also the reason why she had recruited so many people this time. Of course, she didn't need so many people. She didn't recruit so many people because of their abilities, but just in case. After all, it wasn't a comfortable journey. Dying a few people was within her plans. She was worried that they wouldn't have enough people at the crucial point. So, she specially found a few more tools. Unfortunately, if Chun Zhao's group hadn't betrayed her, her plan wouldn't have been worth tens of thousands. Chun Zhao's group's betrayal wasn't within her plan. Now, she really regretted recruiting Chun Zhao into her team. Chun Zhao was like a ticking time bomb. Although he'd left the team, his powerful abilities were still a constant threat to Becky Lou Lisha and her plan. Also, Chun Zhao's attitude. It wasn't just Chun Zhao's betrayal, but also his unpredictable behavior. It also made Becky Lou Lisha very wary. Becky Lou Lisha rolled down her sleeves and reorganized her emotions. "Forget it," Becky Lou Lisha said calmly. "Even if that traitor is playing tricks behind my back, he can't stop me. His laughable actions are just a joke." Of course, she tried her best to look nonchalant, but she wasn't that calm inside. Moreover, no one thought that Chun Zhao was really that insignificant. Chun Zhao had proven his abilities many times before, even though he'd gained control of 2 islands and power. Becky Lou Lisha still wasn't Chun Zhao's match. "Follow me." Becky Lou Lisha's team was also surrounded by large numbers of dragon blood plants. Becky Lou Lisha waved her hand. "Back off." A shocking scene appeared. The densely packed dragon blood plants in front of them actually took the initiative to retreat. Everyone was surprised. Becky Lou Lisha definitely wasn't using nature magic. Spirit speech magic? It didn't seem like it. Although no one understood Becky Lou Lisha's magic, they all knew that Becky Lou Lisha had cast a spell. However, this solved their problem. These dragon blood plants were very troublesome, especially on this island. If it was a Dracaena plant that grew in other places, it would not be able to survive. They could wait until nightfall to pick them, but there was no night here. This place was called the Land of Eternal Light. The 2 suns in the sky did not revolve around the entire world. It would forever occupy the sky above the island. Therefore, these Dracaena plants would endlessly threaten anyone who landed on the island. Stepping on them was like being barbecued in an armory. Now, their biggest problem had disappeared. Becky Lou Lisha easily solved the problem. Everyone followed behind Becky Lou Lisha. She seemed to control the plants effortlessly. He had been using this ability non-stop along the way without any signs of fatigue. 17 Logically speaking, this spell should have consumed a lot of magic power and energy. But Becky Lou Lisha was not tired at all. He didn't know if it was because she had some tricks up her sleeves or because she was too strong. However, Xianzheng, who was following behind her, started to feel uneasy. Xianzheng was a loyal follower of Becky Lou Lisha in this team, but he didn't want to continue because he found a big problem. They were walking into a dangerous area. In the words of Hua Xiaofeng, Shui Master, that was 1,000 machines extinction, 9 out of 10 deaths. Xianzheng was a Buddhist disciple, but he was a Feng Shui master before he shaved his head and became a monk. So the Feng Shui master he mastered was quite good. "Boss, are you sure we're going the right way?" Becky Lou Lisha looked back at Xianzheng. "Is there a problem? This path doesn't seem safe. Why don't we change direction?" "Change direction? Our destination is this direction. No matter which direction we choose, we have to go to the front." Becky Lou Lisha's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Was even this Baldy going to betray him? Although Xianzheng hadn't clearly betrayed him, but he was starting to doubt himself. "Boss, where are we going? Just follow me." Shut up." Becky Lou Lisha scolded impatiently. "I don't want to hear a second voice. Do you understand?" Xianzheng shut his mouth. He regretted his rashness just now. He had forgotten Becky Lou Lisha's personality. She was stubborn and wouldn't listen to his advice at all. Most importantly, after making Becky Lou Lisha annoyed, he didn't try to stop her. Becky Lou Lisha continued forward with a cold expression. Xianzheng didn't say anything from then on, but he was always on guard along the way. But there weren't any expected dangers along the way. Xianzheng didn't relax. Instead, he became more worried. The reason why a land of death was called a land of death was because it was too dangerous. If there was no danger after entering Deathlands, it wasn't because there was a problem with the Feng Shui. It was because danger was waiting at the end. This kind of Deathland was the most dangerous. All the dangers were hidden in the center of Deathlands. Once the danger erupted, it would be 100 times more dangerous than a normal Deathland. Becky Lou Lisha finally took the lead and stopped. They were in the middle of 2 mountains. There was also a river in front of them, blocking their way. Xianzheng looked up at the 2 blazing suns above his head. He looked around again. The mountains were heavy and the rivers were endless. This was the center of Deathlands. Even dragon blood plants couldn't survive here. There was nothing here apart from the scorching hot rocks. Xianzheng tensed up and observed his surroundings vigilantly. "Okay, 4 of you come here," Becky Lu Lisha said. But no one responded to Becky Lu Lisha's order. Becky Lu Lisha looked at everyone. "Is no one listening to my orders?" "Boss, what do you need to do?" Xianzheng asked. "Positions," Becky Lu Lisha said calmly. "The control center of this island is hidden underground. To show it, we need 4 people to stand in positions and output magic." Chapter 3192. Xianzheng knew very well that the most dangerous thing in this place was probably the positions that Becky Lu Lisha had requested. Right now, Xianzheng already regretted standing on Becky Lu Lisha's side. Becky Lu Lisha's mood swings were too hard to please. But Chun Zhao couldn't do anything either. He and Chun Zhao had such a bad relationship. There was almost no chance of reconciliation. Now, he couldn't please either side. Becky Lu Lisha looked at everyone, somewhat dissatisfied. "Is no one willing to come?" No one responded to Becky Lu Lisha's order. Becky Lu Lisha's domineering behavior along the way. The more she forced everyone to obey her, the more uncomfortable it made people feel. That was why everyone was only obeying her on the surface, but disobeying her in secret. No, it had already developed into a blatant confrontation. "Then I'll call names," Becky Lu Lisha said indifferently. She scanned everyone present. Becky Lu Lisha pointed out 4 people. However, the 4 of them did not step forward. "Lug Aunt Lil, Stacy, Finnans, are you rejecting my order?" "I reject such an impolite request," Lug Aunt said. "You're saying my order is an impolite request?" Xianzheng remained silent, but he glanced at Lug Aunt out of the corner of his eye. Lug Aunt seemed to know something. "You think I don't know? This is the abyss of death. This place is specially used to seal something, to seal evil with evil. You asked us to stand in 4 directions because you want us to sacrifice to the demons of the 4 directions, right? If we have enough magic power, we can barely survive. But if we don't, the demons will devour our life force. When we satisfy the demons' needs, the seal will be undone. As for what is sealed, I'm afraid only you know." Lugant looked at Becky Lu Lisha. "Am I right, Becky Lu Lisha?" Everyone else was shocked. This was betrayal. They hadn't betrayed Becky Lu Lisha, but Becky Lu Lisha had betrayed them. Everyone stared at Becky Lu Lisha. They needed an explanation. Becky Lu Lisha was also furious. To her, these people had betrayed her. "As you said, I only need a little bit of your mana. Your mana can still be recovered. If you can't even satisfy this little bit of mana, then I can only say that I've found the wrong person." Becky Lu Lisha was still high and mighty like before. It was as if all of her decisions were natural. And it was this attitude that was the most unbearable. Although they were hired by Becky Lu Lisha, it didn't mean they had to put their lives in her hands. No matter how righteous you are, it doesn't change the fact that you're trying to sacrifice us, Lugant said firmly. Previously, he had wanted to let it go, but now Becky Lu Lisha had set her sights on him. Moreover, it was blatantly sacrificing them. This was intolerable, and Becky Lu Lisha did not show any signs of remorse. Instead, it was as if it was a matter of course. It was as if they were the ones at fault, not her. "I told you, I don't like people going against my will." Becky Lu Lisha stared coldly at Lugant and the other 3. "You can choose now. Stand on it yourself, or I'll throw your corpses on it." Just as the 2 sides were about to fight, a patch of darkness covered their heads. Chun Zhao's group had arrived. As if they were shopping, they strolled over under the cover of the dark lava. Becky Lu Lisha's expression changed involuntarily. Her subordinates all had different expressions too. "Miss Becky Lu Lisha, what a coincidence. What are you doing? Are you having lunch break?" Chun Zhao took the initiative to greet her. "Why are you here?" Becky Lu Lisha treated Chun Zhao as a great enemy. She was very sensitive about Chun Zhao's appearance here. "Huh, do I need your permission to come here? Are you planning to buy this island?" Chun Zhao asked, still nonchalantly. Chun Zhao strolled casually. The dark lava started sweeping the surrounding dragon blood plants again. Becky Lou Lisha was even more furious at Chun Zhao's underestimation of her. Right now, she was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Mr. Chun, this is the abyss of death. There's probably something sealed here, old Ankh said. We better leave quickly. Really? I love seals. Do you know how to undo them? Old Ankh's expression was unnatural. Clearly, he knew how to undo the seal. But he was worried that Chun Zhao would do the same thing as Becky Lou Lisha. Sacrifice their lives to undo the seal. If you know, then you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. Why are you wasting time? I know, but it's a bit troublesome. How troublesome? Old Ankh explained the method to undo the seal. It was similar to what Le Gan had said earlier. I see. Chun Zhao rubbed his chin. The next moment, he created 3 clones and stood in 3 different directions. Chun Zhao's real body chose one and stood on it. The next moment, large amounts of black gas appeared in all directions. Oh, you can use clones too, Chun Zhao said, smiling. But the others' expressions were unnatural. Mr. Chun, be careful. The black gas is evil. It's formed by the unclean aura in this area. Just then, the dark lava above them suddenly wrapped around the black gas, and then merged back into the real body. The black gas kept growing. Every time it was about to condense, the dark lava would swallow it. This went on for few times. Finally, the ground stopped spewing black gas. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't think that the seal of the abyss of death could be undone like this. Just then the ground shook slightly. An opening opened in the middle of the 4 directions, and a stone platform rose up. There was a blue pearl on the platform. It was similar to the red and green pearls on the previous 2 islands. Becky Lou Lisha's eyelids twitched. She didn't think that Chun Zhao could undo the seal so easily. Even if she wanted to be the Oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, she didn't have enough power. Is this what you're sealing? How disappointing. Chun Zhao shook his head. Miss Becky Lou Lisha, it's for you. Becky Lou Lisha looked at Chun Zhao without any joy on her face. She didn't understand what Chun Zhao was planning. Mr. Chun, I think we had some misunderstandings before. I think we can resolve them and work together again. Sorry, I'm not interested in working with a poisonous snake. I'd rather work with a demon. Becky Lou Lisha's lips trembled in anger. She finally suppressed her anger. Fine, but I still hope that we won't be enemies. Chapter 3193. Not enemies? Be it Chun Zhao or Becky Lou Lisha, neither of them could tolerate each other's existence. Once there was enmity, they were definitely enemies. Their personalities were like that. Either they didn't interact with each other, or once they did, they were either friends or enemies, because they knew that the other wouldn't just let it go. Just like what Becky Lou Lisha said, even she herself did not believe it. How could Chun Zhao believe her? However, Chun Zhao had let Becky Lou Lisha control the island twice in a row. This wasn't courtesy anymore. He was giving her benefits. No one would think that it was because Chun Zhao was a nice guy. Chun Zhao gestured for Becky Lou Lisha to leave. How could Becky Lou Lisha communicate with a blue pearl in front of Chun Zhao with peace of mind? She would feel uncomfortable if Chun Zhao was around for a second. Looks like Miss Becky Lou Lisha can't even eat with me here. Let's go. Mr. Chun, is it convenient for us to go with you? Le Gan asked. If you want to leave, I can help, but if you want to go with me. Sorry, I don't like to go with strangers. Chun Zhao had seen Lugan's group and Becky Lou Lisha's argument and tit for tat. However, he couldn't guarantee that it was just a 2-man show between Becky Lou Lisha and the others. If he brought a group of people he didn't trust, Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to resist killing them. For everyone's convenience, Chun Zhao didn't mind opening the door for them. But if they followed him, then forget it. After all, they hadn't chosen a path in the beginning. No one would accept changing their path halfway. Le Gan and the others were somewhat disappointed. But Chun Zhao's answer was expected. Chun Zhao came and left in a hurry. It was as if he had specially come to help Becky Lou Lisha solve her problem. Le Gan and the others also left with Chun Zhao. It wasn't just the 4 people that Becky Lou Lisha had pointed out earlier who left with Chun Zhao. Apart from Xinzheng, everyone else had left. Mr. Chun, do you know how to leave here? Le Gan asked. Chun Zhao looked at everyone and then silently grabbed at the air. There was clearly nothing, but it felt very strong. Chun Zhao slowly separated his hands, and a spatial crack appeared before everyone. Everyone gasped. Many of them had seen teleportation magic before. However, forcibly tearing space apart was unheard of. "This is the way back," Chun Zhao said, pointing at the spatial rift. Where does this lead to?" Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. "I don't know. In any case, it leads to a certain corner of Earth. Transportation is so convenient now," Chun Zhao said casually. "Find a bus and go home. Hurry up. This spatial rift won't last for more than a few minutes." "Mr. Chun, my strength might not be worth mentioning in your eyes, but my magic is quite useful. Why don't you let me stay by your side and help you?" Lugant said, unwilling to give up. "You're right." He still wasn't sure what this place was, but he had a guess in his heart. "Lugant, isn't your magic an earth elemental spell?" Robert urged. "It's not as useful as you say. Hurry up and go home. Mr. Chen doesn't need you. We have enough people." What a joke. The few of them didn't even have enough. If you joined, we'd have to burn some more. Chun Zhao took 60% because he was strong enough. Most of the time, he was the one taking care of the problems. They were the ones being protected, so they accepted Chun Zhao's distribution method. However, they didn't want another person to share their profits. Chun Zhao didn't plan on accepting Lugant and the others either. It wasn't because of the distribution of profits. It was because of trust. If a team didn't have basic trust, they'd be like Becky Lou Lisha. If the team split up halfway, they wouldn't be able to play anymore. While they were talking, the spatial rift had already started becoming unstable. "You might have one more minute. Maybe you still want to go back to Ms. Becky Lou Lisha. If that's the case, I won't force you." With that, Chun Zhao turned and left. The others glanced at Lugant and the others and quickly followed Chun Zhao. "Mr. Chun, why don't you let them go back directly? I'm afraid they won't leave." "I know. I'm leaving to give them a chance," Yi Zichen said. "Why did you do that?" "It'll be interesting to cause trouble for our Ms. Becky Lou Lisha. Those people are strong and knowledgeable. They should be able to cause a lot of trouble for Becky Lou Lisha." Just then, the ground started shaking violently. "Huh? What's happening now? It should be Ms. Becky Lou Lisha who obtained control of this island. Chun, are you really going to let her keep gaining control over the islands? Including this island, she now has control over 3 islands. She'll become more and more powerful, and the owner of the power she gains will probably be even more powerful." "I know. This is also part of my plan." "You know who it is?" "I have a rough idea," Chun Zhao said. "After I came here, I already guessed a little. Now, I can probably confirm their identity." "Who?" Chun Zhao chuckled, not answering Gaia's question. "I wonder if this island still has a heart. What kind of monster's heart is it? It's so big. Let's go." Ms. Becky Lou Lisha has already gone to the next island. "Don't you think it's strange? We've passed 3 islands in a row. It feels too smooth," Old Ank said. "Of course. Without Mr. Chen's protection, do you think it's easy?" Familati rolled his eyes. Perhaps the first or second island would be enough to annihilate all of them. But now, they were almost unharmed. This wasn't easy. It was just because Chun Zhao had taken most of the trouble. That was why they had the illusion that it was easy. Following Becky Lou Lisha, the group arrived at the 4th island. But as soon as they came out of the tunnel, they saw someone before them. It was an unfamiliar woman. She wasn't pretty and was a bit plump and muscular. Her skin was dark and she wore linen clothes. The unfamiliar woman sat under a tree and stared straight at the group coming out of the tunnel. "Hello, outsiders. 160-338-5311. Chapter 3194. Everyone was ready to fight. This strange woman gave them the feeling that she was out of place. Her appearance was abrupt, her dressing was abrupt, and the way she looked at them was also abrupt. The woman seemed to know their information. Her eyes seemed to be as if she had expected it. Chun Zhao narrowed his eyes at the woman before him. He knew nothing about this woman. He had no information at all. Chun Zhao had a lot of information. He even knew what existed here. But among all the information, there was no information about this woman at all. She seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. "Are you here to stop us?" "Yes." The woman nodded. I hope you can leave. The woman looked at Chen Zhao. Or defeat me. You can try. Chen Zhao looked at the woman calmly. He couldn't tell how strong she was. This was very rare. There was actually someone that Chen Zhao couldn't see through. She looked like a normal woman. She didn't stand out at all. Sorry, I'm not interested in testing you. If we fight, I won't show mercy. Of course, I don't need you to show mercy either. Very confident, the woman said. The strange woman said, those who step into the realm of God are indeed extraordinary, but confidence alone is not enough. The monster at the end of this road has killed a god. Everyone's hearts trembled. Killed a god? What kind of monster was that? Chen Zhao's expression was still calm. The monster you're talking about isn't you, right? That's a bold guess, but I'm not, the woman said. How can you prove that you're not? Because I don't need to be. The woman's body started growing. Her skin also became rough like rocks. Bigger and bigger. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, all the way to the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was full of disbelief as he looked at the incomparably huge giant in front of him. This wasn't an illusion. It was a real body. The giant bent down. Her face was 1,000 meters wide. Even her eyes were dozens of meters wide. I, the ruler of the earth, the creator of the world, am Gaia. The voice was like a clap of thunder, reverberating in everyone's mind. Even Chen Zhao didn't expect the giant before him to be the legendary Gaia goddess. Chen Zhao subconsciously glanced at Gaia. Of course, it was his friend Gaia, not this giant goddess Gaia. Gaia also looked at Chen Zhao helplessly. Although they were all called Gaia, they were clearly not the same concept. At this time, everyone began to retreat. Not to mention winning. How to fight this thing was a problem. Great goddess Gaia, what is ahead? Old Ankh could not help but ask. To be able to make the goddess of Gaia appear in person and stop them from moving forward. There was definitely something incredible up ahead. Why don't you let your leader explain? He should know a lot. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao said calmly, World Snake Jormungandr from Norse mythology, a legendary magical beast that devours the world. Everyone was once again unable to close their mouths. The Olympian goddess Gaia appeared first, and then Jormungandr, the world snake from Norse mythology? This was too exciting. So you do know, Goddess Gaia said with certainty. At this moment, the ground shook violently. Even Gaia almost lost her footing. Goddess Gaia suddenly looked into the distance and furrowed her brows as if something bad had happened. Goddess Gaia, are you guarding Jormungandr? No, it's a seal. I'm a part of the seal, Gaia said. The goddess of Gaia said, in the past, Zeus led the gods into a war with the Aesir gods. The gods were defeated, but at the critical moment, the Aesir gods released Jormungandr. This terrible monster smashed Mount Olympus, causing the Olympians to suffer heavy casualties. Zeus couldn't kill Jormungandr, but he thought of a way, and that was to release Jormungandr into my world. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow and looked at Gaia. This is your world. Yes, the world I nurtured, Gaia said. In this world, I also nurtured countless ancient titans. After the ancient titans failed to fight Zeus for the divine right, they fell into a deep sleep in this world. Jormungandr obtained an unprecedented opportunity here. He started devouring this world. This is his authority. He devoured the sleeping titans of this world. This world used to be an entire continent, but under his devouring, the entire world was almost swallowed by the sea. When I realized the severity of the problem, I could no longer kill him. In the end, I could only use my power to seal him here. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Norse mythology and Olympian mythology had nothing to do with each other. They didn't expect there to be such old grudges. Then who won that war? Old Ankh asked. How would I know? Ever since Zeus placed Jormungandr in my world, I fell into chaos. That stupid guy. If he had asked me to help, I could have killed Jormungandr, but he placed him in my world. This caused Jormungandr to continuously grow stronger, even beyond his control. My power was greatly weakened, while Jormungandr kept devouring the titans and my power. Luckily, Jormungandr couldn't devour the power source. Otherwise, everything would have returned to nothingness. No one won, Chun Zhao said. Most of the Olympians have been sealed, along with Mount Olympus. The Asgardians are also close to extinction. Only a portion of the gods are relying on Asgard to survive. Then, Gaia was about to ask for more information. Suddenly, the earth shook. Gaia staggered and lost her balance again. But the next moment, a terrifying snakehead burrowed out of the sea. The snakehead was so huge that it was comparable to Gaia's body. It bit the back of Gaia's waist. Gaia also felt pain from the snake's bite. He turned around and grabbed the snake's head, smashing it with his fists. The snakehead tore off a large piece of flesh from Gaia's waist before shrinking back into the sea. Gaia looked at the sea in shock and anger. Damn, why did he come out? Why did he come out? Chapter 3195. That giant snake was Jormungand, right? Chun Zhao was confused too. Didn't Gaia say that the seal was still there? Plus, she was a part of the seal. She should know best whether the seal had been opened or not. Just then, Becky Lou Lisha appeared, but she was floating in the air. Her twin spirits also appeared with her, and they hovered around her. Gaia stared fiercely at Becky Lou Lisha and her twins. Jormungandr, how is that possible? Nothing is impossible, the twin suddenly said. The twin spirit suddenly said, 400 years ago, that group of humans broke into this place and opened the first seal. You thought that once the first seal was resealed, nothing would happen. In fact, although my body was not released, my soul was able to escape. My soul has been reincarnating for 400 years and has been spreading the legend of Treasure Island to attract adventurers. Gaia was furious. No wonder humans kept breaking in over the past hundreds of years. Isn't that what you're hoping for? Every intruder will break 1 or 2 seals and leak a portion of my power. Then, you'll use that opportunity to destroy my power. If you do it enough times, you'll destroy me sooner or later, Twin Life said calmly. That's right. This time will be no exception, Gaia said. Huh, it's different this time. Remember the last batch of humans? They reached the 7th stop. They didn't break the seal, Gaia said. Yes, they didn't destroy the seal because I was guiding them. Although they suffered heavy casualties under my guidance, they still reached the 7th seal. When I reached the 5th, 6th, and 7th seal, I carefully destroyed some of the seals so that my power wouldn't break through the seal. However, I kept the seal intact so that you wouldn't be able to sense it. Based on your habits, every time an outsider breaks into this place, you would allow them to open the first 3 seals so that you could weaken my power. But this time, when the 3rd seal was opened, I also forcefully opened the last 3 seals. Gaia didn't expect that after scheming against Jormungandr for thousands of years, she would be tricked by Jormungandr. Goddess Gaia's face was twisted with anger. Even so, the 4th seal is still with me. Goddess Gaia's voice suddenly paused as she touched her waist. The twin creatures laughed. Do you understand now? I knew that the 4th seal was not on this island. It was on your body. In the next instant, the surface of the sea was torn apart. A chaos serpent that connected heaven and earth rose from the sea. Jormungandr, Goddess Gaia, roared angrily. She pulled up a huge mountain beside her and smashed it toward the Chaos Python. At this moment, the Chaos Python opened its mouth and spat out a jet of black water. The huge mountain was directly smashed into pieces by the black water column. The huge water column blasted directly on Goddess Gaia's chest. Goddess Gaia's huge body was blasted away and smashed into the sea dozens of kilometers away. Goddess Gaia's body was so huge that when she collapsed, it set off a monstrous wave. At that moment, the Chaos Python opened its mouth and tried to envelop Chun Zhao and the others. Chun Zhao's dark lava immediately pulled everyone back, pulling them out of the Python's mouth. However, the Chaos Python's target was not Chun Zhao's group. It was Becky Lou Lisha and the twin creatures. The next moment, Jormungandr was completely resurrected. Black clouds filled the sky and electric snakes surged. Jormungandr flipped in the lightning. I have reappeared in the world. Now, no one can stop me anymore. Everyone felt that it was the end of the world before them. Just then, Goddess Gaia suddenly pounced at Jormungandr. She was tens of thousands of meters tall and was not inferior to Jormungandr at all. Everyone watched the battle between Jormungandr and Goddess Gaia from afar. They were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They fought fiercely. Storms, lightning, flames, and hailstones continuously ravaged the nearby sea and the island that Chun Zhao and the others were on. It seemed that Goddess Gaia had the upper hand. Jormungandr wrapped around Goddess Gaia, but Goddess Gaia grabbed Jormungandr's head and kept punching him with her huge fists. Jormungandr could not fight back at all. "Looks like Goddess Gaia is stronger," Gaia said. "Jormungandr is going to lose." Everyone else had similar opinions, but Chun Zhao was not so optimistic. "Chun, don't you think so? The loser will be Goddess Gaia," Chun Zhao said. "Why? Don't you think the situation is clear now? Goddess Gaia seems to have the upper hand, but she's in the sea now. She's lost her source of power," Chun Zhao said. "What a pitiful deity. She actually lost her source of power in her own world." As soon as Chun Zhao finished speaking, Jormungandr, who was being beaten back, suddenly bit Goddess Gaia's neck and tore off a large piece of flesh. Goddess Gaia staggered back and fell into the sea. She covered her neck in shock. Jormungandr did not chase after her. Instead, he ate with big mouthfuls, enjoying the delicious source of power. In Jormungandr's eyes, Goddess Gaia was the most delicious food. As long as he completely devoured Goddess Gaia, this world would be completely under his control. He would no longer be able to stop her. Everyone turned pale with fright and looked at this scene in disbelief. This was only the beginning of Goddess Gaia's defeat. After Jormungandr devoured that piece of flesh, Goddess Gaia had yet to recover. The injury to her neck was too great. Even she could not bear it. This time, Jormungandr wrapped around Goddess Gaia's body and neck effortlessly. Jormungandr's power increased greatly, while Goddess Gaia weakened greatly. This time, Goddess Gaia could not break free from Jormungandr's restraints at all. Jormungandr tore off another piece of flesh from Goddess Gaia's body. At this moment, a green blob emerged from the torn wound on Goddess Gaia's chest and separated from her body. Jormungandr opened his mouth to swallow the green ball, but the next moment, an even faster black shadow flashed by and covered the green ball before Jormungandr could swallow it. Chun Zhao quickly retracted the dark lava and reached out to grab the thing in the green ball. A green key appeared in Chun Zhao's palm. Everyone paled in fear. No one thought that Chun Zhao would not keep a low profile at a time like this. He would even snatch food from Jormungandr's mouth. Chun Zhao did not care about Jormungandr and the others' gazes at all. The green key in his hand was merging with Chun Zhao. Chapter 3196. The green key was similar to the other keys Chun Zhao had obtained in the past, but it was different. Perhaps this key should be called the Ascension Key. It corresponded to the Ascension level. It was a level that was more complete and perfect than the Ascension level that Chun Zhao knew. The green key used an unimaginable method to describe the relationship between the inner world, outer world, body, soul, and magic. Chun Zhao had known and mastered some of it, but there were some things he hadn't thought of at all. It didn't belong to the god system or the cultivation system. It was something common between the two. Chun Zhao had comprehended the ascension state himself, but he was still figuring out everything about it himself. However, the green key saved him all the trouble. It was knowledge and theory that surpassed his knowledge. It was man-made, but not by one person. Instead, it was a group of people, an uncountable number of strong people. Just like the blood-colored key Chun Zhao had obtained in the past, it was made with the blood of hundreds of thousands of people. This green key wasn't made with blood, but with knowledge. Gaia was in the ascension state before she obtained the green key. So, she couldn't perfectly absorb the knowledge in the green key. She had become an ascension state, but she relied on the key's knowledge instead of her own comprehension. But Chun Zhao was different. This key fused faster and smoother than any other key he'd obtained in the past. It even fused with Chun Zhao. The knowledge perfectly made up for Chun Zhao's shortcomings. Jormungandr glanced at Chun Zhao. He was angry that Chun Zhao dared to steal his meat, but he didn't realize what Chun Zhao had stolen. He was more concerned about Gaia herself now. He retracted his attention and started tearing at Gaia's body again. Gaia was still struggling, but it was all in vain. But she didn't beg or retreat. She knew that there was no retreat or mercy in this war. Jormungandr kept growing stronger, while Gaia kept weakening. Chen Zhao didn't participate in this war. He didn't even pay attention. Chen Zhao communicated and fused more comprehensively with the key. Finally, the world collapsed. Gaia's broken body fell on the sea. Jormungandr's body also grew larger, and bone spikes grew all over his body. At this moment, it was the true doomsday serpent. The world was collapsing in its howl. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Was this a sign of doomsday? Jormungandr's attention finally fell on Chen Zhao. Human, the woman I devoured had a grudge against you for a long time. Even death could not erase her hatred for you. Jormungandr stared at Chen Zhao. She was once my sole host. As a reward, I will fulfill her last wish. Looks like she asked the wrong person, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Gaia was dead, and the world was on the verge of collapse. But at the same time, the pressure on Chen Zhao also disappeared. You don't understand how powerful I am. Jormungandr sneered. Chen Zhao punched Jormungandr's huge body from a few hundred meters away, causing it to fall backward. Everyone's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Chen Zhao's tone was still flat. You don't understand how powerful I am. Jormungandr's huge tail swept toward Chen Zhao. While doing so, Jormungandr's tail ignited with flames. A mountain blocking the way was smashed into pieces. The momentum was too shocking. Everyone behind Chen Zhao felt that this battle was meaningless. But Chen Zhao clearly did not think so. Instead of retreating, Chen Zhao charged toward the huge flaming tail. The flaming tail slapped Chen Zhao. Not only did it not send him flying, but Chen Zhao wrapped his arms around it instead. Holding the tail, Chen Zhao rose into the sky. Jormungandr was stunned for a moment. But before he could react, Chen Zhao had already lifted his entire body. Hundreds of thousands of meters long had long surpassed the clouds. Jormungandr turned around and spat out a black pillar of water at Chen Zhao in the sky. Chen Zhao had been flying up with Jormungandr's tail, but the black pillar of water made him let go. Jormungandr also landed on the surface of the sea. Everyone was shocked by the scene of immortals fighting. Jormungandr was undoubtedly a monster, and one that could destroy the world. He had just bitten the Gaia goddess into pieces. But what they didn't expect was that Chen Zhao could actually fight evenly with Jormungandr, although both sides had only exchanged a few blows. But this was enough to show how terrifying Chen Zhao was. After Jormungandr landed on the surface of the sea, he controlled the lightning to shoot at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't care about the lightning at all. He charged straight at Jormungandr's head. Bang! A ring of light exploded in the sky. Chen Zhao was sent flying hundreds of kilometers away. Jormungandr was also confused. The two combatants were already very far away from the fourth island. No one could see Chen Zhao anymore. Only Jormungandr's body was clearly visible. However, the momentum of the battle was not limited by distance. Both sides fought fiercely, and it was far more intense than the battle between Jormungandr and the goddess Gaia. The two sides seemed like they were really going to fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The fourth island collapsed due to the battle between the two sides. Gaia could only transform into a giant dragon and fly old Ankh, Robert, Farmalati, and Ikili into the sky. Gaia didn't dare to go near the battlefield either. If they weren't careful and got hit by the shockwaves, they could all be smashed into pieces. This kind of battle had long surpassed their knowledge and understanding. Old Ankh was glad that he had made the initial decision. Robert was also scared. If he hadn't listened to old Ankh's advice, he probably wouldn't have ended up much better than Becky Lou Leisha. The two terrifying existences that could destroy the world kept clashing head-on. Moreover, both sides were truly enraged. Jormungandr felt that he had even defeated the goddess Gaia. Gaia's power had also become his source of power. He had devoured the primordial titans. He had done what the Asgard divine race had failed to do. How could he lose to this human before him? Up until now, he hadn't been injured at all. He hadn't even used any power. In this place, he was an immortal existence. Even a goddess Gaia couldn't destroy him, not to mention this human. But Jormungandr didn't know that. As an ascendance-level being, Chun Zhao did not consume any energy at all. Chun Zhao's inner world had a perfect cycle that provided him with endless power. Therefore, in this situation, it was almost impossible to determine a winner. Chapter 3197. Both could control storms, lightning, seawater, and fire. Plus, their bodies were almost indestructible and powerful. As a result, the battle was still in a stalemate until now. Even Jormungandr had to admit, the human before him was even stronger and more difficult to deal with than Gaia. If it was before he devoured Gaia, Jormungandr had no doubt that if he fought Chun Zhao carelessly, the consequences would be very, very serious. Jormungandr's huge head rammed toward Chun Zhao. In the end, Chun Zhao didn't fly away. Instead, he was the first to get dizzy. He had to admit that he wasn't as stubborn as Chun Zhao. By now, the fourth island had turned into nothing. It wasn't just the fourth island. All 7 islands had collapsed. Gaia and the others were in the air. But even in the air, it wasn't safe. The impact of Chun Zhao and Jormungandr's battle had already affected them. Even though Gaia was very far away, both of them were existences that surpassed the god race. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their battle had destroyed the world. Only now did old Ankh, Robert, Farmalati, and Aikili truly realize. How terrifying was Chun Zhao? He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting Jormungandr. Even Gaia had been torn apart by Jormungandr. The airflow within hundreds of kilometers had completely lost stability. It was like a washing machine, wantonly displaying terrifying power. If they got any closer, it wouldn't be a washing machine anymore. It would be a meat grinder. Mr. Chun, can he win? Old Ankh asked worriedly. Gaia wasn't confident either, but she still said, "Don't worry. No one can defeat Chun, not even God." However, Jormungandr was really too strong. Unreasonably strong. But right now, Jormungandr also felt that Chun Zhao was unreasonably strong. Humans, stop. There'll be no end to this battle. You should already understand that you can't do anything to me, and I can't do anything to you. Jormungandr gave Chun Zhao a way out first. But what he got in return was Chun Zhao's cold smile. Since they had already fought to this point, how could there be any leeway to turn back? If he stopped now, Jormungandr would have to run to Earth. By then, he would swallow Earth Source. Even Chun Zhao probably couldn't do anything to him anymore. If they wanted to fight, they would continue to fight. They would not hesitate to shatter this world. Moreover, if this world was destroyed, Jormungandr would definitely lose. Devouring Gaia's source also meant that he was bound to this world. Therefore, the one who should be worried now was not him, but Jormungandr. They seemed to be in a stalemate. However, their battle would definitely affect the entire world. Jormungandr was naturally unwilling to take the risk of damaging his own origin. But Chun Zhao didn't have such concerns. Chun Zhao could destroy as much as he wanted. It wasn't his house anyway. We've only fought for a short while. Could it be that you can't hold on anymore? Looks like you can't last long enough. Chun Zhao looked at Jormungandr mockingly. Jormungandr was furious. If it was someone else, he would have taught them a lesson in minutes. But since Chun Zhao had said this, there was really nothing he could do. No, it's not like there's no other way. This was his source world. Of course he had a way. It looked like he was in a passive position now, but that was because he didn't want to hurt his source. But at the same time, he could also mobilize the origin of this world. This was something Chun Zhao couldn't compare to. He could infinitely increase his power, but Chun Zhao couldn't. You should know the consequences of angering me, Jormungandr said. Stop here, or both of us will be injured. Chun Zhao smiled. I want to experience the so-called consequences. Golden light flashed on Jormungandr's body. He was mobilizing the source of the world to strengthen himself. But just then, Chun Zhao's body also started flashing with golden light. The light was the same as Jormungandr's. Jormungandr's expression changed. How is this possible? How could he mobilize the source of the world? No, he wasn't mobilizing the source of the world. Jormungandr looked at Chun Zhao in shock. What was going on? Where did he get the source of the world from? Chun Zhao didn't have so many questions. He was trying to mobilize the source of his inner world. This was the power he comprehended from the green key. The sixth level of the primordial regression technique, source form. Unlike Jormungandr, who needed to be in his source world to mobilize the source, Chun Zhao carried it with him. He didn't need to be restricted by geography at all. Another thing was that Chun Zhao's inner world had formed a perfect cycle. In other words, Chun Zhao truly had infinite power. Gaia was far from reaching the ascension level, so her source world obviously didn't have a circulation system for source energy. Gaia's original world still needed to be replenished. Then, Jormungandr devoured Gaia's source. It was even more impossible for him to create a perfect cycle. This was the difference between the two. They seemed to be on the same level now, but they weren't really on the same level. Jormungandr thought that he had infinite power. This was because his power came from this world. For a normal person, the power of a world was infinite, but their opponent was Chun Zhao. The energy they used every moment was astronomical. At this level of consumption, even the energy of an entire world might not be enough for them to squander. Then, let the second round begin. Chun Zhao raised his arm. The golden world expanded wildly, forming a golden spherical world. In the past, Chun Zhao's world didn't have any substance. As long as Chun Zhao didn't activate it, there was almost no way to detect it. But now, Chun Zhao's world seemed to be real. Jormungandr also spread out his own golden domain. Both golden domains were shockingly large, reaching hundreds of kilometers. They collided with each other, neither retreating. The seawater was forced back by their terrifying power. The dry seabed was revealed. The seabed was torn apart and magma spewed out. Gaia and the others were stunned. This had surpassed the stage of magic. No power or greatness could describe this battle. This was a battle of gods. Chun Zhao raised a hand, and a dozen golden neutron stars appeared in the sky. Each golden neutron star had a mass of billions of tons. Chun Zhao released his arm, and the golden neutron stars fell with destructive power. Jormungandr could block one golden neutron star, but he couldn't block all of them. The golden neutron stars landed on the ground, instantly evaporating the seawater. Jormungandr was furious because Chun Zhao had already started destroying the world. Chun Zhao wanted to take drastic measures and destroy his foundation. Chapter 3198. Stop right there. Jormungandr opened his bloody mouth and spat out a golden lightning pillar. Chun Zhao quickly dodged Jormungandr's golden lightning pillar. The golden lightning pillar streaked across the sky, tearing it apart. In the natural world, the bigger the body, the more powerful it was. It was an advantage in natural survival. But when the two were equal in strength, the smaller the body, the more advantageous it was. For example, mountain cats could easily kill sheep 3 times their size. Right now, Chun Zhao was that predator. It was too difficult for Jormungandr to hit an enemy with Chun Zhao's size. But he had to take all of Chun Zhao's attacks. The balance of the war was already tilting. Stop! Chun Zhao casually summoned a dozen more golden neutron stars. These golden neutron stars could only be used in the current origin state. They were far more powerful than normal neutron stars. Even the dark red neutron star couldn't compare. Although it was Chun Zhao's first time using them, he could do as he pleased. Chun Zhao used them as if they were instinctive. Back then, Chun Zhao had practiced tens of thousands of times before barely grasping the dark red neutron star. But after receiving the Green Key's legacy, Chun Zhao's usage of Ascendance-level power had reached an unimaginable level. It was no longer a skill. It was instinct. The golden neutron stars shot toward Jormungandr, but they were all blocked by Jormungandr's golden domain. Then, there was a violent explosion. But such a powerful explosion didn't damage Jormungandr's golden domain at all. Jormungandr's golden domain clashed with Chun Zhao's. It was like 2 glass beads colliding. Neither could break through the other's domain. Chun Zhao created more golden neutron stars. This time, he created more than 100. Boom, boom, boom. The entire world was covered in golden light. But the golden light didn't represent peace and harmony. Instead, it was filled with destructive power. It was still unharmed. Chen Zhao pouted. It seemed like he couldn't shatter the opponent's world when his origin was intact. At least he couldn't do it now. Chen Zhao appeared beside Gaia. He reached out and patted Gaia's dragon head. Chen, what's going on? Fly as high as you can, Chen Zhao said. Don't hesitate. Don't stop. Gaia's body was also emitting a golden glow. Chen Zhao gave a sliver of his origin to Gaia. It wasn't much, but it was enough to protect Gaia. As for the people on Gaia's back, they could only pray for their own good fortune. If Gaia was fine, they should be fine. With that, he disappeared from Gaia's side. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zhao was at an altitude of 500 miles. He looked down at Jormungandr. Jormungandr looked up at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao raised his hand, and a golden celestial body appeared above his head. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 50 kilometers. Jormungandr realized what Chen Zhao was going to do. He was also on full alert. If he allowed this golden celestial body to fall to the ground, his origin would be severely damaged. Therefore, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to block this golden celestial body. A smile surfaced on Chen Zhao's face. He raised his right arm high and looked down at Jormungandr. You have to catch it. Otherwise, I'll score. Human, there's no need to play tricks like that. I can block that move even with my eyes closed. Really? Chen Zhao let go of his arm. The golden celestial body fell at a shocking speed. Jormungandr's body coiled up. His golden domain was also as dazzling as gold. Chen Zhao pointed a finger at Jormungandr and grabbed. Suddenly, Jormungandr's body froze. With this pause, the golden celestial body had already streaked past his face. How is this possible? Boom! The collision between the golden sky and the ground created a golden wave. Jormungandr spat out a mouthful of blood. His golden domain also shattered in an instant. Then, another golden celestial body smashed into Jormungandr's body. This golden celestial body followed the first one. It was slightly smaller than the first golden celestial body. It used the first golden celestial body to hide itself. Moreover, the second golden celestial body wasn't used to attack the world. Instead, it aimed at Jormungandr. Half of Jormungandr's body was destroyed. Jormungandr lay on the ground in pain. However, he couldn't care about repairing his damaged body. He hurriedly covered the golden domain again. He didn't want Chen Zhao to take the opportunity to attack him again. How is this possible? How did you do it? Jormungandr was furious. How could Chen Zhao freeze his movements from a distance? Although it was only for an instant, Jormungandr was still shocked and furious. Just then, a bit of black lava seeped out of the wound on Jormungandr's body. Jormungandr didn't even dream that after he swallowed Becky Lu Lisha. At the same time, he also swallowed the black lava in Becky Lu Lisha's body. From the beginning, Chen Zhao had buried his evil intentions in Becky Lu Lisha's body. His target wasn't her. Instead, it was for his ultimate goal, Jormungandr. This bit of black lava was barely a threat to Jormungandr. It could only be used once. Right now, half the world had turned into hell. The shockwave was still spreading to the entire world. Gaia couldn't help but look down. Right now, she and everyone else could only see the scene of the end of the world. It was a true scene of the end of the world. Nothing could be more real than this. It was more impactful than the end of any movie. Chen Zhao looked down at Jormungandr. He didn't stop Jormungandr from supporting the golden domain again, because this was also his plan. Just then, two more golden celestial bodies appeared in the sky. They were even larger than before. This was also Chen Zhao's limit. The two golden celestial bodies fell in two different directions. Jormungandr was extremely shocked and furious. Right now, he couldn't care less about his injuries. He crashed into one of the golden celestial bodies. The golden celestial body was knocked out of its original trajectory. He wanted to use his tail to sweep away the second golden celestial body. But suddenly, he realized that he only had half his body left. He couldn't use his tail at all. He could only watch as the second golden celestial body crashed into the ground. Jormungandr spat out blood again. His golden domain collapsed again. Chun Zhao formed two more golden celestial bodies. Roar! Jormungandr roared at the sky. Human, don't play tricks when you fight me face to face. This is war, little friend. Chun Zhao released his arm again. Jormungandr was in extreme pain. He tried his best to save him, but it was too late. The two golden celestial bodies crashed down. A crack that was thousands of kilometers long spread out. Jormungandr supported the golden domain again. However, his golden domain had become much thinner, and it was obvious that it was very unstable. Chapter 3199. Chun Zhao looked down at Jormungandr. This is the consequence of taking other people's things, Chun Zhao said mockingly. Roar! You haven't won yet. Really? Chun Zhao raised his hand again. Hundreds of small golden celestial bodies appeared above his head. Although they were small, they were still a few kilometers in diameter. Right now, you can't stop me from doing anything. Although the hundreds of golden celestial bodies were unable to cause apocalyptic destruction like the previous large golden celestial bodies, they were still powerful enough to destroy the Armageddon. However, it still possessed astonishing destructive power. Hundreds of golden lights descended. Jormungandr shot out a golden lightning pillar from his mouth. Only half of the smaller golden bodies were destroyed. More than half of the golden celestial bodies still bombarded the ground. Jormungandr was finally unable to maintain the golden domain. Chun Zhao also retracted his golden domain. He landed in front of Jormungandr. Jormungandr's body had yet to fully recover. The third round begins now. Roar! Jormungandr roared and charged at Jin Si. Jin Si also rushed towards Jormungandr. The brutal hand-to-hand combat began. Gaia and the others were currently high up in the sky. They witnessed the goddess Gaia being torn apart by Jormungandr. And now, they witnessed Jormungandr being torn apart by Chun Zhao. Piece by piece, the flesh was torn off. In terms of brutality, Chun Zhao was no worse than Jormungandr. That scene was simply too exciting. During this process, the black substance constantly shuttled through Jormungandr's broken body. At this moment, the golden light on Gaia's body separated and transformed into a golden figure. Although he had no facial features, he could tell from his figure that it was Chun Zhao. Chun? Gaia was stunned. Aren't you going to eat a piece? That's the flesh of the world snake. You should be able to digest it. At this moment, a huge piece of flesh fell below Gaia. When it landed on the boiling hot ground, it actually emitted a rich meaty aroma. Old Ankh and the others drooled. That can we eat it? Feel free if you're not afraid of being stuffed to death, Chun Zhao said casually. Without a strong digestive system, you'll explode if you eat it. Everyone thought about it and gave up on the idea. Gaia saw Chun encouraging her. She didn't need to worry about anything. Everyone was envious that Gaia had a friend like Chun Zhao. If anything happened, Chun Zhao would help her. However, the battle in the distance had yet to end. Or rather, the tyranny was not over yet. Jormungandr's life force was extremely tenacious. In fact, as long as his origin wasn't completely taken away, as long as this world was not completely destroyed, he would never truly die. Of course, he did it on purpose. Chun Zhao didn't plan on devouring the origin of this world. He did not want to be like Jormungandr, bound to this world. Chun Zhao only devoured Jormungandr's flesh essence. He kept absorbing the origin energy from the world origin to repair his body. Then Chun Zhao would take the essence of his flesh and blood, as well as his life force. At this moment, Jormungandr was a converter. Rather than saying that Chun Zhao was stealing Jormungandr's essence, it was more like he was stealing the essence of the world. Chun Zhao fused the excess power into his inner world. Jormungandr realized what Chun Zhao wanted to do, but there was nothing he could do. One wrong step, and every step would be wrong. Chun Zhao wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. In the beginning, Jormungandr was unwilling. He was looking for every opportunity to turn the tables. In the end, he gave up completely. But now, the initiative was no longer in his hands. It was difficult for him to die even if he wanted to. The The dark magma had completely spread to every corner of his body. It kept destroying his functions, but couldn't kill him completely. This feeling was too painful. The dark magma kept returning to Chun Zhao's body, returning a large amount of essence to him. At the same time, more dark magma surged out of Chun Zhao's body and seeped into Jormungandr's. Jormungandr knew that Chun Zhao wouldn't stop until he and the world were drained dry. What Chun Zhao did was crueler than him. He had stolen the origin of this world from Gaia. Chun Zhao, on the other hand, crushed it, turned it into his own power, and then devoured it. Although their actions were essentially the same, the process was crueler. If possible, Jormungandr wanted to treat Gaia like Chun Zhao did, but he didn't have an inner world that could contain such a large amount of essence. At most, he could only do the same things as Gaia and grasp the same power. Jormungandr didn't fundamentally surpass Gaia. This was also the fundamental difference between him and Chun Zhao, because from the beginning to the end, they were standing at different heights. This was the true reason why he lost. Even if Chun Zhao didn't use the dark magma, Jormungandr's defeat was only a matter of time, because his weakness had always been exposed to Chun Zhao. Unless one day, he could merge the world's origin into his body and turn it into his own inner world. But he had no chance. Chun Zhao wouldn't give him this chance. Rather than violence, it would be more accurate to say that it was a gluttonous feast. Chun Zhao didn't even let Jormungandr's soul go. He didn't even leave bones behind. Jormungandr's soul was very strong. Even without a body, his soul was as strong as a god's. But in Chun Zhao's eyes, this strength was meaningless. Even at his peak, he wasn't Chun Zhao's match. After losing his body, he couldn't threaten Chun Zhao at all. This world had completely become a dead planet. Chun Zhao didn't pity Gaia. They weren't on the same side. He, Jormungandr, and Gaia could be said to be on three different sides. In the first battle between Jormungandr and Gaia, if Gaia was the winner, she would probably have to fight Chun Zhao too. Chun Zhao was quite glad that it was Jormungandr who won. Jormungandr's control of power and the world's origin was definitely not as good as Gaia's. If it was Gaia, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. After completely defeating Jormungandr, Chun Zhao opened a spatial crack with Gaia and the others. They were in an unfamiliar sea. Just then, Chun Zhao found a huge beast floating below. Leviathan. However, Leviathan was already dead by then. It was the entrance to that world and the incarnation of Gaia. Gaia was dead, so it naturally died with her, but it was still full of treasures. Chun Zhao put Leviathan away. Everyone sighed. This adventure was finally over. But this adventure had brought them quite a lot. Chun Zhao found the treasure left by the Pirate King. But because of the battle between Chun Zhao and Jormungandr, the treasure was almost destroyed. Because of the battle between Chun Zhao and Jormungandr, it was almost destroyed. But even though it was less than 20%, it was still a shocking amount. Chapter 3200. Even if this wealth was split among everyone, it would still be shocking. Of course, Chun Zhao would get more. Preliminary calculations showed that it was worth more than $2 billion. Although Chun Zhao got most of it, no one objected. But no one objected. What a joke. Anyone who disagreed with Chun Zhao now would only be looking for trouble. Chun Zhao could take them back to the mainland. Chun Zhao could take them back to the mainland. But they'd come out with Becky Lalisa. If they went back and Becky Lalisa went missing, it would still be quite troublesome. Even Chun Zhao couldn't avoid it. So, Chun Zhao didn't plan to fly back directly. Instead, he called West and asked him to make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Chun, if you need anything in the future, just find me. Old Ankh wanted to be related to Chun Zhao now. Robert, Farmalati, and Achilles all rolled their eyes secretly. Of course they knew what old Ankh was thinking. Actually, they had similar thoughts too, but they were too embarrassed to say it. If I really need anything, I'll find you. Chun Zhao didn't reject old Ankh. Of course, it was more likely that they'd never talk to each other again after going back. As for whether they'd talk nonsense, they had to have the courage to do so. They stayed on the island for a day. The next day, West brought a boat. After everyone boarded, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. West, how's your arrangement? It's done. Wes said. You and Becky Lalisa were attacked by magical beasts at sea. Most people died. You're the survivors. Yeah, that's more like it. Chen Zhao nodded. Everyone boarded the boat and returned to the coastal waters. An unfamiliar boat suddenly appeared before them. Logically speaking, it was very likely that they'd encounter other boats in the coastal waters. They shouldn't have any other thoughts. However, the boat was very conspicuous. It was completely painted black. It didn't look like a normal boat either. Instead, its entire body was radiating light, making it look like a bullet. Everyone looked at it. Their first impression was that it wasn't a normal boat, and that black ship was coming for them. Just then, a Gaia opened on the top of the boat, and a cannon rose. Yazhak cannon. West frowned. They're from Repulse Bay, said Milady. West was surprised. President, are you related to the people of Shallow Water Bay? Yes, there was a conflict with the people of Repulse Bay during this operation. Familati was quite familiar with Shallow Water Bay. If it was in the past, she would definitely not want to provoke Shallow Water Bay. It was very troublesome to be enemies with Shallow Water Bay. But now she was not worried at all. These people had come to cause trouble for Chen Zhao. He was really tired of living. Sure enough, the battle ended after 20 minutes. It was an uneventful battle. If it wasn't to keep them alive, they wouldn't have needed 20 minutes. Perhaps it was only a minute or a second. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in how West and the others interrogated the Repulse Bay members. West had a way of making them talk. Not long after the interrogation ended, the members of Shallow Water Bay were all villains of the supernatural world, but they were definitely not warriors. Not to mention loyalty. That was why West didn't use much torture before they confessed everything. Shallow Water Bay was an American supernatural organization, but they didn't train spiritualists. They only accepted spiritualists who had been expelled from their original organizations. So the members of Shallow Water Bay were very mixed. The organization's internal structure was rather loose. Apart from being members of Shallow Water Bay, most of the members had a second or third identity. There was a headquarters, but it was just a few insignificant people. Apart from a few low-level members who stayed behind, the other members mostly maintained their identities on the surface. They would only gather when there was a mission or when there were benefits to be gained. They attacked Chunjiao because of Xianzheng's information. Before the ocean-going ship was swallowed by Leviathan, Xianzheng had already spread the news. Before Shallow Water Bay attacked, they even specially investigated Chen Zhao's identity. They realized that Chen Zhao was actually rich, a very, very rich person. So this time, they acted under the name of taking revenge for Xianzheng. However, all the members who participated actually had the thought of making a huge sum of money. They probably couldn't imagine what kind of person they wanted to deal with. President, do we kill them all or lock them up? Bring them back and lock them up for a while. Let them leave their magic behind. This was the habit of the supernatural organization. Every time they caught a spiritualist, they would first leave a magic record. This was to strengthen the organization's foundation. Although they started late, they were developing very quickly. What about Shallow Water Bay? Give me the information about Shallow Water Bay. I'll warn their boss. President, I have some information about the Magic High School that appeared in San Francisco last time. Is that Magic High School reliable? It's hard to say, Garp, West said helplessly. There are 3 founders of the Sorcerer's High School. Before the Spirit Tide, they were all mediocre in the spirit world. I don't know if they were influenced by the Spirit Tide and stimulated their potential. Compared to before the Spirit Tide, they're very powerful now. Also, the source of the funds they used to build the school is unknown. In other words, there's something wrong with them? They don't participate in the management and teaching of the school. They seem to treat this as an investment. I've personally interacted with them and didn't find any unclean magic on them. Secondly, the teachers in the school vary in strength, but they are all ordinary spiritualists. We can find out where they come from. Other than the high tuition fees, there's nothing to criticize. School has already started, and the school has recruited about 200 young students. Maybe because of the Harry Potter movie, the students all treat magic high schools as Hogwarts. What about the environment in the school? Are there any hidden dangers? I didn't find any traces of dangerous magic in the school, either. What about the professor's classes? What's the specific content? The main subject is magic. There are practical courses and theoretical courses. Currently, there are 4 subjects: enhancement, elemental, curse, and nature. Chapter 32:01. Does the government allow this magic school to exist? No. I don't know what kind of agreement the school has with the government, but at least the school isn't being obstructed or troubled by the government. Wes paused and then said, or the school itself is connected to the government. Since he confirmed that there was nothing sinister about the magic school, Chun Zhao relaxed. As for the connection with the government, Chun Zhao didn't care too much. Chun Zhao didn't care too much about this. Being connected to the government made him feel more at ease. After all, the government was synonymous with safety most of the time. After returning home, Chun Zhao prepared gifts for everyone in the house. These gifts were all taken from the treasures of Treasure Island. They were all ordinary items, but they could be sold for a shocking price in an auction house. The next day, when Frigga came to teach little Jerlin and Larissa, Chun Zhao handed Frigga a pendant. Chun Zhao gave Frigga a pendant. Ms. Frigga, this is for you. When Frigga saw the pendant, her eyes flashed with surprise. Is Jormungandr dead? Yes, he is. Frigga didn't ask about the process. This result was a bit surprising, but it was reasonable. After all, everyone knew how powerful this human was. Now, only she and Bader were still alive among the Norse gods. Of course, this was referring to people with names. Actually, there were still some Norse gods who weren't that famous. Most of the powerful gods obeyed the rules of the human race. They hid among the humans incognito. Frigga sighed with emotion. Jormungandr was the strongest among the Norse gods. Although he was Loki's child, Jormungandr was far more powerful than Loki. But even Jormungandr couldn't escape from Chun Zhao's clutches in the end. Frigga wasn't sad about this, though. After all, even when Jormungandr was alive, he didn't have a good relationship with her. After all, Jormungandr was a general in the Dust camp, but she was the queen of Odin's camp. Lady Frigga, can I ask you a question? What kind? Education. Go ahead. Diddla wants to go to magic school to learn magic. What do you think? Should I agree to her request? Why are you hesitating? Frigga asked. If it's just for magic knowledge, Chun Zhao said, I can provide much more than the school. But what the school can provide is far more than just magic knowledge. Magic requires communication, Frigg said. Under the same conditions, the one who communicates is destined to have an easier time learning magic than the one who imparts magic knowledge privately. In other words, you approve of her enrollment. Of course, it's not just her. I think the future Jerlin and Larissa should also go to that school. Chun Zhao chuckled. I thought you would say that the knowledge taught in mortal schools is definitely not as good as your magic knowledge. This depends on the upper limit of Didi's talent. If the magic knowledge taught by the school can reach her upper limit, then I believe that no one will be better than me in learning after the upper limit. But before the upper limit, there won't be too much of a gap between the knowledge taught by the school and me. In fact, the atmosphere is very important in learning any kind of knowledge. This is also why human children, even if their families are rich, still choose to enter the school rather than hire a tutor. Then you won't be able to show your value. You're Jerlin and Larissa's private tutor now. They're different. I'm only giving them the basics now. Also, no school can teach them the upper limit of their talent. Just then, Stephen's car arrived. Chun Zhao went to the door to welcome him. Stephen, why are you here? To borrow money, Stephen said straightforwardly. Huh? You didn't solve the financial crisis last time? Chun Zhao remembered that Stephen had organized an auction when he'd had a financial crisis. Some items were sold at high prices, but when Chun Zhao asked, Stephen said that he'd already solved the problem. I thought I solved it, Stephen said helplessly. Then can you tell me about it? I invested in a company, and now I have absolute control of the company. However, the company's financial situation is not ideal, and it is still burning money. Once the continuous investment is interrupted, then the nearly $1 billion I have invested will be wasted. What company? Logically speaking, Stephen knew financial rules and order better than Chun Zhao. He also knew the risks of the financial industry. So, Chun Zhao didn't have to remind him. However, the more knowledgeable you were about finance, the deeper you'd sink if you got greedy. It's not a normal company. What industry is it in? Or does it produce something? This company is not a regular company, Stephen said awkwardly. What kind of company is it? Stephen thought for a moment and said, it researches alchemy. Chun Zhao frowned. Stephen, are you looking to die? You know nothing about the spiritual world or magic world. How dare you invest in alchemy? Can you tell the types and effects of alchemy? Stephen didn't say anything. He just sat there with his head lowered. How much money do you need? In the end, Chun Zhao decided to lend Stephen the money. No matter what, just Stephen's name was worth $1 billion. If it were someone else, Chun Zhao wouldn't lend him money. But Stephen was different. He definitely had the ability to repay. The company is currently researching a magic potion to regrow severed limbs. Chun Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at Stephen. A potion that could recover the body in a short time could be sold for at least $1 million on the black market in the spiritual world. This kind of alchemy potion was also extremely expensive in the spiritual world. Stephen's company actually wanted to research such a potion. First of all, the raw materials needed to make the potion would cost millions. This meant that any one of their research department's research would cost millions. This meant that even Chun Zhao might not be able to afford such an expensive company. The most important thing was, so what if they managed to figure it out? There were already such alchemy potions in the spiritual world. This company was researching other people's products that were already mature. At this time, their alchemy would definitely not be able to compete with other people's products, unless Stephen wanted to reduce the cost and price of the potion to a few $1,000s. But was that possible? Chapter 3202. Do you know that such potions have existed in the spiritual world for a long time? Chun Zhao asked. I know. I think that if we combine science and magic, we might be able to make the potion at a lower cost. Chun Zhao was speechless. He looked at Stephen. Did the person in charge of the company tell you this? Yes. Is there a problem? You're a typical expert trying to trick a layman. Can you even find the person? I've been tricked. You know that alchemy and magic all have magic formulas. When the raw materials are combined, they form a magic circuit or a magic formation. You can replace magic with magic, but it's impossible to replace magic with science right now. It's like how cars need gasoline. Current technology can't replace gasoline with water. Maybe it'll be possible in a few hundred or a few thousand years, but definitely not now. Stephen's expression grew more and more ugly. But they only buy expensive raw materials. I've seen their accounts. Do you have their accounts? Stephen thought for a moment. Then he took out a printed account and handed it to Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao glanced at it and said, Wait here for a moment. A few minutes later, Chun Zhao returned with 2 plants. Do you recognize these 2 plants? Stephen looked at the 2 identical plants, confused. I'm not a botanist. One of them is the fierce heart grass on the account. It's one of the main ingredients of the arm regrowth potion. It's worth around $500,000 on the market. What about this one? Isn't it also fierce heart grass? No, it's just a regular plant. It's called white rose. They're almost the same. Yes, only people who use magic can tell the difference, Chun Zhao said. That's what the company you control uses to trick investors like you, or rather, suckers. Chun Zhao paused. They're colluding with the raw materials, or they're in cahoots. Also, if you want to participate in the market for the arm regrowth potion, you need to find an alchemist. Find a few reliable alchemists and form a research team, not a company with unknown qualifications. Chun Zhao didn't need to say the rest. With Stephen's business knowledge, he already knew. Once the crux of the matter was pointed out, many doubtful points would turn into proofs. How much did you invest? Chun Zhao asked. The total investment is about $1 billion US. In fact, Stephen's loss was more than $3 billion US if he included the mortgage and the like. Where is their company located? In Las Vegas. Las Vegas New Magic Technology. Have you evaluated their company? Yes, I've looked into it beforehand, and I've also seen their clinical trials. Clinical trials are useless. They can buy a bottle of real medicine from the market in advance. For a layman like you, this kind of experiment is indeed very shocking. Or there's another method that is more economical. Perhaps they are looking for a spiritualist with powerful regeneration abilities, such as this. With that, Chun Zhao cut his finger. The wound on his finger healed at a visible speed. Stephen slumped onto the sofa. He couldn't accept the fact that he had invested all his fortune into a group of swindlers. One had to know that Stephen was an investment expert himself. Back then, Stephen had even helped Chun Zhao deal with some financial problems. Now, Chun Zhao couldn't just ignore Stephen's situation. Let's go. Take me to see those swindlers. Let's see how much we can recover. No, we're not calling the police. Stephen asked, stunned. How much do you think the police can help you recover? Or can the police handle spiritualists? Can you? Let magic solve magic's problems. Chun Zhao also called West and asked him to gather the members who weren't on missions. From Stephen's description, the company had quite a lot of people. If Chun Zhao was alone, there would inevitably be some who slipped through the net. He had to catch them all at once. A group of people arrived in Las Vegas in a grandiose manner. Stephen's face was filled with worry. After all, he had gambled almost all of his fortune on this operation. He had considered many solutions. Calling the police was one, or he could have a showdown and negotiate with them. If he couldn't get the money back, he would basically have to file for bankruptcy. Or he could borrow more money from Chun Zhao. Chun Zhao couldn't guarantee anything. After all, the money was in the bank. He didn't know how many accounts it had been split into. If he wanted to recover the money, he could only arrest all the people involved in the scam. Stephen gave Chun Zhao a list of everyone he knew. Then, Chun Zhao would arrange the arrests. Under the night sky, Chun Zhao and Stephen arrived before a villa. Mr. Aller, where are you now? Mr. Stephen, what's up? I'm here to talk about the follow-up investment. Oh, I see. I'm at home. Do you want to come? Or we can talk at the company tomorrow. I'm at your door, Stephen said. Just then, the door to the villa opened. Chun Zhao and Stephen walked in. They saw Allor in the living room. Chun Zhao glanced at Allor. He looked like an elite in the workplace. Even though he was wearing casual clothes at home, he still gave off a decent vibe. Mr. Stephen, who's this? My friend, Stephen said. You can call him Chun. Oh, he's in the same industry as you. Hello, Mr. Chun. Allor was surprised, but he was still calm. He shook Chun Zhao's hand. Mr. Stephen, what do you want to talk about this time? I wanted a vest, Stephen said. The vest? Why? Allor looked at Chun Zhao from the corner of his eyes. Since he was in the same trade as him, did he hear any bad news from him? I missed the market. Anyway, I want to get my money back, not a single cent less. Mr. Stephen, the money you invested has been converted into research in the laboratory. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the money back. However, you could try to sell the shares in your hands. Although you're not optimistic about it, I believe that our company's future is still very popular. Mr. Allor, I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. Not only do I want to sell my shares, but I also want to get back all the money I invested. Chapter 3203. Smiling, Allor looked at Stephen. Mr. Stephen, are you joking with me? Not really. Stephen shook his head. At the same time, he took out a document. I have evidence that you and your company are committing fraud. Stephen had collected all the companies that Allor had bought materials from. They were all fake. In other words, the materials that Allor had bought with Stephen's investment were illegal. Mr. Stephen, you have to understand that many magic materials aren't normal purchases. People don't know about the magic material merchants, so they don't go through any procedures. I don't care. I only know that you're using my funds illegally, so you only have one choice. Return my money to me. What if I refuse? Allor still didn't care. I'll hire the best lawyer and apply to freeze your bank account, as well as any account that has any transaction records with your bank account. No matter how many parts you split my money into, no matter how many times you transfer it, it'll still end up in my pocket, Stephen said casually. You can deceive me in your field, but in the field that I'm good at, you won't be able to fight back, Stephen said casually. Allor's expression darkened. Mr. Stephen, your thinking is very dangerous. Stephen was actually scared too. Nevertheless, Chun Zhao gave him an encouraging look. Stephen could only muster up his courage and continue. I'll make you lose everything. I'll use all my power so that you won't even be able to walk out. Everyone will know that you're a liar, both among the ordinary people and in the spiritual world. Aller was instantly enraged by Stephen's words. He suddenly flipped the table and threw it at Stephen. Stephen covered his head in fear, but the next moment, the flying table froze in the air. Stephen put down his hands and stared at the suspended table in shock. "Mr. Aller," Chun Zhao said, smiling, "this house still needs to be used to pay off the debt, so please don't destroy any of the furniture or equipment here." Aller's expression changed. His 10 fingers suddenly turned into the sharp claws of a beast and swiped at Chun Zhao. However, his arm only swung halfway through the trajectory, and it was difficult for it to move even a single inch. "You're really ugly right now," Chun Zhao said indifferently. "Do you know what it means to admit defeat?" Aller glared at him hatefully. "I haven't lost yet. As long as you all die here." "Huh," Chun Zhao chuckled. "Please have some financial knowledge. Stephen can apply to freeze your account, but after you transfer the money 3 times, you won't be able to get it back." "But from the moment you attacked, the nature changed," Chun Zhao said. Aller didn't want to say anything now. He just wanted to kill Chun Zhao and Stephen. Actually, Chun Zhao was fishing. But who cared? Chun Zhao had never been the kind of person who followed the rules. Originally, this could only be considered an ordinary financial dispute. Even if Stephen had evidence, he couldn't force Chun Zhao to act. But from the moment Aller made his move, the situation changed completely. It turned into a psychic attacking and deliberately murdering an investor. Chun Zhao took out his phone and called West. "You can do it now." West and most of the supernatural organization members were in Las Vegas. They were stationed near most of the employees' residences and outside the fraud company. Aller tried to attack Chun Zhao and take his phone, but Chun Zhao only pointed and Aller was pressed against the wall by an invisible force. Stephen calmed down. It seemed that finding Chun Zhao was a wise choice. Aller was a druid. He tried to transform into a beast. But even so, he couldn't break free from Chun Zhao's control. At first, Stephen was worried that Aller would break free. But gradually, he realized that Aller was just putting on a one-man show. He kept tossing and turning, but in the end, he was still hanging in midair. "Go and see if you can find any evidence or other hidden bank accounts." Stephen nodded and quickly went to rummage through the cabinets. At the same time, he took Aller's phone and computer with him. Aller, his employees, and even his partners, none of them escaped. Of course, some of the employees were innocent. They just treated it as an ordinary job. These people had to be screened. Soon, all of Aller's bank accounts, sub-accounts, and even related accounts were wiped out in one go. But Stephen only got half of his money back. Most of the money had been converted into other properties. Chun Zhao didn't have a good solution either. Modern finance created more opportunities, but it also brought a lot of shadows. Aller used his network to continuously send money in and out, spreading it across the financial network. It was already good enough that he could get back half of his money. Aller also confessed his accomplices. Then, Chun Zhao got back another 100 million for Stephen. This time, Stephen was greatly hurt by the scam. He didn't go bankrupt, but he was still in a lot of debt. Most of it was in the bank. In order to raise money, he mortgaged many properties to the bank. Chun Zhao could only lend money to Stephen and have him pay back the money and get the mortgaged assets back first. Stephen had become much more haggard these days. "Stephen, did you patch up the hole in your side?" "I basically did, but my assets have shrunk greatly." Stephen rubbed his forehead. "When can Mystical Island open for business?" Mystical Island was still under construction, but it had been hyped up by the media. Right now, Mystical Island was very popular. "You know my Petamon, right?" "Yes, that giant killer whale. What's wrong with it?" "It's been a bit too big recently. I plan to make it public through Mystical Island." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Simply put, I plan to make it the guardian of Mystical Island." "Will it affect Mystical Island's brand image?" Stephen didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, he'd already been hurt by the scam. Right now, Mystical Island was doing very well. He only hoped to maintain this situation until it officially opened to the public and tourists. "Its appearance will shock the world." "Are you so sure?"